Now, today, we are gonna see. What if weak kid Harry was raised by Alucard? Join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. He'd just finished a mission in the neighborhood, a nasty infestation that had been gathering in one of the cookie-cutter houses. He had been given liberty to roam around and have a bite to drink. So long as it were hobo or something not innocent. He'd just had a rather good one, actually. Surprisingly good, considering it wasn't littered with disease and sickness that most homeless had. He was about to have another one. In fact, as he saw one digging through someone's trash, when he heard the sound of a baby crying. It sounded like it was outside, not tucked within its warm blankets in a crib. He shrugged. So a baby was outside. Maybe his mother was with him, enjoying the night like himself, even though it was rather cold for a human to be able to enjoy it, much less put their child through. It is no concern of mine anyway. With that thought, he stalked toward his prey again, a wicked smile on his face. You poor soul. Digging through the trash for your next meal, he said, making the man jump and turn. Startled as he had not heard Alucard coming. He looked in horror at the crimson-clad figure in front of him, seeing the sharp-toothed grin that would have made the Cheshire Cat shit bricks and then have a heart attack. For a fair price, I could end your suffering of living on the streets. Alucard said, impersonating a salesman. The grin accompanied by two sharp teeth didn't seem to bring the man any joy at his offer, though. VV vampire. The man cried, and turned and ran. Alucard smiled as he began to chase his prey. But it was stopped short as he heard the cry of the baby again. It was starting to get annoying, as it had really never stopped since he heard it the first time. He really shouldn't care, but there was just something nagging at him, which rarely happened. And not so much that it was as consuming as it was. Looking after his prey, he decided he could not enjoy the meal with that incredibly annoying crying. The man was probably sick anyway. His blood probably wouldn't have been good, he thought to himself as he moved in the direction of the crying. He arrived across the street from a house, looking like all the others, as par the usual in a cookie-cutter neighborhood. Really, how could such a thing be appealing? To be like everyone else. It was rather boring in his opinion. On the front porch was the baby, wrapped, but seeming to be cold despite this. He saw the door to the house open and a fat, burly man and a frail woman looked out at the baby. What the fuck is this? The man said as his wife knelt down to pick up what looked to be an envelope. She opened it and started reading, a look of disgust forming on her face. That's rather odd. I'd been under the impression women are normally overjoyed to find a baby at their doorstep. Alucard mused to himself. Though at the same time, he imagined what Integra would look like, surely not disgusted, but certainly grim. He chuckled. Then again, Integra does happen to run a whole army to herself. I'm sure she believes she raises too many children as it is. With another chuckle, he focused back on the scene. It's my devil of a sisters. The woman said, looking up at her husband with a sneer. The man gave a sneer as well. Leave it then. I'll not have that sort of evil in my home. With that, the women nodded and they closed the door, leaving the child where it was. Alucard raised an eyebrow. He was honestly curious now. They had called the child evil. He being the Nosferatu, undead king, Dracula himself just had to know what was so evil about a mere child, a babe no less. He walked across the street and picked the child up, dully noticing he stopped crying and was just whimpering slightly. What he did take notice of was the slight prickle of magic that surrounded the child. He smiled maliciously. A baby wizard to be, eh? He said to the infant. He studied the child some more, seeing the emerald green eyes, raven black hair and something hidden under the bangs. He brushed them back and saw a lightning-shaped scar, as long as 2 fingers were wide and 1 finger wide. He heard the baby giggle, and looked it in the eyes, watching as it reached towards his face, which was taking on a dull, but still amused look. Daddy, he said in that gargled voice only babies could do. Alucard raised an amused eyebrow at him. Curious as to why the boy said such a thing. He went through the infant's mind, finding a man holding him. The man had hair just like Alucard's, and the shape of his face wasn't that far off from his too. All the rest was blurred. As the boy still had not developed his vision yet. Alucard smiled. It'd be interesting having a wizard child. You already think I'm your father, Alucard said, and after studying the child for a few more seconds, grinned. All right then. I hereby claim you as my son. Alucard opened his portal and stepped in with his adopted son, a dark laugh echoing into the night, scaring the Dursleys and causing Dudley to have nightmares for years after. He reappeared in his master's office. Integra looked up at his entrance, surprised he'd be back so early. She then saw the bundle in his hands. Alucard. What is that? She asked, suspicion laced in her voice. This was Alucard after all. Anything he did that was odd was to be taken with the utmost caution. A baby. He replied simply, tickling its chin. As if this happened every day. And why, pray tell, is there a baby in my office? Hell, why is there even a baby in my home? Where did you get it? And why did you take it? I found him on the doorstep of some mortals. They took one look at him and then left him there. As for why I took him, 2 reasons. The first is because he thinks me to be his father. Since when do you like taking care of human children? Integra interrupted. Mind you, master, I quite enjoyed watching you grow up and helping you out. Alucard gave a devilish grin and Integra sneered in return. And the other reason? The other reason is he is a wizard to be. At this, Integra blinked in shock. She hasn't seen another wizard in a long time, even if this one was only a child. Sure, she had seen the occasional one that passed her on the street. They were always easy to spot, what with her ability to feel their magical aura, but it was a dead giveaway because they never could manage to dress like a muggle, but she hardly counted them. The last one she saw was, in fact, her own father. The Helsing family was one of the few remaining pure-blood wizarding families left in the wizarding world. Very few now, as she was now the only living descendant. She got up and walked over to Alucard and the child. She studied it, taking in the raven black hair the same as Alucard's, the emerald green eyes. And curious as to why it was there, a lightning-shaped scar. She knew all too well that if Alucard did something this absurd, then he was serious. And was going to be stubborn about it. She already knew of the problems involved in raising a child, so thought of the benefits of raising a magical child, at that. If anything was to happen to her, and they trained the boy right, he could take over. He could become an illegitimate heir to the Helsing organization. He could also help Walter with his work, becoming a well-versed gentleman, something this world was greatly in need of. He had the power that was required in her field of work as well. Yes, this could work in Integra's favor. Alucard could play a little mind trickery to convince those opposed to the illegitimate hire. What are you going to name him? Alucard smiled at Integra, glad he'd won. He looked at the child. He went through the child's mind again to see what his name had been and if it had stuck. Who would name their kid that? Alucard said with a look of great dislike. What? It appears that he was named Harry Potter. Oh, well, I'll not have a child I'm raising called Harry. Luckily it has not stuck with him completely yet. Alucard went into silence as he thought of the perfect name. He smiled. Vladimir. Vladimir Helsing. It had been 10 years since Alucard took Vladimir in. Integra, being a witch herself, taught him how to use his powers, as well as show him how to efficiently run the organization. Alucard taught him of vampire lore, what it means to be a true Nosferatu, and of course how to kill one properly, both on how to make it last long and how to kill one quickly. He taught him of other creatures should they ever face them as well. When Vladimir had turned 5, they discovered the boy could do some of the things Alucard could do, such as using portals, an art that was slightly lost to the wizards. It's the true form of apparition, much calmer and safer, unlike the apparating these days, where people practically butchered it to the point it could butcher you. He was also able to use telekinesis, really just using the spell, Wingardium Leviosa, but without a wand. Which they can do with any spell now that they found out about it. Anamorphing was one, and there were a couple other small things. And then there was the boy's weapons training. Alucard, Integra and Walter as well as some of the soldiers would help in their free time. But then 5 years after they brought him in, Alucard acquired a new child. It was a police girl that was in a small village called Cheddar. The village had been taken over by ghouls and Alucard was sent in to take care of the master vampire, who had taken the girl as a shield, thinking Alucard would refrain from shooting an innocent person. The vampire was wrong and Alucard shot through her, killing the master vampire, and then turned the girl into a vampire to allow her to continue her life. It was her job, from then on, to teach him how to use firearms as she would teach all the other new recruits the same, while Alucard and Integra continued to teach him swordplay. Walter was freed from the weapons training. He was now to teach the boy how to be a proper gentleman, as well as having him help out in cleaning the house, cooking the food, and checking and cleaning the weapons inventory. Alucard also taught him how to fight in many different styles, from different cultures, from karate to Spartan combat. On the side, more out of curiosity, Vladimir also took to learning all the languages affiliated with the different battle and combat tactics. It had been a long 10 years. There had been difficulties, of course, as one would expect out of not just a child, but a wizard child raised by Helsings. They were strict on him. And he was made aware of what his limits were. But he would have it no other way. He liked his life. It was relaxing, yet exciting. He didn't want it to change. But it would. Now that the boy was turning 11. He would be going to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Why do I have to go? You guys can just teach me all I need to know. Vladimir said, looking at his mother. I'm sorry, Vladimir. But I'm afraid we can't teach you everything. Integra said, looking at him in her stern way. There are new things in the magic world that I don't know about. I try to keep up. But balancing my studies in the magical world and running the organization does not allow me to teach you anything new. Going to this school will help. On your breaks, I will teach you things they don't teach at school that I have and do know, and you will learn things I don't know. But what if you need me? I'll be miles away. I can only go so far with my portals. You'll be staying there. No offense, Vladimir. But anything you can do, Alucard can do 100% better, and he has Sarah's, Walter, me and my organization at his back if ever he should need it. But, no buts. You're going, Vladimir, and that's final. Huh? Yes, sir. Sorry for arguing, Vladimir said, defeated. Good. Now, we need to get you your supplies. I know you don't have to use a wand, but just for the sake of not causing a riot, you're going to use one. Your old wand broke when Sarah's fell on it. So, we'll have to get you a new one. You also need a pet, which we have already found for you, a fine snowy owl, named Hedwig. How come I can't have a snake? I mean, I can talk to them. Wouldn't you think it'd be better that way? You need an owl so you can send messages better to save the flow powder for emergencies. But, Alucard thought you'd say that. He's going to give you one of his familiars. You get to name it. It is, of course, a snake. It is more there to keep you company, to have something you recognize. And for protection, not that you will need it much there, but you never know. Vladimir brightened up at this, but was greatly surprised. Not only was he going to have a snake, something Integra would not let him have in the house for some reason. Really, she has 2 vampires in here but no snakes are allowed. He was going to have a vampiric snake, a familiar of his father, no less. You'll also be bringing your cauldron and I have some of the books you will need, and other books that probably won't be taught there. It won't hurt for you to learn on your own, and it'll take off some of the load on my end when you're here on breaks. What about the books you don't have that I'll need? I was getting there. You'll be going to Diagon Alley. You can get everything you need there. Oh, I almost forgot. You'll need a broom. Also, witches and wizards aren't supposed to use magic outside of school until they're 17 or 18 years of age. I forget which one, but you are not bound by this law. The reason is because no one wants to mess with the Nosferatu, bound or not. Vladimir smiled at this. No one wanted to mess with his father. And the other reason is because we're not in league with them. Not really. We have our own things to do, our own way of handling them. They have theirs. So, it was agreed that the 2 of us work together when necessary and only when necessary and leave each other to our own devices. Otherwise. Now, that being said, I don't want you to go and boast that you are allowed to do such things. I don't expect for you to lie if they were to ever ask for some reason. But I would not like to hear that you went out and announced it. Vladimir was about to say something, to defend himself, but Integra held up a hand for silence, so he stayed quiet. I know you would do no such thing. But it's best to have it established here and now, not after you may have done it. Vladimir nodded his understanding. Sighing, he asked, so, when do I leave? In 2 days. For now, you can have some free time. But tomorrow, you and your father will be going to diagonally to buy anything else I could not provide you, and then you will leave the next day. Yes, sir. After Vladimir left his mother's office, he went to see his sister, Sarah's. He had taken to giving her the title when he found that Alucard was her master, which made her his child, which in turn, made them siblings in a sense. Plus, she was just simply like a sister. Hey, Sarah's, he said when he got down to her room. Hey Vlad, she called back, what's up? Nothing much. Well, except that I have to go to some wizarding school miles away for here. Sarah's eyes went wide with shock. You're kidding. They really have schools like that? Yup. It's called Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hogwarts, Sarah said, her nose crinkling as if she smelled something bad. Why would they call a school Hogwarts? Is it filled with hogs with warts? The two broke out in laughter. Enif. Sarah said after getting some control. Aside from the name, that's great. I mean, unless you don't want to go. She had sensed the feeling of disappointment in her young brother. Well, I don't really know. I mean, at first I didn't. But after mother explained more to me, I kinda don't know. I know I'm going no matter what I want, but I'd like to actually really want to. Oh. How about you? Think of it like this. It's a mission for Helsing. Your first one, and it's a big one at that. You could even see if you could recruit some wizards and witches, have your own army of them when you take over Helsing. Vladimir nodded. If he thought of it that way, he was almost excited to go. All right, I'll think of it that way, Vladimir said, smiling. He got up and hugged Sarah's. Thanks, Sarah's. I'm glad I came to talk to you. You're welcome. Anytime, she said, smiling as she returned the hug. So, I've got the whole day off. Wanna go to town and do something? Yes. I've wanted to take you shopping for a while now. You need some new clothes. Oh, and we can see a movie while we're out, to celebrate. Let's go. Vladimir smiled. Chap 3. Hogwarts Part 2, Diagonally. Chap 3. Hogwarts Part 2, Diagonally. Vladimir walked out of the Boom store, slightly disappointed. He'd just found out that first-year wizards were not able to have booms. He looked down at his list of school supplies. He only needed a wand and robes. And that was it. Dad, he called out with his thoughts. Yes, came the reply of Alucard. Vladimir could tell he was having a drink or about to as his inner voice dripped with distracted pleasure. Vladimir smiled as he said, I've only got my wand and robes to get, and I'll be at the wand store in a bit. Do you want to meet up anywhere after I get my robes? I'll be a while, just meet me in Nocturne. If I'm not at the regular store, then I'm just around the corner, came Alucard's reply. Did you not get your broom? I thought that was where you were headed last, and that was only a minute ago. Surely you didn't get it already. They like to haggle with you. Even with your haggling skills, it'd have taken longer. Couldn't get it. Said first years aren't allowed. Guess the rules have changed since Mum went. Vladimir said, sounding uncaring, but still very much disappointed about it. Humph. Ridiculous if you ask me. Before we leave, I'll get you one. If Integra could have one. I see no difference in you having one. Vladimir smiled. If you say so, father. He then let the link go and walked over to the wand shop. He walked in and looked at all the boxes on the walls. All tightly packed together. He'd never been to the shop. His first wand was given to him, passed down to him by Integra, and she'd gotten a new one. It was part of why he'd pretty much abandoned it. It just didn't like working with him that much, but of the wands that his mother had collected over the years, it was the best one. But this didn't mean it was his perfect match. His wandless magic was much stronger. And so he left the wand behind. He looked around and saw no one, so he walked up to the desk and rang the bell. Immediately, a crooked old man slid down one of the aisle on a ladder. One look at Vladimir and his eyes lit up. Ah, it's young Harry Potter. Years, I've been looking forward to meeting you. The old man said and hopped down from the ladder with surprising spryness. given his aged figure, and was right up in a very much confused and even more uncomfortable Vladimir's face. Vladimir backed up and said, I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm not a Harry Potter. Don't even really care for making pottery, and it's not proper for a man to be so hairy. He's called Harry. Anyway, I'm Vladimir Helsing. Here to get my wand. The man looked positively puzzled. But he shook his head, and continued. My bad. Must be getting old. A Helsing, are you? I remember your mother. Integra Fairbrook Wingate's Helsing. Magnificent woman she turned out to be, just like her father. He said all this as he was bustling about the shop, pulling boxes. Each one he'd put back, and mutter, no, that's not it. Finally, though, he came back with a black box. He opened it to reveal a beautifully made wand. Blood wood, 12 in. Nosferatu hair for a core. Specially made for you, as your mother sent in your measurements, and gave me some of her vampire's hair. And I must say, I was over ecstatic to be making a wand with the hair of the Nosferatu. I do get the occasional vampire hair, but never this. Not to mention, it's hard enough to get it from a normal one. They tend to like to bite, as you may well know. We thought the blood would go nicely, seeing as what its core is made of. We feel it would be a right fit for you, but if not, then we can continue to look. And I add this to my great collection. Vladimir picked up the wand, his eyes wide with surprise. He hadn't expected this. He was immediately filled with warmth. Ollivanders clapped again. Ah, perfect. How much? Vladimir said, not taking his eyes off the wand. Oh, no. Your mother already paid, Ollivanders said as he ushered Vladimir to the door. On the way out though, Vladimir bumped a box and its wand clattered to the floor. He picked it up, intending to place it back, but was surprised, as it gave a warm feeling, much like the other wand. Oh, the old man said, very much surprised. 2 wands. 2 have chosen you. Very curious, that their wand is an oak wood, phoenix tail feather and 12 in. Both wands are very powerful. The blood wood is good for very powerful magics. Mostly in the offensive kind. The oak wood is good for powerful charms and such. Vladimir looked at them. They were both very well crafted, though he very much liked the blood wood more. But he couldn't help but feel attached to the second wand. Could I have both? He asked, looking up at the man. Ollivanders looked surprised at this but then smiled. Well, I suppose you should. Once the wand has chosen, it's hard to give it to someone else. Very well. 2 gallons. Vladimir nodded and handed over the money. Thank you much, sir, he said before exiting the shop. He then went to the robes shop. He had to wait a bit, but finally got to go up and get fitted. Going to Hogwarts, I presume, said the tailor woman. Vladimir nodded as she bustled off to get the robe. Next to him there was a blond boy who was looking over at him. Hogwarts too, eh? Vladimir nodded again, thinking to himself. Yeah, didn't you hear her? The boy continued to speak. I'm Draco Malfoy. And you must be that hairy fellow I've heard about. Vladimir Helsing. Vladimir answered simply, though his brow came together when he said the word, hairy. He knew his hair was a bit untamed. But there wasn't much he could do about it. And it wasn't like it was that bad anyway. Helsing. Strange. Anyway, where have I heard that name from? We're an organization, and one of the pure bloods, like your family. Vladimir said, though it wasn't a boosting manner, more just stating the facts. Ah, now I remember. My father told me about you once. Said your mother could have made a fine Malfoy. Though she ended up in Ravenclaw. Unlike us. My whole family is from Slytherin. Vladimir could feel a slight bit of criticism in there when he mentioned that last part. He also said that you are able to use magic underage. Never told me why though. Is it true? Yes. Vladimir said simply. So why then? Is it because you're of pure blood? If that were the case, don't you think you'd be able to also? Vladimir said, with just a bit of sarcasm in his voice. No, it's because we are an organization separate from the wizarding world. One that deals with searching and destroying the evil creatures of the night. He had very much pride in his voice as he said this. Draco's eyes widened. Really? My father would be most interested to hear of this, he said. I wonder, would my father be able to meet with one of your parents? My family likes to keep touch with the pure bloods. Vladimir hid a smirk. Sure. I'm going to meet my father right after this. Perfect. Where are you meeting him? Down in Nocturne Alley, at a pawn shop. Great. If it's the one I'm thinking of, my father's going to go there too. I'll just catch him and we'll go there. After they had their robes, they left. They didn't talk, or rather, Vladimir didn't, while Draco went on about his family. They reached to turn for Nocturne Alley and walked for a bit before stopping at the shop. Ah, my father's just inside. How long till your father gets here? But Vladimir was walking over to the corner of the store. Malfoy followed, confused. They heard a sucking sound. Came a pleasured moan. They saw a figure in the dark, hunched over and holding another figure, which was limp. Hey Dad, I've brought someone with me. Wanna give him a scare? He's a Malfoy, by the way, Vladimir said, as Alucard dropped the body. Ha ha ha, came Alucard's reply. With pleasure. Alucard stalked forward. Who is that? What is that? Draco said, shaking behind Vladimir. That, said Vladimir, ing a smile and putting on a serious face, is a vampire. Alucard took another step, making his heavy boots land hard, in a puddle of blood. He gave an evil laugh. KK kill it. You know how to, right? Draco said, looking at Vladimir. I haven't killed one yet. I'm not sure if I could, Vladimir said, not looking at Draco. Alucard took another step into a beam of light. He tilted his head to the left. Two more. All of a sudden, Alucard was right in front of them. How nice of you to come to me. Draco squealed and ran off into the store. Alucard and Vladimir laughed once he was out of hearing range. After they were done, they walked to the store. Alucard walked in, and Vladimir hid behind him. That's him, father, said a panicked Draco, pointing frantically at Alucard. There was a tall, long blonde-haired man standing beside Draco. He turned and backed up to the counter, a horrified look on his face, as he saw Alucard, clad in crimson, orange glasses pushed down to show the red eyes and his lips covered with the still fresh blood. Good evening, Alucard said, smiling a crooked grin, all fangs. He must have already gotten that boy. Draco yelled. Who? Me, Vladimir said, stepping out from behind Alucard, smiling. Wah, you, Draco stuttered, pointing at the living and non-bloodied Vladimir. You ran before I could introduce you. You know, that's quite rude, considering you wanted to meet him, Vladimir said. He then gestured to Alucard. Now that you're here, let me introduce you. This is my father, Alucard. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. You, a vampire, Mr. Malfoy yelped. Great observation, Alucard said, sarcasm dripping from his mouth. Not many are able to tell by first glance. Though with my friendly smile, I suppose it's not hard to miss. Just then a man walked up from behind the counter. Ah, Mr. Alucard, sir, I've just got your order in yesterday. Shall I go fetch it now? Completely ignoring the two other frightened wizards, Alucard walked up to the counter. Yes, please do, he said, looking at the man. The man shivered but tried to hide it by bustling off to get whatever it was. So what are you getting here, Dad? Vladimir asked casually, as if he weren't talking to the world's most powerful vampire. I wanted you to have something non-magical, but your mother said she refused. So, I simply settled for something magical, but muggle-made. Vladimir raised an eyebrow at this. Just then the shopkeeper came back with a wooden case. He opened it up to reveal a semi-automatic. Vladimir's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as Alucard took it out and handed it to him. It's only got one bullet, but it's charmed to make come back and as perfect as before it was shot, Alucard said as Vladimir took the gun. He lifted the gun up, feeling its weight and seeing how perfect it lined up with his chosen mark. It was an idea given to us by a member of Millennium, I must admit, Alucard said. Vladimir looked up at him surprised. Rip Van Winkle, I presume, he said, and a slightly disappointed look came over his face. Rip Van Winkle had a rifle that only shot one bullet, which, like this one, returned. It also hit whatever mark she wanted it to. This last part was one he didn't agree with. How can it be fun, a challenge, if you never had to really aim? Ha ha ha. Alucard laughed at the disappointed face. Yes, It was Van Winkle who gave us the idea. But, you needn't worry. It is only charm to have the bullet come back. You still have to aim. At this, Vladimir smiled. Good. Now that we have that done. Alucard handed some money to the shopkeeper and they walked out, still ignoring the still stunned Malfoys. Let's see. Your broom. Yes. They walked to the store and on the way, Vladimir told Alucard about how he got 2 wands. Alucard smiled at this. You seem to have the making of a great wizard. Yes, but we already knew that was coming. Vladimir said, with a mock pompous way. Ey laughed as they walked into the store filled with broomsticks. Excuse me, sir. I'd like to buy my son a broom. Alucard said to the shopkeeper's back. The man jumped and turned, and jumped again. At Alucard's friendly smile, forget the rest of the attire. The man then looked down at Vladimir. I'm sorry, sir, but he can't have one yet. He's a first year. Alucard said, already looking at brooms. I think you'll find that doesn't matter. He's a Helsing. Alucard picked up a broomstick that was beautifully crafted. It read Nimbus 2000. He'll have this one. The man looked like he wanted to object. But Alucard looked at him hard. If you need a letter of recognition, I'll be glad to provide one. No, that won't be needed. I know who the Helsings are. Alucard. Rode purchased the broom and they walked out. Where to now? Vladimir asked, looking up at his father. We'll be heading back to the manor. I almost forgot. I'll be right back. Just do whatever, I'll meet you. Although he was confused, Vladimir nodded. Alucard disappeared into the portal, making some people jump. Vladimir decided he'd give himself a treat, and went to a candy store. He walked out a minute later. With a bag of many different treats, and a special something for Alucard. He was looking down at a chocolate frog box, opening it carefully so as not to let the frog get away from him, when he bumped into a large man, letting the frog escape. Vladimir looked up, expecting to see Alucard, but threw that thought aside as he saw the brown overcoat and then bushy beard. Sorry bout de. Blimey. Is de. You, eerie. The big man said. We though, you'd gone missin'. The man cried and was about to hug Vladimir. Vladimir, however, was not having it. He backed away quickly. Look, sir. No offense. But the only person I see Harry here, is you. Now, I'll just be going. Vladimir then turned without a word, leaving the very confused man behind. But he did start thinking about how people kept calling him Harry. His hair wasn't that long, and he had no facial hair. But now that he thought about it, they said it as if that was his name. What was the last part of it? The wand maker said, Potter. Harry Potter. Vladimir mused. He then bumped into another large man. He looked up to find Alucard looking down at him with a raised eyebrow. You have something on your mind. He said. I tried to get your attention 5 times, and you didn't seem to notice, even with the telepathy. Oh. Sorry, father. Vladimir said. Yeah, there is something on my mind. All day, I've had people calling me Harry. I thought they were actually saying I had a lot of hair, but I got to thinking and they said it like it was my name. The wand maker even called me Harry Potter. Alucard smiled, and gave a small laugh. Yes, I almost forgot about that, he muttered, though Vladimir didn't hear. Ignore it. He said louder. Vladimir nodded, and did just what his father said. If it wasn't that important, then there was no reason to think more on it. So he changed the subject. I got you something, he said as they started walking. Oh, and what could that be? Vladimir pulled out a small box of red candies. Marked on the box was blood pops, a treat vampires just can't resist. Interesting, Alucard said as he took the pack. He opened it and popped one in. He said, as the blood pop popped and spread the crimson liquid all over his mouth. He looked at the pack and saw that it had different blood types. Good choice, he said, looking down at Vladimir with a smile. I got some for Sarah's too. I figured I'd trick her into having them. Vladimir said with a big smile at his thinking Sarah's was still clinging to the untrue fact that she didn't like blood, so tricking her into having them would be good for her. Alucard laughed at this and laid a hand on Vladimir's shoulder. That's a marvelous idea. Chap 4. Birthday. Chap 4. Birthday. Once they got home, Alucard went to meet with Integra, while Vladimir went to pack his things. After he'd finished this, he went to visit Sarah's, the blood pops in a bowl with many other candies. Hey Sarah's, can I come it? He called out. Yeah, she called. A second later she opened the door. So, how was it? Great. I even got some of these candies. They're new ones. Wanna try? Ooh, yes. I haven't had any of this wizard candy yet. She took a handful. So tell me how it was. Well, I got 2 wands. The first one was a gift from Mum and Dad. It's a 12-in, blood wood, with some of Dad's hair as the core. Vladimir said, taking a birdie bot. And keeping a straight face as Sarah's popped a blood pop in her mouth, her face lighting up with delight at the taste. The other was found by accident. I'd knocked into it and when I picked it up, it did the same as the first did, filling me with a sort of warmth. So, I just got them both. Sarah's went to grab more of the unknown to her blood pops, leaving all the other candies alone. I also got to get a broom, even though first years aren't supposed to. What? Why? And how come you got 2? Sarah said, popping another blood pop in. I don't really know why first years aren't allowed. But I guess it's a safety thing. But apparently, it wasn't like this when Mum went to school, so Dad thought it was ridiculous that I couldn't have one. Sarah said with pleasure at another blood pop. Well, anything else? No, not really. I guess there's the fact that people kept calling me Harry Potter, but Father said not to think about it. Other than that, oh. Yeah, we scared some other pure bloods. They were from the Malfoy family, and I introduced them to Father. Sarah's laughed, knowing exactly what they did. Ha, wish I'd been there. Vladimir, come up here, came the voice of Alucard in Vladimir's head. I gotta go. Dad's calling. See you later, Vlad. Sarah said as he went through one of his portals. He reappeared in his mother's study. Yes, he said walking over to her desk. I'm afraid that you can't have your broomstick this year, Vladimir. Integra said, her eyes serious. What? Why not? Because, it's not a law in the wizarding world, it's a law at the school. I'm sorry, but you'll have to wait for the next year. Integra said, and Vladimir knew there was no arguing, so he just nodded. It really wasn't that big a deal, anyway. He hadn't exactly wanted one in the first place, but having one did have some benefits. But we do have something for you. Integra said, smiling slightly. Vladimir's eye lit up with curiosity at this. Alucard was reaching into his coat and when he retrieved his hand, he pulled out a snake. She was a beautiful snake too. Jet black, but shined a sheen red in the light. She had 6 eyes, like most of Alucard's familiars did. When Vladimir took her, he saw her underside was a dark ruby red. She was as long as one of his arms, including his hand, and as thin as 2 fingers were wide. She is yours to name, Alucard said, smiling slightly as Vladimir marveled over his new snake. She coiled up into a flat circle in his palms, making a black circle with a red ring around it. Crimson Eclipse, Crimson, for short. He said, smiling down at her. Alucard smiled a toothy smile. Perfect. He said with a purr to it. She can grow bigger as she is actually supposed to be bigger but because her mother doesn't want a ruckus to be caused haven't the slightest idea why. Integra glared at Alucard at that. She is to stay small, and easily hidden. In the case of an attack, she can grow though. Vladimir smiled up at his parents. Thank you so much. I love her. Happy birthday Vladimir. Integra said, beaming, something she didn't do too often. She then controlled her face into the businesslike one she normally had on. Now, you're leaving for Hogwarts tomorrow, so I'll let you stay up, but you need to be up on time, got it? Right, Vladimir said, wrapping Crimson around his neck. She coiled around it and got comfortable. She said in delight. Now, why don't you go to Walter? I think he'll be wanting to make your birthday dinner. He'll need to know what to make. He said not to hold out on his account. He wants this one to be special, seeing as you leave tomorrow. With that, Vladimir went to the kitchen. Ah, Vladimir. There you are. So, what will you want for your dinner? Walter said, a big smile on his face. All of my favorites. And I want to help. Walter looked at Vladimir in surprise when he said the last bit. But, Vladimir, this is your last. I know. Excuse the interruption. Sir, but that's why I want to help. Walter's face softened at this. Well, I can't very well say no when you put it that way. So I'll just say, very well. You can make the main course, if you'd like. Vladimir grinned as he got to work on his end. After a half hour of doing their own tasks silently, Walter cleared his throat to speak. So, I hear you have a snake now. What's its name? Crimson had uncoiled and was slithering down his arm, so that she might be of more assistance. Crimson Eclipse, but Crimson for short. Vladimir said and hissed an instruction to her. Walter looked around and took in the six-eyed snake, an eyebrow raised as she handed him a knife. A fine name. And a fine snake as well. Crimson gave a snake-ish kind of laugh. And what about your gun? That was my present. By the way, I wanted to be the one to tell you, but I couldn't have given it to you, with all the work here, and Alucard being able to go with you. Both Alucard and I.H. Ad thought you should have something muggle-made, but Integra was insistent it being magical. So I came up with the idea of that. I was a little worried you wouldn't owe. Vladimir had walked over and given Walter a hug. I love it. Thanks. Quote. Walter smiled. Well, you are very welcome. He said and returned the hug. Now, he said, grabbing his shoulders. Let's get this dinner made. I have a feeling it'll be the best we've had yet. After about an hour, Vladimir had made, just as Walter had predicted, his finest dinner yet. He'd even made a special dinner for Sarah's and Alucard, though Sarah's would know nothing of its contents. As he was setting the food out, Alucard came over to him, smiling like he and Vladimir were in on a joke, but there was a seriousness and gratitude in the look as well. Your plan worked marvelously. And Vladimir knew exactly what he was referring to, as Sarah's walked in, looking healthier than Vladimir had ever seen her in his life. Wait till you have what I've made. Vladimir said. And Alucard raised an eyebrow. It's specially made for you guys. Alucard raised his head a little, looking at the food Vladimir had already set out. He smelt the very much hidden scent of AB+. And how were you able to hide it so well? Crimson helped. With her high sense of smell, she was able to get it to where she could just barely smell it. I really don't know what she did. But it looks like it worked. Good. Sarah's will be as healthy as I by time this dinner is done, I'm guessing. Now if only I could get her to drink my blood, though he never let it show. Alucard was concerned for his child of the night. He'd only admit it to Integra, and that wasn't very often either. It was only because Vladimir knew him so well, that he could tell what his father was feeling. Once everyone was seated, Integra gave a small speech on how far Vladimir had come, and then they tucked into the great dinner. Many times, Vladimir would see Sarah's reaching for the same things that had blood hidden in them. And he'd catch Alucard's eye and they'd smirk. Walter had to leave every now and then to check on the deserts, but never took too long. They talked about how much fun Vladimir would have when he got to Hogwarts, and how lonely it'd get without him there. This would come from Sarah's and Walter for the most part. Normally, the other members of the organization would be attending too. But they decided on having a more close-knit family thing. But, half an hour before dessert came, they got another member. Pip, the leader of the wild geese, was invited by Sarah's. As they had started to go out, which Sarah's only relented to do because he kept begging, though she seemed to enjoy his company a lot now. Sorry I'm late, Pip said, sitting next to Sarah's after giving her a peck on the cheek. Couldn't believe the traffic today. Had to abandon my car in an alley and run the rest of the way. Everyone laughed at this, or at least Pip, Sarah's and Vladimir, whereas Walter gave a very short laugh. And Alucard and Integra merely smiled, smirked. Pip then pulled out a wrapped box and passed it to Vladimir. Here, thought you'd like these. Vladimir opened the box, and found 4 things. The first 2, he noticed with a laugh, were very well crafted fangs, and a blood pack looked like a blood pack that had red liquid in it, that definitely wasn't blood but still drinkable. The third thing was a small black case, and when he opened it, it had 2 color-changing contacts. He popped them in and looked at himself in a spoon, seeing his eyes were red. He was also able to see without the glasses. Yeah, those were just jokes, but I thought you'd get a kick out of them. Though the contacts might come to be of use. Pip said, as Vladimir slipped the fangs on. They fit perfectly. Pip must have gotten a mold of his teeth somewhere. He pulled out the third item, and saw that it was a badge. Our honorary member. It read in a ribbon. Above it, there were wild geese members all in the traditional geese triangle formation, guns drawn and pointing outwards, and at its tip, was Vladimir on a broomstick. Vladimir beamed. He'd always liked the wild geese, and wanted to work with them when he was old enough. This is really great, thank you Pip. Pip beamed and grabbed some food. I'll have to give you your gift after dinner. Sarah said. I only finished it right before I was called up. So it's not wrapped yet. So, I still can't believe you're going off to a wizard SCH. Pip was interrupted as Crimson had just slithered on the table over to one of the bloodied foods near him. I take it that's your snake. He said with a shaky laugh, but calming down. Haha. Yes, that's her. To Crimson, he said, nice one. My pleasure, master. She replied, and gulped down a chicken leg. Then made her way back over to him. After they finished dinner, Walter brought out a huge cake. Vladimir blew out the candles, and they finished the cake off too. Sarah's had disappeared after she'd finished hers, and was back now, holding a big, black box, with red ribbon. Here you go, Vlad. She said, setting it in the chair next to him. He got up and popped the lid off. Inside, he found a red hat, black suit, red trench coat, and black boots and orange glasses. He went to the nearest bathroom, already smiling, and put them on, and came back out looking like a shrunk-down version of Alucard. Everyone clapped, and Sarah's beamed, checking her work and making sure it all fit right. It's missing something, she said, looking at his face, sure it was something there. Then she had it. She quickly walked over to the table and grabbed something after some searching. She came back and handed him the fake fangs Pip had given him and the blood pack. Here, put these on, and hold this. Vladimir did so, and there was another round of clapping. Now, with the blood pack, fangs, and red contacts he hadn't taken them off, he looked exactly like Alucard. They even had him stand next to Alucard, and although he was much shorter than him, he still looked just like him. We'll have to get a painting made with you too, Integra said, smirking. Alucard looked at her in a "are you joking" sort of way. After this though, Vladimir had to go to bed. After making sure he had everything, he said goodnight to Hedwig the owl and Crimson, who chose to coil comfortably around his neck. Chap 5. Hogwarts Part 3. Hogwarts Toyne. Chap 5. Hogwarts Part 3. Hogwarts Express. Vladimir woke early the next day. He fed Hedwig, smiling as she nibbled his finger lovingly. After that, he walked upstairs and went to the kitchen. He saw that Walter was not up yet and smiled. Perfect. He hissed to Crimson, who was still on his neck. I was hoping on giving them a surprise. He worked quickly, with the help of Crimson making it even faster. The first up was Walter, of course. He was surprised to come into the kitchen to find breakfast already made. Vladimir, he said, a bewildered look on his face. Yes, Uncle Walter. Vladimir answered, smiling, as he finished making the tea. You prepared this all on your own? Well, no, I had Crimson to help. Is that all right? I wanted to give you a break today. Walter said, though a smile was on his face. Well, I suppose I can't do anything about that. Here, I'll take that. Walter said, taking hold of Integra's food. You can go and give your father and Sarah's their food. Right. After he had delivered their food, Vladimir walked up to his mother's study. He sorted and finished all of the major work for her. He was always able to help out before, and thought it'd be nice to just get the big stuff out of the way for her. It wasn't all that hard really, but for her, it was, as she was doing this stuff almost non-stop, making it look bigger than it really was. After finishing this work, he went down to the armory, where Walter already was. I assume you're going to insist on helping, Walter said with a smirk. You bet. And really, it's only to be expected, and completely your guy's fault. I didn't raise myself. He smiled cheekily. No, I suppose you have me there. We did do a rather fine job raising you to be a proper gentleman, Walter said with a proud glint in his eye. Vladimir smiled again and then turned to the metal cabinets behind them. I'll check the handguns, he said as he got out the stuff to clean the guns. They spent a few hours cleaning guns, checking inventory on guns, bullets, and gun accessories. Finally done with all of it, Walter leaned back on one of the shooting range counters. So, now that you have some free time, why don't you try out your gun? Walter said, seeing that Vladimir had it in a holster. Vladimir smiled with relish as he took the gun out and aimed at one of the targets. He'd not had the chance to get down to the shooting range to try it out, and he'd been itching to the whole time he'd been down here. No doubt Walter had seen him eyeing the targets and fingering hilt of the gun. Shooting off his first shot felt amazing. He'd shot many guns, of varying sizes, but none could compare to this beauty. It was like it was crafted for his person alone. It fit perfectly to his hands. And the recoil was just enough to alert him that the shot had indeed been fired, but not enough that it flung back any. He was even sure he could shoot the gun with one hand, which would free up one hand for whatever he might need to use it for. He almost felt a warm tingle from it too. Perhaps it was the magic instilled in the gun that caused this sensation. But it felt like the gun hadn't just been given to him, but it had chosen him, just as his wands had. And just like he was told it would do, the bullet came back, leaving a slightly larger hole in. The first hole was about a centimeter in diameter in the middle of the target when the bullet had hit it again on its way back. There was a slight vibration that ran through the gun when the bullet found its way back to the chamber. Well done. Now, I think there is something else you can do, to where it doesn't just simply come back. Walter said, Emmett, let's see, if you were to shoot it from there at the target. And then run to the other end of the room, it'll come, even though you changed positions. So, if you do it right, you could get more than one person. But, you have to make sure that the barrel it pointed in the direction the bullet. Otherwise, you might confuse it and it'll just fall to the ground. You can still put it back in and it'll work again, but finding it would be a bother. Got it? Yeah, I think so. So could I, perhaps, shoot at one target, and say there's another one behind me, and I don't have the time to get the bullet back and shoot at said target. Would I be able to simply run behind the target? Vladimir changed his position, going around a pretend target, and pointed his gun. It'd come back and go through the target and back into the barrel. Yes, that's correct, Walter said, and ushered him to the door. And might I say, that's a nice name for your gun. Vladimir looked down at the name scrawled across the barrel. He'd come up with it only the other day, and used a charm to inscribe the name into the metal. I figured Loki would be a good name. After all, it's a deceiving gun, a trickster. Vladimir smirked fondly down at the gun, running his thumb over the name. Very true, Walter replied and then pushed off of the counter he was leaning on. Now, you need to go and change, you're leaving in an hour, and you smell of gun polish, gunpowder, ink, and food. Right, Vladimir said and ran off to his room. An hour later, Vladimir was in the entrance hall, and saying goodbye to everyone. He was going to go by himself, using a portal to get there. All right, goodbye, Vladimir said as he stepped into his portal. But then Sarah's grabbed his arm. He looked back at her confused. Wait, I almost forgot. You already got a wizard's hat. But I thought you'd like this one more. She handed him a new hat, another one that looked like Alucard's, only this one was black, and had a point, but it was flattened and pinned down. If he wanted it to go to a point, all he had to do was unpin it. He took it and put it on. It fit perfectly. Thanks, Sarah's. I'll miss you, he said as he gave her a last hug. He then disappeared into his portal, Hedwig hooting in excitement and Crimson hissing in delight. When he came out of the portal, he found himself in a train station. He looked around for platform 9 3/4 but couldn't find it due to the amount of people blocking his view. Come one, this way to platform 9 3/4, called out a woman passing by. Vladimir looked to see she was bustling a bunch of red-haired and freckled-faced kids to said place. He hurriedly followed, and got there just in time to see one disappear into the wall separating platform 9 and 10. One of the children's luggage had tumbled off his cart, which couldn't possibly hold all of it. Huh, Ron, said the woman, looking at the dropped luggage, as the trunk had popped open and clothes went everywhere. The boy, Ron's, ears went red with embarrassment. Vladimir rushed over and helped pick them up. Here you go, he said, handing them to the woman. She smiled brightly, taking the clothes. Why thank you, darling. What a kind gentleman. And what is your name? Vladimir Helsing, he said, and bowed his head. Oh, a Helsing. Haven't had one at the school in ages, last I heard. I had 1 year with your mother, but I was never able to talk to her, being in different year and house and all. She was a marvelous woman too. Passed everything with perfection. Mum, we need to go, Ron said, pointing at the clock. Oh, sorry. Go on, can't be late, she said as she bustled the two toward the wall. Oh, and I'm Molly Weasley, it was very nice to meet you, she said as Vladimir made for the train. After putting his things in a compartment, he settled down and looked out the window. A couple seconds later, two twins, one of them being the one he'd seen walking through the wall, jumped in and slammed the door shut. They turned and saw Vladimir and looked at him in surprise. Blimey. Could that be? Surely it is. Most definitely. I'm not Harry Potter, Vladimir said, knowing exactly what they were thinking even without telepathy. Their faces fell and settled on confusion. But the scare, they said at the same time. Don't even know who this Harry is, Vladimir said, laying back and closing his eyes. Well then, said one, as they sat down across from him. Who are you? Said the other. Vladimir Helsing, Vladimir said, still laying back. There you are, said someone as they opened the door. Oh no, said one of the twins in mock freaked voice. It's Prefect Percy, said the other. Save us, Vladimir Helsing, said the other as they dived behind Vladimir, and they put much emphasis on the Helsing part. Vladimir opened his eyes in slight annoyance as he tried to readjust himself. What? Helsing? Really? Said the boy, Percy. He had red flaming hair as well. Yes. Is there something I can do for you? He said, sitting up. So you really are from the Helsing family? Amazing, Percy said. Then he saw the scar, and his face turned to puzzlement. No. Don't even start, Vladimir said, and the puzzled look went deeper. I'm not this Harry person you people keep saying. I don't know him, and if this is the attention he gets, I don't want to be him. Percy said. Then, so, a Helsing. I've heard loads about your family. An organization that deals in searching and destroying all evil creatures of the night. Not only that, but you are also a pure blood family. I've also heard, but never quite knew why, that you can use magic underage. Is this true? Yes. The reason is because the Ministry and the Helsing organization came up with an agreement that the two work separately, but can help one another if and only if need be. The working separately part, means that any underage wizard can use magic, because, since they do not go by the same laws, can do as they please. Though there's also the fact about my dad, Vladimir thought silently to himself, hiding his smirk. Fascinating. So, why are you going to school then? Percy pushed on. My mother said it was so that I could learn what new magic has come out. But, I choose to think of it more as a mission for the Helsing organization. To recruit wizards for it when I one day take over. All the others looked at him in amazement. As he said this without even batting an eye. Well, I'd like to stay and chat, Percy said, getting up, and looking at the time, but I have to get to the prefect box. Good day. And he left. We're going to go cause havoc, said one of the twins. By the way, I'm Fred. And I'm George. Nice meeting you. They both called and left. Chap 5 Part 2. HW Part 4. Title on page. Chap 5 Part 2. Hogwarts Part 3. Awkward Start to Friendship. After the twins had left, Vladimir lay back in his seat, and crimson crawling around on his neck to get a better position. 5 minutes after the train started moving, however, the compartment door opened. Vladimir looked and saw it was the boy Ron Weasley. You mind if I sit here? Ron asked. All the other compartments are full. Fine by me, Vladimir said, sitting up. From past experience, he could tell there was some talking coming. So, not to be pushy or anything, but are you really a Helsing? Ron asked as he sat down gratefully. Vladimir SM. Irked at how right he was to have expected talking. Yes, I am a Helsing. Cool, he said in awe. Then he looked at the scare. That really does look a lot like the one I've heard about. The scare, I mean. Vladimir's brow wrinkled. What's the deal with this hairy fellow anyway? Why's he so well known? What's he done? Ron's eyes widened in surprise, as if it were big news someone didn't know about Harry Potter. It's not really what he did. More like what he survived, and who it was against, but yeah, I guess it is also what he did. And what's that? Vladimir prompted, having gotten nothing from that. Well, 7 years ago. You know who visited a wizard family, and had the intent on killing them all. But, the boy Harry somehow survived. Both his parents died, but he didn't. And not just that, but he also seemed to have defeated you know who. A mere infant at the time too. A light clicked on in Vladimir's head and he nodded slowly, recalling a memory. I've heard of this. Yeah, now I remember. Mum told me once. The ministry had been trying to get the help of the Helsing organization for a while, but then the Dark Lord was defeated. Vladimir said, making sure he put a disgusted emphasis on the Dark Lord part. No one can be as dark as my father the undead king, he thought to himself. Yeah, but then he just disappeared. No one knows where he's gone. Ron looked at him puzzled. Seeming to have caught onto something. You talk about you know who as if he's a fake. Yeah, well, not entirely. Just the fact that he'd have the gall to call himself a Dark Lord. Vladimir scoffed. I take into account that he has killed many people without mercy and for the fun of it, yes, but a Dark Lord. He has no right to call himself that. If that's all it takes to be a Dark Lord, then there are about 50 of his own Death Eaters that could take up that name too. There's more to being a Dark Lord than that, and honestly, killing whole families for the fun of it isn't even a reason. People are merely scared of a poser. Powerful, perhaps, but a poser nonetheless. By now, Vladimir was steaming on the inside. Master Alucard is the darkest lord of all, Crimson hissed, making Ron jump slightly. Vladimir ignored Ron though and smiled down at Crimson. Yes, very much so. Voldemort would shit diamonds if he ever got the grace of just seeing father. See, Crimson laughed. Vladimir then looked back up a fairly freaked Ron. Oh, don't mind my snake. She's harmless unless I say so. Vladimir said. Ron clutched something in his pocket, as if she would strike out at it. I have a rat, she's not going to. Ron said, but before Vladimir could answer, the compartment door slid open to reveal a bushy-haired girl. Have you seen a toad recently? A boy Neville lost it, she said. Then saw the snake. She looked a little freaked for a second, but then seemed to get over it. What kind of snake is that? I've never heard of one with 6 eyes. 6 eyes. Ron squeaked as the girl came in and sat down, looking at the snake. She's a vampiric snake. He knew better than to say flat out that his father was the vampire lord, as it would give way to the fact that the Helsings have vampires. Not that the ministry could do anything about it, but they sure as heck would try, and that would cause havoc for them. They already have to deal with the Vatican Section 13, Iscariot. The girl, Ed, then seemed to remember something. My name's Hermione, by the way. Then she continued her query, a vampiric snake. So she drinks blood. Ron stiffened at this. Yes, but you needn't worry. She can have more than just blood, regular meat is fine. Not to mention she only goes after certain animals. Vladimir said. He then saw Ron's face, and noticed he was still clutching what must be his rat. And don't worry, she's fed recently. That snake is definitely freaky, though, Ron said, though he did relax, if only just a little. So how did you get a vampiric snake? I don't remember seeing that at diagonally. Ron snickered, trying to brush off his obvious fear, and not succeeding. Because he's a Helsing. Hermione's eyes went wide. You joking? Well, yeah, I'm Vladimir Helsing. Vladimir said, straight-faced. Hermione looked at him in awe and admiration. Anyway, that's how I have my snake. Oh, I get it. Hermione said, you got it. From one of the vampires you killed and she considers you her master now. I don't know about the master part, but she seems to like me okay. Then he looked at Crimson. Right. You like me, he hissed, smirking at how the two others jumped, especially since Ron had already seen this. What's not to like? I have someone to talk to, and I'm not always left to the darkness with Master Alucard. Crimson hissed back. Again the two jumped. You know, it's kinda scary that you can speak Parseltongue. Ron said. Yeah, at first my mother didn't believe it, but she got over it. My father was fascinated. He tends to like the extremely abnormal. You'd think he were as mad as a hatter, which probably isn't that far from the truth, really. They spent a great deal of time talking, mostly Hermione and Vladimir. while Ron jumped in here and there. When the trolley came by, Hermione and Vladimir bought a few things. He shared a few of his purchases with Ron, as the boy obviously wanted some, but didn't have the money. Well, I have to go now. I expect we'll be arriving soon. It was a nice meeting you, Hermione said, and left. Vladimir decided he really didn't know how to feel about the girl. She was obviously smart, and well-read, but also appeared to believe only what the books told her, and almost refused to believe it if the books argued against it, or would be skeptical if the books just didn't mention it. He attributed it to her being a Muggle born. Having not been raised around the practices and only just learned some of what the wizarding world was like, it might make one skeptical on a great many things if one hadn't learned it yet. She'll be questioning anything anyone has to say for a great many months, though he got the impression that perhaps the only people that could possibly tell her otherwise would be her teachers, as she gushed about all of the ones she'd read up on. All in all, he decided to hold off on whether he wanted to be friends with her. She was annoying, yes. But she could very well and most likely would change, and he'd rather wait to see how before deciding. So, do you know what house you want to be in? Ron asked as they pulled on their robes, pulling Vladimir out of his thoughts. I don't really know. I know I definitely don't have it for Hufflepuff. Not sure about the others. Mum said I've got the brains for Ravenclaw, the bronze for Gryffindor, and the sly for Slytherin. Though, there was a lot of traits she said I had for Gryffindor and Slytherin. Well, I hope you end up with Gryffindor, Ron muttered, and his ears burned red. Vladimir smiled. It was an awkward start, but it seemed he had made a friend, something he had not been expecting so soon. Chap 6. Hogwarts Part 5, The Sorting. Chap 6. Hogwarts Part 4, The Sorting. After Vladimir and Ron had got off the train, they were called by a giant of a man to follow him. I remember him, Vladimir said, and Ron looked at him curiously. I bumped into him at Diagonally. He was the third person to call me that boy, Harry. He was rather confused when I told him I wasn't. Looked really disappointed, and even looked like he refused to believe it. I'll bet it'll be awkward if you have to see him during school. Ron smirked. Nah. Vladimir smirked as well. I generally don't let stuff like that bother me. I mean, I was raised by an organization that deals in killing the evil creatures that may bring harm to Her Majesty. Getting awkward in general is one thing, but over something like that would be to put shame to my family name. I don't know if it's really the same. But I think I know where you're coming from. Sorta. You see, all my brothers, except the twins, and even they kinda qualify if not for their goofing around so much. Well, anyway, they were all successful students here. All being prefects and then head boys. And even if Fred and George don't have that, they're still way popular. I'm just awkward. Maybe you could spend some time at the Helsing house, Vladimir said, and laughed at the horrified face Ron made. But really, it's not all that bad. It's my mum you have to watch out for. Sure, my father is intimidating, but he can't do anything bad without her permission, don't ask. Kinda complicated to explain. Anyway, unless there's a big vampire problem, or the Iscariot are being as dim-witted as they normally are, then she's fine. I'll take your word for tea, Ron said, but laughed in the end. They found that they were led to the lake they'd seen on the train. Across it, you could see the Hogwarts castle, its inner lights like a beacon. Or a group of oddly but masterly placed stars against the midnight sky. Rye, called out the giant man. 4 to about, and no pushing. They all climbed into about. Ron and Vladimir were accompanied by Hermione and another boy that seemed to be very timid. It's okay, Neville. I'm sure you can get a new one, Hermione said, trying to reassure the boy. Now Neville. It's just tea. Hat Gran's gonna kill me, the boy whimpered. Vladimir assumed they never found the toad. They made steady progress across the lake. Vladimir couldn't help but notice that the giant man kept giving him the occasional failed sly looks. He sighed. What? Ron asked. Vladimir gestured back at the man. He keeps looking at me, Ron smirked. Though you didn't let that stuff bother you. Vladimir looked back at Ron. His eyes squinted in mock annoyance. He then looked forward and smirked. I don't. And before the others in the bout or surrounding ones could take notice, Vladimir had plunged ed his bout and its occupants into a portal, and came out right next to the giant man's bout. It had only been a second, but the man seemed to be very confused as to how they had just disappeared. What the? Ron and the others in the bout said, looking around in confusion. This also brought the man's attention to them with a jump. Blimey. What was that? He said, sounding a bit furious. I went through a portal. Vladimir said dismissively. Why do you keep looking at me? The man just stared, bewildered at the fact that the boy had actually said portal and he was dismissive about it as well as his other bout buddies. Because. He finally stuttered out. You just look so much like. Well, I'm not him. I know the story and all, but as far as I'm concerned, it's just a coincidence. Vladimir stated simply, leaving no room for argument. I am Vladimir Helsing. And you are. He said this with a much nicer tone, and a bit of a smile, reaching out a hand to shake. Hagrid. He said, and his slightly befuddled face gave way to a timid smile as he shook Vladimir's hand rather arm. Great. Vladimir said with a smile. Now, I believe I must get back in place now, and they went through his portal again. Ending up back in their original position. You just. Portal. Hermione said, pointing to where they were, to Hagrid, and then back, then looked back up at Vladimir. Vladimir, however, chose to just shrug. As if it were nothing. Plus, he really didn't care to get into a debate with her on how he needed to get an apparating license, because really, he didn't need one. It wasn't apparating. And it was safe. The only reason you had to have a license to apparate was because it was dangerous. But try telling that to the girl who insisted that she knew more than everyone, even if they were born and raised in the wizarding world. The rest of the ride was silent as the others were still trying to wrap their brains around the fact that he had used a portal. Thankfully, Hermione too was still mulling over that bit, and not engaging in a debate. But finally, they'd gotten to the castle. They climbed the stairs, and into an antechamber, and it filled with the excited murmur of the first years. When they reached the top, they were stopped by a strict-looking woman. Vladimir really didn't know who looked stricter, this woman or his mother. He settled for a tie. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. I am Professor McGonagall. Secondly, first years will wait here until called on. She stated simply, and then went into further detail about what all was going to happen. After this she disappeared into what was the Great Hall. The chamber was silent for a few mere seconds, but almost at once filled with continued conversation. So, what do you think the sorting's like? Ron asked, looking timidly at the doors. Mum said they put you through rigorous tasks in front of everyone. Things like duels against one of the house heads, and whichever you do best with, you get that house. Vladimir said, matter-of-factly, trying like crazy to hold in laughter at the horrified look on Ron's face. You've gotta be kidding. There's no way they could do that. We only just got here. How are we to know anything? Vladimir couldn't hold it anymore and he laughed. Only joking. No, I've heard it has something to do with someone reading your thoughts and chara. Ceteristics and they place you in the house that fits it best. Oh, well, I guess that's not that bad. Did she say it hurt? Vladimir fingered his chin in wonder. She may have said something like that. Ron looked at him as if he was just joking again, but there was a slight bit of fear in his eyes. Vladimir was just about to reassure his friend when there came the voice of someone familiar. Yeah, that's him, said Draco Malfoy. Vladimir turned to see many of the kids starting up at him and Draco pointing. But instead of acting embarrassed, he calmly said with a smile, "Oh, Draco. I didn't recognize you without that stutter in your voice." This gave Vladimir a point as Draco went red. My father's going to report to the ministry about your father." Draco shuddered. "Ah, there's the voice I remember." Vladimir laughed. "Anyway, I'm sure dear father would love to see Mr. Malfoy again. They'd have to meet again at some point, seeing as your father works in the ministry." Father even told me he would be absolutely delighted to, have a bit to eat with him. At this, Draco backed away in horror. 2 points for Vladimir, 0 for Draco. I'm warning you. This is your last chance to make it up. Or your father will be in Azkaban. This did make Vladimir mad. How dare he, a lowly wizard boy, threaten to send Master Alucard, the Nosferatu, to a prison. Crimson hissed under the folds of Vladimir's robes. A few looked around in confusion, having heard something, but didn't know what. Maybe you'd like to tell that too. But he never got a chance to retaliate in full, for Professor McGonagall came back. First years follow me, she said and turned. They followed in an awkward silence for the most part, though some continued their murmurs of excitement. But Vladimir was seething. I'll get him back. Would you like to help, Crimson? He hissed, completely ignoring everyone else around him, not caring if they heard. It would be my utmost pleasure. But are you not sure you don't want Master to do something? She hissed back. No. Father does not need to get into this small thing. You and I can take care of it just fine. And anyway, you're a part of him, Sahil. Know about it, Vladimir said. And then they entered the Great Hall. There were 5 long tables. The first one was at the very end, parallel with the wall behind them, which held the staff. The other 4 were facing the walls to their sides. Each was packed with students and each had the color of its house on it. As they passed the Gryffindor table, Vladimir immediately saw the Weasleys, their Fred, George, and Percy, their bright, flaming hair standing out so much against the black of the robes. He looked to the opposite end of the room and saw the Slytherin table, and it wasn't just the robes that were dark, but the aura that came from them in violent waves. He knew that not all Slytherins were bad. After all, his mother had almost ended up there, and had his father been human, he most certainly would have ended up there. The house as a whole was just fine, but because of the characteristics involved in that house, it tended to end up with the more shady students. All houses had them. But Slytherin had the misfortune of getting most of them. But even with the dark aura, Vladimir felt almost drawn to that table. What would you expect? He had grown up with vampires, learned how to kill them, and had spent much of his daytime hours at night. He was akin to the darkness. He looked back at the Gryffindor table and saw how happy and carefree they seemed. It was as if they were the sun, extremely bright. But they had the faces of the good, tough soldiers of Helsing, namely, the wild geese. So he really did have to choose between the dark and the light in a way. Both had something he very much admired. But at the same time, both had something he very much disliked, or at least in Gryffindor's case didn't care much for. While he'd been thinking of all of this, McGonagall had brought out a stool and a hat. The hat appeared to come to life and the large rip in its mouth opened up and it started to sing. After it finished the song, McGonagall stepped forward again and started to unroll a long scroll. Now, I will call your name and you will come and sit. She stepped aside and pointed to Wizard's hat. And I shall place the sorting hat on your head. It will choose which house you were meant for. Once it has named your house, you are to go directly to it and wait quietly while others are sorted. While Vladimir waited, he tuned out the cheers, and took in the rest of the room. He was amazed at the ceiling, charmed to show the sky above, as if the roof wasn't there at all. There were also candles floating about 10 feet off the students' heads, but this was hardly anything to be awed by. Vladimir continued to the front of the room, where he found the teachers to be sitting at the table across from them. He saw 3 that really stood out. The saint and most noticeable was the tall bearded man in the middle, dressed in purple robes and pointed hat, and sitting on a high-backed chair. You could practically see the gleam in his eye from where Vladimir was, maybe more. That's just creepy, he muttered to himself. The next was an odd man, also dressed in purple robes, but these remained Vladimir more of something you'd see desert people wearing, including the turban. Only, he didn't look like he came from the desert, as he was much too pale. Then there was the completely black-clothed man. He had greasy, black-brown hair and at the moment, the only thing you could see of his face was a long hooked nose. He turned slightly, and Vladimir saw deep black eyes. The man caught Vladimir looking, and turned all the way to see more. Vladimir, not flinching away from being caught, noted the very slight look of surprise on his face. Ronald Weasley, called out McGonagall. Ron looked frightened, and his ears burned red as he walked up to the stool and sat. The hat was placed on his head and almost immediately, it shouted out, Gryffindor. A few others went and then, Vladimir Helsing. Vladimir walked up to the stool, and sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head and immediately, Vladimir had a voice in his head. A Helsing, it said. But surely it is not so, not you. Well, I am. So chose my house please if you will. I don't like others in my head unless it's family. Humph. It seems there is a secret about you. The hat said, and Vladimir could feel the mental smirk. Well, I guess that's not my business to go about then, if he hasn't told you. Now, on to your house. Tricky, tricky, your mother was right, you have what it takes to be in any house but Hufflepuff. But especially strong traits for the two rival houses. On the one hand, you have the braveness of the Gryffindors, and on the other, you have the slyness of a Slytherin. You value the good and faithful, but you love the dark very much. I personally think you'd get more. Learn more out of being in Slytherin. But you don't think I'd enjoy it? Vladimir said, and looked over at the Slytherin table. Some of them had a hopeful glint in their eye when he did so. I'd get into some fights if I were placed there for sure. Seems you value friendship and goodness more than knowledge. Ah, but what with your mother teaching other things not taught here? You could get a balance of it, couldn't you? So, which is it? I still think you to be the Slytherin type, but it is my job to place you in a house where you will not just learn, but enjoy. Fine then. Gryffindor. The hat shouted out loud, and said table exploded with applause, while the Slytherins groaned loudly. Vladimir smirked as he saw Ron's face, exited, and read from shouting his congratulations. Vladimir walked over and sat next to him and looked back at the Slytherins. They seem disappointed, don't they? He said, and smirked when he saw a relieved Malfoy. Well, maybe not everyone. What did you do to have him like that? Ron asked. Ha ha. Vladimir laughed at the memory. My dad scared the shit out of him and his father. All right, called out the purple-robed old man. He'd gotten up and was now standing at a podium. You could now see that his beard reached to the ground almost as well as his hair. I only have 2 words to say before we begin our feast. The hall filled with silence, all the non-first years smiling knowingly, while the first years leaned forward, eager to know what the 2 words were. Dig in. And then, the tables were filled with an assortment of food. Ron looked at all the food with eyes as big as the dinner plates the food was on. He immediately began pulling chicken legs, mashed potatoes, and many other foods. Vladimir shook his head as the manner of this and calmly stacked food. So, said one of the twins to Vladimir. Welcome to the Gryffindor house, mate, said the other. Pleasure to be here. Vladimir smiled. He then felt Crimson tighten up enough for him to notice her. He looked down and saw her red eyes in the shadows under his robe. Can I come out? It's rather hot under here, she hissed. Hold on, he said. He knew it wasn't that she was hot, more that she just wanted to scare a few people. They needed to get used to her, so he saw no reason to deny her. Looking up at the twins and Ron, he asked. Mind if I let Crimson out? Crimson, said the twins said. Yoa, ease go, a vampiric snake, named Crimson. Ron said, trying to hide the slightly timid voice by talking through his food. Fred and George looked at Vladimir in excitement. A vampiric snake, eh? Said one. Really? Let's see it then. Crimson took that as a go-ahead and popped her head out of the collar of the robes. Many who saw her jumped. And the majority of the girls with the exception of Neville squeaked. Crimson calmly slithered out, and if she could smile, she'd be smiling. Wow, said one of the twins. Looking at the snake with awe. Is that really 6 eyes? The other twin said. Yes, and they're all fully functional. I guess you could say she doesn't have a blind spot. Vladimir said, a proud smirk coming to his lips. So where did you get it? I don't think I saw any at the pet shop, said some other kid around the twins' age, who decided to join in, seeing the snake. Sorry, I don't know. My parents gave her to me. Vladimir said, not ready to admit to them that his father was a vampire and he'd given Vladimir the snake. He needed to get to know them better in order to know if he could trust them with such information. So why a snake? Said one of the twins. Yeah, were you expecting to be in Slytherin? The other said, and only a hint of disgust coated his tongue. Vladimir laughed, looking back at the table in question. No, not really. They gave me a snake because I can talk to them. At this, every one of them looked uncomfortable. Vladimir merely rolled his eyes. Yes, Salazar Slytherin could speak to the snakes, and so could Voldemort. Don't say his name. They all hissed, looking around to make sure no one else had heard. Vladimir raised an eyebrow. What? It's just a name. Really. If you don't want to give an enemy the satisfaction that you fear them, then you should say his name. Heck, even defile it. How about I call him something else? Would that appease to you? They all nodded, although they had suspicion in their eyes. Anyway, I know Moldy Shorts. They looked at him like he was the biggest idiot in the world. Can speak to snakes too. But why is it such a bad thing if I can? It's really just another language. If you studied it, you'd be able to speak it like I do, JST, like with orcs and trolls and stuff. Some just have the natural talent to talk to them. Others would have to learn it to know it. You see what I mean? He just said it and didn't even bat an eye, the other kid said, looking amazed. Then he and the twins broke into hysterical fits of laughter. Ron, however, wasn't sure how he felt. Seems they didn't hear a word after you said Moldy Shorts, Master Vladimir. Crimson chuckled. Oh well, I'm not going to repeat myself though. Vladimir said, shaking his head at the laughing boys. They'll just have to deal with my speaking to you. Have you had blood recently? No, but Walter packed a mini blood cooler to last me a week. After that, he said to send Hedwig for more. All right. Vladimir nodded and looked back up at his new friends. They ate and talked for the rest of the time, and then finally, the food disappeared. A speech was given about what to expect the coming year, and what not to do. Vladimir really wanted to question why they would have something in the school that was so dang rouse that it could cause a very painful death. And why put it that way? Because if he thinks that there aren't people, the twins namely, that would take that warning seriously, then he was definitely barmy. Shaking his head, he tuned back into whatever else was being addressed. Then the house prefects lead their respective houses to their dormitory. Seeing all the moving paintings was honestly a bit new for Vladimir. Being that his family dealings were with normally Muggle clients, they had no moving paintings in the Helsing household. He knew for a fact that his mother occupationally wanted a living painting of her father. So she could talk with him, but never allowed herself the luxury. Now, this being said, he was by no means unfamiliar with the concept. They did get the occasional daily profit. So he saw those moving pictures. But printed and painted were two different things. Printed was just a recording basically, while the painting could actually interact with you. So when he met the fat lady, he was rather interested to talk to her, but didn't get the chance as they were led inside. He decided he'd have to find some other time to do it. Looking around the common room, Vladimir found he liked the red of their furnishings. They were rich and filled the room with warm shadows. After being instructed on where to go for their dorm, he headed up to it, and found his bed. His dorm room was plain compared to the common room, aside from the beds. A desk to each bed was the only other furniture. Looking at the beds, he found he liked the closing drapes that were on the four bolsters. Climbing into his bed, he noticed how nice it felt, and honestly couldn't wait to lay out on it. He then closed the drapes, and found they blocked out light very well, even the noise was lower. If going to this school could ever stress him out, he knew this would be the place to go to relax. Chap 7. An interesting start. Chap 7. An interesting start for the day. Vladimir woke to find himself in an unfamiliar bed. Though it was very comfortable. He felt the covers, a nice velvet and silk-like texture. Who knew two such materials could blend so well with each other? It was like magic. Vladimir bolted up, remembering where he was. It was his first day of school, and he couldn't afford to sleep in. Oh, but the covers, warm, and soft, and the darkness, and silence, it was heaven. How could they ask him to abandon it for the hard benches in the classrooms, the cold atmosphere, and most likely to be nosy students? How could they make him give it up? Vlad. Ron said as he opened up the curtain a bit. But it was too much. Vladimir hissed his dislike of the sudden light, and Ron jumped. Did you really just hiss? Or was that the snake? Vladimir gave a sidelong look in darkness. Ron had released the curtain in his surprise. Maybe. Ron looked at him through a smaller crack skeptically, then shook his head. Come on, mate. Can't miss breakfast. Arg. Do we have to? Vladimir complained, falling back into the soft heaven that was his bed. Ron gave him a scrutinizing look. You know, I thought you'd be like, kinda proper, not the type to complain and stuff like that. I really didn't see you as the type to sleep in either. Ha. Vladimir laughed, as he finally managed to get up and out of the bed. I do sleep in and at the same time, I don't. So, you sleep in sometimes? Nope. I sleep in all the time. Okay, so why do you say you don't? Because I don't, Vladimir said, hiding his smile as he slipped on a new shirt. He was having fun with this roundabout talk. I don't get it. You said you sleep in all the time, but you never sleep in. That is correct. At Ron's face, Vladimir gave in. I'm on a schedule that wakes me up at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I go to sleep at 12 o'clock at midnight, sometimes later. Vladimir said, downing his robs. Why? My mum would never let me sleep in if she could manage it, which, let me tell you, she could. It's so that I have an equal share of day and night. We do hunt vampires, so we have to be able to be up at night. But we also have to have daytime hours, as there are other people that will come to see us. Like the round table conference, who talk about big problems that they don't think mother isn't handling very well. Vladimir had a slight edge to his voice, one of disgust, or someone that tells us about some new vampire. They don't sleep all day, so we have to make some arrangement, so that they don't have to come to us at night. Wow, Ron said, as they made their way out the door. So have you seen any vampires? Like in real life? Well, yeah, of course. There was once an attack on our estate, a full-on invasion, complete with a ghoul army. I got to see Uncle Walter and my sister Sarah's kill one of the two vampires. My father took down the other, but I didn't get to see that. Cool. Ron had a look of awe on his face. They got down to the Great Hall, and Ron was immediately taken by the food. Vladimir merely filled his plate with some bacon, eggs and some buttered toast. Crimson slipped out from his robes and curled up next to his plate. Ah, so it is true, said a voice in front of them. Vladimir looked up to see the headmaster himself standing on the other side of the table, looking down at Crimson, and then looking at Vladimir with a pleasant smile. All Vladimir saw was the eyes that sparkled too much to be normal, even in the world of magic, which in turn made him see the old man's eyes flicker briefly to a certain spot on his forehead. He was about to deny his being Harry Potter when the headmaster continued. I'd heard, he continued, there was a boy with a snake at the Gryffindor table. Quite unusual, both in the fact that a Gryffindor would have a snake, the symbol of their rivals, and the snake itself is quite unique. Tell me, dear boy, what type of snake is it? She's a vampiric snake, sir. Vladimir said. Her name is Crimson Eclipse, or just Crimson. Ah, a perfect name for such a snake. And I must say that our groundskeeper Hagrid would be most interested to see her. He has a passion for the wildly dangerous. Crimson say. Emma to be enjoying the praise she was getting, and she nodded her thanks to the headmaster. This surprised him. Intelligent as well. She seems to understand what we are saying. But of course, headmaster. All snakes are intelligent creatures. Though, I must say, she is by far the smartest I've ever seen. Hum. The headmaster chuckled, and then bowed. Well, I regret to say, but I must take my leave for the head table. Have a good day, boys. Vladimir nodded as the headmaster headed up to the table. He resumed his eating, and conversing with Ron and Crimson, and the occasional odd person. It was 5 minutes before they had to leave for their classes to start, when Vladimir realized he was on edge. He cursed himself slightly for not realizing it earlier, but attributed it to nervousness for the first day of school beginning soon. But now he realized this was not the case. He had the feeling that something was watching him. He looked to the Slytherin table, expecting it to be Malfoy and his goons. But found them to be gone. His brow frowned and he looked back at his food. Crimson, look around. See if there's anyone staring at me. She looked around, not even having to move, as her 6 eyes allowed her to see 20/20. Yes, I see them. Not just 1, but 3. Vladimir's brow furrowed further. Who is it? Vladimir said, noticing she was looking up at the head table. Well, there's the turban fellow, the greasy man, and then the headmaster. Really, if this is the attention the hairy fellow gets, and I know that's what they're thinking, that I'm him, then I definitely don't want to be him. Cece. But master, what if it's because they are confused? What if it's because they really think you're him, but you deny all claims to this? So, if you were the hairy fellow, maybe they'd not stare so much. Ha. seems having the title, Boy Who Lived, puts you at a celebrity status, meaning never-ending attention. Once they finally realize I'm not him, they should just drop it. And let me slide back to the shadows. He remembered why they'd been having this conversation, and scowled. But I'm not going to enjoy it while it does last. Sissis. Most kids love this kind of attention. Well, I'm not most kids, he said, smiling as he got up to leave with Ron and the other kids, crimson sliding up his arm to his neck. Once they'd finished their breakfast, they gathered their things. They got out into the hall and Vladimir immediately felt at ease. Ron looked at him skeptically. What's got you, mate? He asked. Whatever do you mean? Vladimir asked, smiling innocently. Back in the hall, almost all through breakfast, you seemed all tense. And right when you step out, you look like my mum just got off you from a piggyback ride. Vladimir raised an eyebrow. Ron, that is no way to treat your mother. She's not that big. Ron gave him a look, then said, okay, fine. It looked like my mum just let you off the hook for something worthy of the twins. Worthy of the twins, he says. Came a voice from behind. They turned to see the said twins, smirking. I'd like to know what that is. One said. Yes, be very interesting to hear of some more material, said the other. The only way you'll ever get any material is if it's thrown at you, said Ron. Why would anyone in their right minds give you ideas for more pranks, unless they were the ones doing the pranking? And you're the target. I'd love to see them try. Even make a game of it. Yeah, let's see who can prank us. We know how to check for charms and curses. Let's see you try. Ron looked a bit defeated, knowing he'd never be able to pull it off. All right then. You're on. They all looked to Vladimir, a look of surprise on their faces. Vlad, don't get yourself into this. You don't know what they're capable of. Ron pleaded. No, Ron, let the man have his fun. Yeah, let's see what this vampire hunter can do, we'll be waiting. And then they were gone. What the bloody hell were you thinking? Exclamation mark quote. Ron asked later, walking down the hall to their first class, you can't possibly get a prank in on them. Come on, Ron. Let's get to class. Can't be late for our first day. Huh, you're insane. You know that right. Ha. So much so, I'm in the sane. Huh. Bloody hell. The first late bell went off and Ron looked panicked. We'll never get to the room on time. You seem to forget, Vladimir said, and a black and red portal opened up next to him. I have portals. He grabbed Ron's arm and pulled him in before the boy could run, and the next thing they knew, they were standing in a more secluded spot in a different hall, kids rushing into the room that was their first class of the day. Chap 8. Portals of Doom. Chap 8. Portals of Doom. So far he first day was annoying for Vladimir at least. Everyone continued to ask him if he was Harry Potter, and he continued to tell them that, no, I am not him. I didn't even really know about him until I was on the train. Even the teachers asked him. Really? Everyone saw the sorting, how he was called up by the name Vladimir Helsing. You would think they'd give up after a while. But then, Vladimir wasn't exactly used to being around this group of people, wizards and witches, that is, so he hardly knew what to make of them. True, he had gone to Diagonally a few times with Alucard, but it was normally straight to the bank. And then to Nocturne. Most in Nocturne kept to themselves. So this was actually rather new for him. Lunch was about the same as breakfast. He felt the unease of being watched. He was thankful when it was over. They were in potions now, and Vladimir found he liked this class better than most, as it was dark, and you got to make potions. Finding a seat at a desk second from the front, he set his things down and Crimson slid out onto the table, ready to be of assistance when Vladimir needed her help. The teacher, Snape, walked by and took notice of Crimson. Vladimir, upon looking up at the teacher, saw a spark of interest came to his eyes and then it faded as he looked at the owner of the snake. Stopping, he turned to Vladimir. Well, if it's not the Gryffindor's snake owner. A Helsing are you? I must say, I rather respected your mother. She was one of the few that treated me nicely. Quite an interesting job she has now. But you don't look much like her. I remember distinctly. She looked like she were of Malfoy blood. Blonde, sharp cold blue eyes. If not for her landing in Ravenclaw, then in Slytherin, I'd have no doubt that she'd been a Malfoy. But you, black hair, green eyes. Looks a great deal like two other people I know. I take after my father. Vladimir stated simply. Ah, yes, I heard about him, from Mr. Malfoy's description. I guess that could be the case. If you perhaps ever happened across a certain creature, I'm sure you'd be an exact replica of your father. Vladimir nodded. Well, this could turn to be interesting. It seemed nay of his teachers knew about what his father was. Now, we've wasted enough time. I expect one from the Helsing family to be making good marks, so it'll be double the house points against you should you fail, Mr. Helsing. When Snap left for the front of the room to greet the rest of the class as it had finally situated itself, Ron leaned in, a question in his eyes. What did he mean by that? A certain creature. Vladimir nodded, pondering how he would explain that. Mentally shrugging, he replied, he's not exactly, completely human. He's mixed. It's why he was able to scare the Malfoys so well. Ron looked about to ask what creature when Snap instructed them that they were to start taking notes, and with him cracking questions like a whip at random people, Vladimir made it clear that the conversation was on hold, though he honestly hoped that Ron would completely forget about it by the end of class. Potions went fairly uneventful. Ron never got the chance, or had honestly forgot, to ask any more on Vladimir's father. So Vladimir was able to focus on the class work. The only mentionable thing that happened was that Seamus Finnegan, once again, blew something up. Really? If the T-boy could turn water into an explosive, why the bloody hell is he in potions? Required course or not, some people just didn't need to risk dying to pass a class. Defense against the dark arts would have been a second favorite. The only problem with it was the teacher, who wouldn't stop stuttering. For crying out loud, it took a full 10 seconds to get some of the words out. Add it all up, and EY didn't really learn much before the bell rang. And then there was the pounding headache he was getting. He attributed it to the annoyance of being questioned all day, and the annoying stutter that seemed to grind at Vladimir's very nerves if he even tried to understand what the professor was saying. Luckily for Vladimir, he decided to ignore the stuttering fool and just read the book himself, acking notes on some stuff, and then just sat back for the rest of the class. By the end of the class, Vladimir had actually managed to skip ahead 3 chapters. He'd have gone more, but since it was on those chapters that they would be working on for the month, he restrained himself. Better to know as much as he could sooner, so he had more time to go over everything and be ready when a test came around. Unlike Vladimir's diligent self-class work, Ron had opted to taking a nap, his head in his hand, propping it up. Snickering, Vladimir opened a small portal to his right, the other end appearing on the other side of Ron, his left. Putting his hand through the right portal, he grabbed Ron's arm and pulled it. The sleeping boy's head fell forward and hit the desk, only to come back up with a startled cry. What happened? He said sleepily. You fell asleep, Vladimir said simply, but wasn't able to hold in the chuckle. Come on. It's time for dinner. That got Ron up. His eyes sparkled. And he had all of his things together and was out the door in 5 seconds flat. That had to be a record. Vladimir walked out calmly, in no hurry to have 3 sets of eyes pricing into him while he tried to eat. But when he got to the Great Hall, he was thankful to find that there was no such thing, not yet at least. The ones that had been watching him during both breakfast and lunch were much too busy talking about the first day to really pay much attention to him. So, he was able to talk to Ron quite happily. Sitting down, Vladimir began to arrange his food, while Ron continued his mounting of all food in a 10-foot radius. So, what pranks do you think you can pull on Fred and George? Seriously, those two know just about everything when it comes to hexes, curses, jinxes and charms. There just isn't any way to get one by them. Trust me, Ron. They don't even know half the pranks in the world. Vladimir said, his now trademark devilish grin flashing. Hey, what's this? A voice sounded behind them. 2 lil boys, thinking they can pull one on us, I think, mate. An answering voice chimed in. Ah, well, we'll just see about that. Fred and George had popped up from Bay Eind and were looking at the 2 first years. Yes, I do believe, quite a lot, that I could pull one on you. Vladimir said. Actually, how's about I prove it right now? The two devilish twins looked confused. Then their eyes widened as they looked down, and that was the last thing the two younger boys saw of their faces before they vanished into the dark red and black depths of the port. That just happened to appear under them. Fred and George were confused as they heard the boy's confident voice. Then they felt something under their feet. Or rather, they didn't feel anything under them. Their eyes widened, and just as they looked down, they were plunging into darkness. It only lasted for a second though, and then they were out in the air, looking over the lake that surrounded them and the night that was above it. Then, just as they were realizing why the lake was surrounding them, they were plunged yet again into darkness, only this was wet and cold. But it didn't stop there. Ron was looking wildly around the great hall, and then he looked at Vladimir. What did you do? Where are they? Vladimir, however, was a bit busy trying to hold in his laughter. So, he waved his hand and they heard a yelp from outside the doors of the great hall. A moment later, the doors opened up to reveal two very wet and very freak-out Weasley twins. Ron took one look, and after a confused moment, fell to the floor. And promptly laughed his ass off. That was ha 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 ha, that was amazing. Ron managed to get out. Vladimir looked at his friend in pleasant humor. Still trying to keep his laughter in, and managing quite well. Fred and George looked over at them with looks of horror, and a slight look of recognition, now realizing just what they were up against. Vladimir waved his wand, not that he needed it, and Fred and George were dry and warm. Ron finally managed to get a hold of his laughter, and it was down to guffles. I think, that I was wrong. You've already made history. Just with that. Yeah, I didn't think it was possible to get one on them. I've tried. How did you do it? Said someone from down the table. It was only then that Amir realized that the whole hall was laughing, looking at the two once top pranksters. While it appeared that no one but Ron and the twins knew what he did, everyone did seem to realize that it was Vladimir that had done something. Though they did ask how he'd done it, he never answered, and didn't have to, as they only continued to laugh more. Even some of the teachers were laughing, and those that weren't had smug to twitching smiles. Even Professor Snape was having a hard time of keeping a straight face. Vladimir glanced over at the Slytherin table, and found that they were laughing as well, but for one group, which looked like a slightly confused mess. It was Malfoy and his gang. They appeared to be having more trouble at keeping their straight faces than Snap, as they were wanting to laugh at the two Weasleys. But at the same time, they did not want to give their compliments to Vladimir. It was Malfoy that had the most contorted face. It was quite hilarious. And, okay, well, that's all I have for now. Keep sending me pranks. I only have 2 so far. Well, I have only 1 now. Cheeky smiley face. Oh, and I'd love to give huge props to the 2 prank donors that I have got. Dark 13. One idea for a prank: have Vlad put normal everyday X-lax in some chocolate chips and slip them to the twins. They say they know how to look for curses, hexes, jinx, and charms, but X-lax is just a normal, everyday non-magic item. They wouldn't know what hit them till Vlad showed them the box it came in, literally and figuratively. And Ian. Portal under their feet leading to just above the lake. Thank you, again. And to all others that have sent or will send me pranks, I just want to make sure you know that the prank has to be able to be used at the school. For example, I had one prank sent that was about tying the trigger to the shower tap at the sink. If one were to turn on the tap, instead of water coming out of the normal tap, it'd come out the shower tap. I love this prank, and have used it before myself. But the reason why this can't be used at Hogwarts is because, well, where are the twins going to find one and use it? They don't have it in the bathroom, and even if they had it in the kitchens, why would they have need of using it? All I'm saying is make sure it's something they could use at the school. Now, if you just want to send me pranks for me to use, then have at it. Carrot. I love to have new material. Chap 9. The simple mission gone wrong. Chap 9. The simple mission gone wrong. It was 3 weeks into the school year, and Vladimir found it increasingly boring, yet incredibly easy. He found, to his annoyance, that he still got headaches whenever he got to Professor Quirrell's room. He'd gotten so annoyed with it, in fact, that he made a potion that could ease them. The only Thing that succeeded was his annoyance as the headaches didn't even diminish. He was beginning to think that maybe it was the god-awful garlic smell that Quirrell had with him at all times. Growing up in a house with vampires, he wasn't used to the smell. Sure, the stuff couldn't harm a vampire, but it sure as hell gave them a sense of nausea, as their heightened sense of smell made it all the more powerful. Poor Crimson had to be left behind or wander the school just to get away from it. Vladimir wasn't so lucky. His pranks were one of the best things he always looked forward to. He'd only done 2 others so far. The first was spreading itching powder all over their bed sheets and blankets. He wasn't able to do this by himself, so he got Crimson to bring him a house elf. The elf was a young one, a bit more twitchy than most. But he had a clever mind, and was excellent at being quiet and fast. He made sure that the bed sheets were nicely powdered down, with just enough to get the prank done. But not enough for it to look like anything went wrong. And, apparently, Crimson decided she'd take it a step further, suggested Vladimir instruct the elf to put it in their shirts and pants too. What could he say? Vampires are sneaky, sadistic little bastards, and a vampiric snake was no different. The result was comical. While he wasn't witness to it, the whole night, the 2 boys had spent rolling around in their bed, cursing and scratching. But finally, the itching powder lost its effect on them, and by 2 a.m., they were sleeping. The next morning, they got up, and dressed, and when Vladimir walked out of his dorm room and saw the 2 boys scratching, he smiled devilishly at them. Having a problem, boys? He asked. The 2 looked up, still scratching, looking like red-headed monkeys, and saw the innocent, smug look on the boy's face. You! They both shouted. Vladimir laughed, and walked on without another word. The second prank was a slightly uncertain one. He'd told Ron about his plan, and the boy looked like he very much doubted it would work. Why? Surely they can't be that unconcerned about them. Ha! Well, yeah, they do brush them, but only about once a month, if not 5 months. Have you seen how yellow those things are? Ron said. Vladimir refrained from pointing out that Ron's teeth were just as yellow. But he did see the boy's point. Okay, well, how about I find a way to make them get them to eat something that they have to brush their teeth after for? Well, they like to eat this cheese and spinach soup. The spinach always gets stuck in their teeth. But it's the cheese that they really have to brush for. It coats over the teeth and starts to get really sticky, and even worse, it starts to taste bad. Vladimir nodded, the idea already forming in his head. It was just a simple matter of getting the house elves to make the stuff, something he was sure they'd do. So, that night we're at around the middle of the 2nd week of SC. Cool, their dinner had the spinach and cheese soup. Fred and George saw it and claimed the nearest pot of it. They had some bread with it, but aside from that, that was all they had for their dinner. Vladimir left the table early, making sure the 2 didn't notice his departure, and headed up to the dorm via portal. He grabbed their toothbrushes and took out a small bottle. The label was styled like a cave, made of red stones with green fire around the edges of the picture, and in the middle there was a Capricorn-looking man, his fur and skin both shades of red. His mouth was wide open and his tongue was sticking out, dripping with green spit. Across the bottom of the scene, it read, "Devil's Spit." Vladimir smiled as he took one of the Muggle's hottest hot sauces and dipped some of it on a rag. Then proceeded to rub the toothbrushes in it, making sure the bristles were nice and covered in it. He heard the door to the dorm open and vanished in his portal, coming out to stand beside Ron. W. Ho was at the back of the group that was coming in. Did you do it? Vladimir looked at him and smiled. I don't know what you're talking about. When they got into the dorm, they went over to a desk and got some of their books out. And pretended to be working, while they were really waiting for the fun. 5 minutes later, they heard yelps. Ah, water. Need. Ah ha ha. Water. Everyone in the room rushed up to the bathrooms to see what was going on and saw that the 2 twins were at the faucets literally trying to get mouthfuls of water. Vladimir calmly walked in, and grabbed the 2 cups he assumed the boys had discarded to get to the faucets, and with a wave of his wand, he summoned some milk. He handed it to the boys and without hesitation, they drank down the milk, and when they were finished, the milk was back. They took more. After 5 times, they finally managed to get a hold of their burning mouth and set the cups down with a sigh. Vladimir and Ron were laughing, and when the boys saw this, they knew who had caused it all to happen. Oh, it's on now, mate. Yeah, you won't get one on us. Not anymore. Not even one. Well, it seems I haven't had any bad luck so far with this game, so we'll see. Vladimir said, and walked back to the desk to look over his work, and help Ron as much as he could without telling the boy the answers. And so, we come back to the present. A week after the Devil's Spit prank, 3 weeks into the school year. Vladimir was outside, walking around with Ron. It was the weekend, Saturday, and the boy had dined on going around to explore the castle a bit more. Namely the outside area. It was a nice day, as the sun was mostly covered by the thick clouds, but still casting rays of light through the breaks in the clouds. Crimson stay. Ed within the darker folds of Vladimir's robes. Hedwig his owl was flying overhead, glad to be flying around. Vladimir had grown rather fond of the snow owl. She was a very intelligent bird. Even for being a wizard's owl. This really wasn't all too surprising, seeing as she was picked out by his mother. Helsing seemed to have about the best of everything when it came to these things, not that he was going to boast about it. They saw a small house at the edge of the forbidden forest, a small stream of smoke coming out of the chimney. Outside, a huge figure was bustling about in what looked to be a garden. Vladimir remembered the man as Hagrid, and recalled the headmaster mentioning that he liked strange and dangerous creatures. With a smile, Vladimir lopped down the hill on the craggy stone steps, calling back to Ron. Come on. When they reached the bottom, Hagrid looked up in surprise. He hardly ever got anyone down here, especially students. He was even more surprised to see. It was the boy he had assumed was Harry Potter. He was still confused, as he still thought of him to be Harry Potter and one of the Weasley boys coming down the hill to his hut. Hello, Hagrid. VLA. Demir said pleasantly as he stopped 5 feet away from the huge man. Well, hello, what brings you boys down here? Don. Ever GE. Many down. Air. Well, I have a pet that the headmaster said you might be interested in meeting. At this, the man's eyes sparked with interest. Well, let's see it then. We'll have to go inside. She's a bit sensitive to the sun, Vladimir said, indicating to the hut. Oh, sure. Come on in. They walked into the hut and Vladimir was only slightly put off by the condition of it. But, when he looked at the man, he realized it must be his way of living. And he was in no condition to say the living he had was rather poor looking. So, what is this beastie that's sensitive to the light? Hagrid asked, in the kitchen area grabbing cups and a teapot. She's a vampiric snake. Quite beautiful and very intelligent. Vladimir said, holding out his arm to let Crimson slither onto the table. Hagrid turned around to glance at it and ended up doing a double take, and he came over. Marveling at the black and red snake. Blimey. I've never seen a more beautiful snake. Where'd you GE? From a vampire. She was a familiar to one, and when we defeated it, she managed to escape. Vladimir said. He'd practiced what to say, getting a story straight so as not to slip up. What's her name? Crimson Eclipse, or just Crimson? Wow. Wish I could. Avenue 1. Guess it ain't very easy getting one. Though. Vladimir chuckled. Although he had a very easy time of getting Crimson, he would be certain it would have been hard any other way, and that's not just for the fact that she was the familiar to Alucard. Yes, it was rather difficult to defeat the vampire. But, my father managed. But getting her was actually rather easy. That's not to say it's always easy, though. She found me, and took a like to me, I guess. Mother let me keep her since she didn't seem to want to go anywhere. And they decided that it would be a good pet, seeing as I have a close relationship with them, if you will. Quote. Ron snickered slightly and a bit nervously. Yeah, more like a likeliness with them. Hagrid raised an eyebrow, wondering what that meant. It'd be best if I just showed you. Vladimir said. Then, he turned to Crimson, and she to him, and he said, the light in here isn't bothering you, is it? Just a little. Maybe he could close a curtain or two. VLA. Demir turned back to the astonished and fascinated Hagrid, noting that the man was by far the only at the school that wasn't severely freaked by his talent, and nodded to the windows nearest the table. She said the light is bothering her a bit much, and asked if you could close a curtain or two. Hagrid looked on in more surprised, but he did close the curtains. Once done with that, he walked over to the screaming pot of tea. His head shaking in amazement. Where'd you learn to? At your age, you'd, avenue to, avenue been taught, from the crib. I'm familiar with about 10 different languages. And, yes, I was taught from the crib. With my family's profession, it helps to know such things. But I actually inherited the ability to speak Parseltongue, no teaching needed. A surprise to my family as much as it is a surprise to everyone that I show, I'm sure. Hagrid shook his head in more amazement as he poured the tea and handed Ron and Vladimir 2 large teacups, and filled them up. Vladimir waved his hand and the cup for him, and Ron shrank and he grabbed his cup to prepare his tea. Hagrid and Ron were looking at him oddly. Me, mate. I swear. Once I think I'd seen everything about you. You go and pull an amazing stunt off, like that. Vladimir was confused. What are you talking about? You just did magic without a wand. Ron yelped excitedly. You're one strand, lad, you know da. Hagrid chuckled. Vladimir shrugged. Well, I guess that secret's out, but don't tell anyone, okay? Please. It's not that it's that big a deal if everyone knew, but it can get quite annoying when everyone gets in an uproar about it. The other two nodded, and Vladimir grinned his thanks. It's been a whole 2 months now since school began. Vladimir and Ron made regular visits to Hagrid on the weekends. People weren't asking Vladimir if he were Harry Potter anymore, although he still got a few stares whenever they saw his scar. Malfoy was just as pleasant as ever. The routine he'd come up was to challenge Vladimir to a game of wits whenever possible, only to scurry off when Vladimir beat him, often using cryptic messages to remind the boy of Alucard. It was now Halloween, and they were in the Great Hall. Digging into the feast. Vladimir was currently chastising Ron for his behavior earlier on in the day. I'm telling you, it wasn't a very nice thing to do. I'm sure you didn't mean for her to hear. But you could have at least tried to apologize. She obviously feels lonely, and probably knows why, but at the same time, she's trying to deny it, and think that she doesn't need friends. But no matter how much she denies it, she probably hated having it put out by someone else why she probably doesn't have friends. Yeah, but she's a know-it-all, so am I. I know more than her. But you don't go and show it off. She's gets all snooty and all superior looking. Huh, she's a Ravenclaw in Gryffindor, Ron. Sure, she could try to make friends with the Ravenclaws, but maybe she feels that she doesn't have the right, as she obviously refused being put in that house and instead in Gryffindor. She may feel that since she did that, she now has no right to make friends with them. Or maybe she simply doesn't know how to reach out. Huh, alright, I'll tell her I'm sore. Troll. A voice called from the door of the Great Hall, cutting Ron off, and making everyone look to the figure. It was none other than Professor Quirrell, pale, and his eyes darting everywhere. So he looked fairly normal. Troll in the Dungen. He cried out, and then said faintly. Thought yo. You should know. And then fainted on the spot. The reaction of the hall was immediate. All the kids started to scream, yell, and shriek. The teachers were up and trying to calm the mess down. Finally, Dumbledore got up and yelled, catching all their attention, probably having used a charm to make his voice louder. Now I want all of you to go to your respective dorms. The feast will be continued there. I want no one out of their dorms for the rest of the night. Now go. The heads of house, prefects, and head boy, girls of the houses began to herd their houses out of the hall. Vladimir caught the complaining voice of Malfoy. What do you think you're doing? You can't send us to your dorm. You heard the stuttering fool. It's in the Dungen. Vladimir had to admit, the blonde boy had a point. But he imagined that they'd ward the Slytherin dorm to be protected against the troll. And anyway, there had to be a password given in order to get in. The only problem the kids could possibly face was running into the troll before they got to their dorm. And they had Snape, and no doubt Dumbledore would tag along. Vladimir was about to continue with Ron to the dorm when he suddenly had a flash of fear and grabbed Ron's arm. The boy looked back at Vladimir, who was staring straight ahead with wide eyes. Vladimir. Wah. Hermione. She's still gone. Ron paled. Why yeah, but they said it was in the dungeon. Ron. We can't take the chance. Trolls are dumb, but I'm sure they know how to climb up some stairs. Without hesitation, Vladimir opened up a portal in the wall next to them and pulled Ron into it. They ended up stepping out of another wall, the girls' bathroom just up ahead. Come on. Vladimir stopped when he heard a shuffling of something massive, and a grunt. He spun around, knowing, but unbelieving it even before he saw the hulking mass of the troll. And it had one of its arms raised, a massive club in that hand. Vladimir shouted, pushing Ron to the side, but didn't manage to jump out of the way in time. Just as he began his spring forward with Ron, the club met him and he was pelted back to the wall, which now had no portal, and was quite solid. He fell into a heap. And blacked out, having hit his head 3 times, first from the club, second from the wall, third from the floor. He woke up a second later, blind with the biggest headache of all, and he was sure he had a concussion. He looked around, and the blind sensation started to subside, tuning into gray and black speckles in his vision, and soon enough he could see fine, although his hearing was still slightly muffled. He saw the hulking mass of the troll walking on, over to the girls' bathroom. He saw a flash of red and realized Ron had just run in there. Pushing himself up, he said to Crimson, "Go help them, as much as you can." She slithered down and was racing down the hall and was at the troll, who was in the bathroom now in seconds, growing larger as she went. Vladimir got to his feet and used the wall to support him. While he was walking, he assessed the damage he got. Most likely a concussion, and judging by the much too sharp pains in his chest, at least 3 cracked ribs, and 2 broken ones. And the worst of all, a broken collarbone, the right one. He finally got to the bathroom to find that all the stalls were smashed to splinters, 3 of the sinks as well, and water was spraying from the pipes. Hermione was backed up against the far wall, some cuts here and there, but otherwise she seemed fine. Ron was currently trying to dodge the club and yelling at it. Crimson was coiled around its arm, and would bite at its club hand every time it raised it to strike, making it flinch the hand back further, and also making it stumble. No doubt she was trying to get it to release the club. Vladimir tried to cast a spell at the thing, but he was unable to think of what to cast, as the pain all over him blocked any other thought. He tried to open one of his portals, hoping that maybe he could get them out. Or maybe banish the troll somewhere, but all that happened was another flash of pain that caused him to go blind and slowly gain his vision back. When he did, he saw that the troll had turned and saw him. It raised its club, seeing the easy target. Vladimir was helpless, as he tried to stumble out of the way, but having left the wall for support, he ended up tripping over his legs and fell to the floor, his arm with the broken shoulder landing on a rather sharp chunk of wood, giving it a bad gash that filled with splinters. The club was almost on him now, and he faced it with a defiant look in his eye. He would not cower in fear of his sure death, although he was ashamed that it was to come by the hands of a big, ugly, and dumber than shit troll. When he heard a shout and nothing happened, he realized the club was no longer in the troll's hand, but floating up and over the troll's head as it looked in confusion at the suddenly empty hand. The clue B dropped and hit the troll square on the head. The troll started to sway, his massive belly quivering and jumping with every movement. Only when he realized it was starting to topple over did he realize someone was pulling at his other arm. He'd been looking on through the whole thing with a determined, blank face, and continued to do so as he looked over to who was pulling on him. It was Ron. Adamir just got cleared of the falling troll when it hit the bathroom floor with a sickening, fleshy smack. Hermione was with him, and she hugged them both, only stopping when she realized Vladimir was obviously in pain. "Oh, sorry," she said, jumping back. She then looked up, as well as Ron. When Vladimir turned to look, he saw Professor McGonagall, Snape, Dumbledore, and Professor Quirrell standing in the doorway. Shocked at the sight before them. "What on earth is going on here?" McGonagall asked, looking at the troll, and then at the 3 children. The 2 boys hesitated, more Ron hesitated, while Vladimir was trying to gather his thoughts so he could explain. But Hermione went on and spoke. "It was my fault, ma'am. I thought I could take it on, and wanted to try and help. Vladimir and Ron here saved me though. I'm sorry." Vladimir's brow furrowed. He wasn't about to be given credit. He was all broken, and he couldn't have done anything. And he didn't like the thought of letting it stay this way. Well, more like Ron helped. I wasn't much help at all, he said, and all the teachers seemed to take in his appearance. Good heavens, Mr. Helsing. What happened? The women asked. Got hit by a club. Wall and floor. Nothing too horrible, Vladimir said jokingly. You need to get the hospital wing immediately. Vladimir nodded, and started to stand, and Ron helped him up. McGonagall, Ron, Hermione and Vladimir began to walk out of the bathroom. Vladimir noticed that Snape had a gash of his own on his leg, and met the man's eyes as he went to cover it up. Dumble. Edor said he'd get someone to take the troll out, most likely Hagrid, and Snape took his leave for the dungeons. Down the hall, they heard a squeak from Quirrell as the troll let out a snort. Chap 10. You're going with me. Chap 10. You're going with me. Once Ron and Hermione were taken care of and sent off to their dorms, and Vladimir was in a bed in the hospital wing, McGonagall approached him. Now, Mr. Helsing, I want the truth. What really happened? Were you the one to go after the troll? I realize what your family does, but that is still no reason to put yourself at risk. You are still too young. Vladimir was fairly offended. He could have taken care of the troll perfectly fine, had it not been for not expecting it to be there. He'd thought it was in the dungeons still. Nonetheless, he said, No, Professor McGonagall. I did not go after the troll. Then what were you doing? I find it convenient that a boy that was taught to slay vampires just so happens to be in a confrontation with a troll. Ma'am, honestly, I could have taken care of it. Fairly simple really. What I was really doing, was getting Hermione. She had not been at the feast and was told to be in the girls' bathroom. I thought it was not safe to leave her. And I was right. McGonagall looked incredulous. Well, why didn't you tell one of the teachers? We could have gone to get her. Because I would have been quicker. You'd have walked all the way. The troll would have gotten to her before you did. And how is that? We may not be as young as you, but we can run, you know. Vladimir stifled a laugh. No, I mean I would have been faster. Because I went by way of portal. Portal? What on earth do you mean? Just that. You know, an opening in the air that you step into and leads you to another area. I can only go so far. Only a couple miles outside of the castle, and then I'd have reached my limit. You mean you can do apparition? But that's not possible. Forget the fact that you're too young, but there is no way to apparate in the castle except for the house elves, that is. This time Vladimir did chuckle. No, not apparition. Well, I guess it is a little. You see, portal travel is the true form of apparition. It's much safer, as it tends you keep you intact. Apparition is just the butchered form of it, as the true art it was lost long ago. And how is it you know of this old art? My father taught me. At a confused look from McGonagall, he caught himself. You see, he's from an old, very old family as well. They tried to keep to the old arts as much as possible. I see. McGonagall looked off in thought. It is very interesting. She seemed to shake herself. Well, I believe I should take my leave. I will take into note what all you have said. One more thing, ma'am, Vladimir said, before she could leave. She turned and nodded for him to continue. I didn't do anything. I was too hurt to. I couldn't think of any spells to cast or even conjure a small portal. Ron was the one who took care of the troll. McGonagall smiled at his honesty. I will be sure to take note of that as well. Now, get some rest, Mr. Helsing. Vladimir nodded, and settled back, thankful that Madame Pomfrey was able to take care of his concussion, else he'd have had a long night. Months passed fairly uneventfully. For a while, the school kept talking about the troll incident, and started the rumor that Vladimir had slain it. This was stomped out quickly when Vladimir simply stated after someone came to ask how he did it, I don't know. Why don't you ask my friend Ron? After all, he's the one that took the troll out. Soon after this, Ron started to tell the story, and every time he did, it became slightly more exaggerated. But he was enjoying the attention greatly, and was milking it for all it's worth. Vladimir felt happy for his friend, and the only thing he found annoying was the fact that the Slytherins, namely Malfoy and his crew, would try to taunt him about how he, a Helsing, was both beaten by a big, dumb troll and saved from it by a Weasley. He paid them no mind, simply turning the other cheek. Other than the troll things, Vladimir had missed the broom flying lessons, due to his injuries. But he already knew how to ride, so that didn't really matter. Although, when he found out Malfoy had taken Neville Longbottom's Reambrel, he sent the boy into one of his portals, which had Crimson in it. She made the inner portal land into a nightmare for the boy. After that, Malfoy gave him the spherical object. But, aside from these, it was still quite boring. His headaches continued whenever around Quirrell. But he'd given up on trying to do anything about it, deciding to just stay as far from the man as he could. And now, the Christmas break was in a day, and Vladimir was going to be heading home for it. Glad to be getting away from all of this. Hermione, who had become a close friend as well, was going to go to her home as well, and had asked to have his address. So she may send him something for a gift. Vladimir did, and got her address too. When he asked Ron for his, the boy looked a bit sheepish. I really don't feel like going home, actually. I kinda wanted to stay. Nothing against my parents really, but, I mean, I just don't really want to go back there. Vladimir nodded, and turned to write something on the list of kids that will be leaving for the break. When he turned back, Ron looked confused, as he saw his name. But, you're going with me. You can spend the break at M House. Really? Vladimir hesitated. It was clear the boy would like to go. But, maybe this wasn't a good idea. After all, he'd been trying all year to keep the family secret safe, and that'd be near impossible in this case. Then he shook his head, clearing away the stupid thoughts. Ron was his best friend. And he could trust him. Yes. My parents would love to have you over. Vladimir smiled reassuringly, and Ron smiled back. And so it was, the next day, that they boarded the train at the station. Ron was extremely excited. He had sent word to his mother and father that he would be going to a friend's for the break. They seemed not to mind, acting as if it were a great thing that Ron made such a good friend at this. Ron's ears had flushed so red they were blending with his hair. The only one that didn't seem to like the idea was his oldest brother at the school, Percy. He seemed to think it was wrong for his brother to spend the holidays with someone other than family. Ron simply said that the boy was just jealous that he got to spend the break with a famous family. At this, the older boy sumped and walked off. I can wait. I bet you have all sorts of neat things. Vladimir nodded, smiling at the fact that as a wizard that grew up to know only magical world things, Ron would know next to nothing about Muggle objects. Ron had told him of his father's profession and hobbies. It was one of the things his father though was great about his son going with Vladimir, and it seemed that Ron was acquired some of these, however the boy was unwilling to admit it. Yes, we get quite a few things. Mostly artillery, and whatnot. Ron looked amazed. What's artillery? He asked, stumbling slightly with the word. Vladimir smiled, and reached behind him. There was a slight slicking, and the sound of leather and metal running against each other. Then, Vladimir pulled out his gun. He had not shown anyone the beautiful piece, having its supply tucked away in the back of his robes, and only taking it out once in a while to give it maintenance. Ron's eyes widened even more. This is artillery. Well, part of it anyway. Artillery is a whole lot of these, plus some other weapons, like bombs, and swords, knives, and what have you. So what is it called? Ron said, looking very much amazed at the shining object. This is a semi-automatic gun. It's enchanted to shoot only one bullet, but normal one are usually able to shoot up to 20 rounds bullets. What's a bullet? Vladimir Smipley took the bullet out. It was a silver cylinder with a brass cap, which had rivets around the top. The whole thing was about the size of his thumb. The bottom had an engraved VH, the reason all too obvious. He held out the bullet pinched between his index finger and thumb. This is the bullet. Its purpose is to fell the chosen target. Once I shoot it from the gun, this little beauty takes down the target. Normally, I'd have to shoot multiple bullets to take care of multiple foes, and eventually if need be reload. But, as I said before, this gun and bullet are enchanted, so that I may only use one bullet. The bullet, once it hits the target, will immediately come back to the gun. Cool. Ron breathed out. So, why's it got that engraving on the side there? Ron said, pointing to the words on the barrel of the gun. Ah, that. It says, Silver Death, in Parsaltong. Vladimir said with a grin. Cool. Ron said, always a bit nervous at the mention of the language. No matter how much time the boy spent time with him, got to know him, liked him, and heard him speak the eerie language. Ron was always a bit edgy when the matter was brought up. He was getting better though, which Vladimir was glad for. So, what else do you have at your home? Ron asked after a few minutes of silence, while they looked down at the gun. Vladimir shifted, and put the gun away. Well, he said, and couldn't help but think of this being the right time to tell the boy about his father and sister. And he almost did, but then the tally lady knocked on their door, and they got some treats. Vladimir even got some blood pops for Crimson, which the two chuckled about. After that, Vladimir was unable to bring up the nerve to ruin the boys' sweets feast. So, he shrugged and decided to play it out as a game prank when they got to the house. Somewhat like with Malfoy, only nicer. Instead, Vladimir told him of all the other thing at Helsing HQ. Things like the Dungans, the practice yard and maze. He told the boy about all the types of guns they had, and a briefing on what each one does. He also informed Ron on how to act around the home. Ron seemed a bit uneasy about this. Don't worry, it's nothing too bad. Just certain things you need to do and not do. First and foremost, do not under any means call my mother Miss Helsing, Lady Helsing Integra, ma'am, or any of those other terms, not even Integra. Then what do I call her? Sir. Sir Helsing. Sir Integra. Just make sure you at least call her sir. Ron's brow frowned. But she's a woman. Right. Vladimir chuckled. Yes. But she detested being called by the name of a royal female. She is one of authority and respect. She doesn't even dress in the wares of a lady, preferring a suit. Next, if you ever need something, ask my Uncle Walter, he's the butler of the house. What's a butler? Ron asked, and was making an obvious effort not to laugh. A bolter is keeper and retainer of a house. They are the ones to oversee or do the cooking, cleaning, waking up the residents, and whatnot. Basically, they are the servants that are the boss of all the other servants. Uncle Walter is the only servant, though. And he does a damn good job of it. Anyway, if you need anything, ask him or me, if I'm around, which I most likely will be. You will have to make sure that any mess that you make, you clean up, and if you happen to see a mess, you should clean it up, just to be nice. Working the organization takes a lot of work, and Uncle Walter helps a great deal in that too, so he can't be bothered by messes that can be taken care of by others. I will have things to do over the break, such as showers and lessons. You may join me and then if you wish. What else is there? Perhaps you should tell him about the ghoul pool. Or at least tell him to stay away from the area. Crimson suggested. Vladimir nodded, and said, you should also keep clear of any other level of Dungans but for level 1. Beyond that, you could end up killing yourself. Why? What's down there? Something that I'm sure is far more dangerous than anything in the Forbidden Forest. Ron gulped at this and nodded hurriedly. Right. Now, I guess you should know about the sleeping schedule. You see, we at Helsing have a day-night schedule. We wake up at 12 p.m., and then go to sleep at 12 a.m. or later depending on the day's events. Why's that? Ron asked. He seemed to like the thought of sleeping in and staying up late. Well, seeing as what our job is, we have to have nocturne hours, so we can get the vampires. But, my mother must also meet with people. Humans. She can't make them meet her at night, it would be rude to keep them off their sleeping routine. So, we have to have daytime hours as well. Ah, I get it. Cool. And that also brings me to another point. During the times of meetings, some of them are small, like someone coming in, reporting attacks, and whatnot, or delivering a message from the Queen. And then there is the big meetings, which are called the Round Table Conference. This is where they discuss major attacks, and what's to be done about them. Or, they're about how peaceful it's been. Or if they suspect it being too quiet. Oftentimes, they rag on my mother, trying to give her a hard time. In any case, during any meetings, you need to stick with me at all times. And if you can't find me, then go to my room. And stay there until I get there. And then there's the missions. When the organization has to go out and do their job. Same thing, stick with me, or go to my room. Got all that? Vladimir finished with a grin. Ah, I think so. I'm sure I can remember most of it, Ron said, though he sounded a bit uncertain. Vladimir nodded, and sat back, relaxing, and the two spia NT the rest of the train ride talking about other things. Chap 11. Meet my insane family. Chap 11. Meet my insane family. Just an hour before the train was to pull into the station, Vladimir had excuse Ed himself to change into his Alucard suit. Ron was surprised when Vladimir got back, half wondering who he was. Once they were in the station, Vladimir portaled them to the front of the Helsing house. Ron looked on in amazement at the size of the place. Vladimir smiled and nudged the boy to start walking up the steps. Walter came out the door when they were halfway up the steps and chuckled at Vladimir. I almost had a heart attack when I saw you, Walter said, when they reached the landing. Thought you were your father, out and in the sun. Come now, Uncle Walter, father is much too tall. How could you mistake me for him? Well, you actually have grown a bit, but, I suppose you're right, Alucard still has much height on you. Vladimir smiled and gave Walter a hug. It's nice to be back home. And it's nice to have you back. Walter then turned to a slightly reddening Ron. Vladimir turned to and said, Oh, forgive my rudeness, Ron, this is Walter Dolmez, keeper and retainer of the Helling household. And former member of the elites, code name, Angle of Death. Uncle Walter, this is Ronald Weasley, first and best friend of mine at Hogwarts. Walter smiled and held out his hand. And it's a pleasure to meet you. Ronald. Hee. Yeah, you too, Walter, Ron said and took the hand and they shook. Now, why don't we got in? Everyone's been dying to have you back. Good grief. You father was so hard to keep a handle on. The man was so bored, he decided start greeting any guest that came. Not in person, might I add. Some of the people went backing out of the house and never came back. Vladimir chuckled to this. He had no need to imagine just how his father had done this, as, right when they walked in the doors, a deep, dark laugh echoed throughout the large room, seeming to come from all sides. And there was no body to which it was coming from. Adding to the effect was the fact that all the curtains were drawn down, and the light was dim. Ron was very freaked, not even hiding it. Mwahaha. Looks like the fun has arrived, the voice finally said. Vladimir smiled and drew his gun. Sure of where he was aiming, he pointed to the dark corner on the left side of the room, put at the ceiling. Yes, the fun has arrived, he said, and shot. There was a sound of impact, and then the bullet was zooming back, and at the same time it re-entered the barrel, the sound of something wet hit the ground. Ron jumped again as a shadow dropped from the darkened corner, and yelped as a man walked out calmly, as if he didn't have a hole blasted through his left eye. Hey. Good job. You haven't seemed to lose your touch at the school. Although, I do wish you hadn't shot my glasses. Even as he said this, his face was truing back to normal, flesh moving around and becoming the brain, bone, eye, and plain skin. Come now, father, you honestly think I could lose my touch so easily? Vladimir said, and smiled when Ron processed what he'd said. Father. You mean, that's your father. Quote. Vladimir smiled. His back to Ron. Why yes Ron. Vladimir said, walking up to Alucard. He took off his orange-tinted glasses, then turned in an exaggerated fashion and gave Ron another smile. With fangs. Can't you tell? He said, his red eyes meeting Ron's horrified ones. Ron was now a stuttering mess. He looked to be past the point of being able to faint, so he just kept pointing, stuttering. And pointing some more. Finally, Vladimir could take it no more, and burst out laughing, as well as Alucard. Walter simply shook his head, but smiled. Those two, he then addressed Ron. Worry. Not Ronald. Our young Vladimir is not a vampire, he's just wearing contacts and custom-made fangs. Vladimir nodded, having finally gotten a hold of his laughing and took out the mentioned items. See. They're fake. Ron seemed a bit confused by what they were called, but when he saw that they were removable, he calmed down. He then looked at Alucard. So, you're just acting like a vampire. Alucard chuckled. Why act, when I already am? Ron's eyes widened at this. Then, there was a flash of yellow and orange, with a squealed. Vlad. And then Vladimir was being tackled by a tall female. Oh, I'm so glad you're home. Master was being so mean. Pulling pranks on Guest and Walter and I had to keep an eye on him. And then he started to pull the pranks on me. Sirius. I can't breath. Vladimir said. The hug itself was tight enough, but what she was pulling him into was just smothering him. Oh, sorry, Vlad, she said and then let go. Vladimir gestured to Ron, and she turned with a slight bounce. And Ron's nose nearly spewed at her bows, which decided to continue bouncing a bit more before settling down. Oh hi. You must be the Ronald Weasley I've heard about. Ah. Yeah. You could just call me Ron, if that's okay. Sorry smiled. Of course it is. It's very nice to meet you, Ron. He smiled, and nodded. Well, at least his sister seemed normal. Oh, sorries, I got you something from the train. Thought you might like it, Vladimir said, and pulled out a package. When Saris opened it, she noted the contents, and smiled sweetly, eyes closed. There was a slight tightness to her jaw. Vladimir. Vladimir looked a bit sheepish then. He knew something was wrong now. She never used his full first name. Yes, dear sister, that I love ever too much, he said with an innocent simile. Ha 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 ha. That was a very dirty trick you played on me, the girl said, still pleasantly, and still smiling. She then opened her eyes, and Ron paled at the fact that the once deep, ocean blue were now crimson red. Mummy. He uttered. Oh. Hey, maybe I should, go see, Pip. And with that, Vladimir grabbed Ron and pulled him into a portal, and Saris was grinning heavily. Pip. Vladimir said, jumping out of the shadows of the portal with a stumbling Ron. Save us. Oh. Hey, it's our lil magical geese. What are you hiding from? Pip asked. Her. Vladimir said, as Saris burst through the door. Come here, Vladimir. Saris said, staring at the boy. No. Vladimir said, peeking out from behind Pip, I kinda value my life. Don't make me force you. I can, and I will. And that is precisely why I have Pip here, so you can tear him to pieces before you get to me. Oi, Pip said indignantly. All right, you've forced me to do it. Saris reached out next to her. And Vladimir thought she was reaching for a gun off the rack as they were in the practice field. But then, he felt something pull at his right arm, and found himself going through a portal. Only to end up with Saris next to him, or rather, him next to Saris, and she put him in a light chokehold, and proceeded to give him a noogie. Vladimir struggled out of it, and ended up laughing. You little devil, tricking me into drinking blood. Saris said with a laugh as she released him. So, you're not angry? Vladimir asked, trying to fix his Hari to its old messiness. Oh, well, I was at first. But then I calmed down. Realizing you had only done it to help me, and then, well, I started to get stronger. I hadn't realized how weak I'd been, but after a while, I realized I didn't want to be that weak again. Vladimir smiled again. So you're drinking blood now? Really? Well, not really, I've been getting those blood pops. Walter has arranged to get shipments of them every month. I just feel better with them. It just makes me feel like I'm not drink blood, but just enjoying a sweet treat. Well, that's good. Glad you're finally getting better. But speaking of food, Ron. It seemed Ron had finally fainted, though when he did, Vladimir was unsure of. Perhaps it was when Vladimir had dragged him through the portal just now. Well, the boy would wake when he got a whiff of the food. So, Saris ended up throwing Ron over her shoulder and they went by portal to the dining room. Once Ron was seated in the chair, Vladimir took one of the hot pastries and wafted it under Ron's nose. The boy was quick. His nose twitched, and only a second later did his eyes pop open, and then he was staring at the huge meal set out on the table. Walter came in and smiled. I'm glad our guest has such a love for food. Half the time, this stuff ends up getting thrown out. So, where's Mother? I haven't heard of her yet. Vladimir asked, walking over to his seat. Yes, that. She's out in a meeting with Maxwell. Everyone groaned at this except for Ron, of course. What's wrong? Ron asked, looking up from his fifth pastry. No one was able to answer as there was a loud banging as the font door was pushed open. Alucard, she yelled. And Walter. Where's my gun? Good evening, Mother. It is pleasant to see you as well. Vladimir said, chuckling a bit. Integra paused and looked around. Then seemed to realize that the oddly short Alucard was actually Vladimir. Oh, Vladimir. It's good to see you. Though, I'd try to be careful about wearing that suit. I just about shot you. You mother. You'd have realized before you even had the brawl. Centered. Vladimir said, and then asked, so, I take it the maximum pain is being as much of a pain in the ass as usual. More so, actually. Walter said. You wouldn't believe how much money's eaten up, just to buy her bullets. Oh, I can imagine. It's why I suggest swords. But, I must admit, there is deep satisfaction in shooting a few rounds at something. Right. Well, I suppose I can hold off on my stress-free life for now. Integra said, and walked over to Vladimir, who was next to Ron. Well, Vladimir, are you going to introduce your friend? Oh, yes. Vladimir said. Everyone, this is Ronald Weasley. Ron. He pointed to Pip, and continued to point to others as he went, that is Pip. He is the leader of the Wild Geese, a group of mercenaries who us Helsings have pretty much taken in. The girl next to him is his girlfriend and my sister, Sari's Victoria. She is a vampire, as you may have guessed. You know Walter. Then there's my father. Alucard had shown up some time around when Integra had calmed down. Alucard he has other names, but we'll cover that later, and he too is a vampire master of Saris. And this is my mother. Sir Integra Farabrook Winget's Helsing, leader of the Helsing organization, and feared by most men. Well said, Vladimir. Integra said. Though, I think you could change that most men, into all men. Anderson actually seemed a bit tense before I left. Alucard growled a bit, but it was Vladimir who spoke. And why was the Energizer Bunny there? Did they seriously think you'd bring father? In the daytime. They all seemed to have a hard time holding their laughs, but Integra was able to speak. Actually, Maxwell was not afraid of that. He had apparently found out about my being a witch again. That's about the 7th time in 2 years. I'm surprised the man's mind is still working, what with all the obliviates, and potions to Eris thought. But it appears we have to be more careful. What's this all about? Ron asked, a bit confused, and feeling very much out of the loop. Integra seemed like she didn't want to tell him, but then Vladimir said, he's going to need to know. If he doesn't, he could end up doing something that shows. Integra nodded, and they spent the dinner talking about how annoying Maxwell was, what he was about. But AF. Tara while they got tired of discussing the prat, and changed the subject to how the school year had gone so far. At this, Vladimir decided to mention the Harry Potter thing. I know, suckish ending for the chap. But I've literally been up all night working on it, and I think my mind is making me prattle on, and not really giving much action or plot. The next chap should be better, though. Can't say way. But you probably know, or will find out. Would still like some pranks, maybe even for the Helsing crew. Maybe now I could use the twisty around the shower faucet. Poor Walter. Anyway, hope you enjoyed it. _. Chap 12. My father. Chap 12. My father. Vladimir was silent. He was sitting in his room, staring at the wall across from his bed. Ron was sitting in the room as well. At Vladimir's desk, looking slightly awkward as he looked around, and stayed silent as well. And what would cause such a thing? Flashback. Vladimir decided he'd take the chance to tell them about the whole Harry Potter business. About the most annoying thing I've had to deal with, is that everyone, though they don't much now, I've scared them out of it, keeps calling in. Insisting that I'm this Harry Potter fellow. Even the teachers. Seriously. They all heard my name being called out as Vladimir Helsing. Why do they insist? Alucard and Integra seemed to fall silent. Saris and Pip just shrugged. Having no clue, and Walter was off somewhere. Ron was the only one to speak up. Well, mate, you just look so much like him. Well, the black hair, green eyes, and definitely the scare. It's how Harry Potter was described. Ron finished with a shrug. Well, I'm not him. Vladimir said, but as he looked at his mother and father, taking in their oddly weird silence, he had a sliver of doubt. Right. He asked them, with just a hint of suspicion in his voice. Integra looked down with a sigh, her shoulders slumping. It was all Vladimir needed. I am him. Integra nodded. We're sorry, Vladimir. You were told that you were adopted, but he hadn't seen fit to tell you what your name had been. Had we known more about who you were, we would have told you, and prepared you. End flashback. So, Now Vladimir was sitting in his room, thinking about what all this meant. He'd done the research on the boy, well, himself. And what he realized was astounding. He'd survived the killing curse. As a mere infant, he'd survived, and the Dark Lord, Voldemort, had perished. Finally, Ron seemed to have had enough of the silence. Oh, come on, mate. So you find out you really are Harry Potter. So what? Vladimir looked at Ron like he was missing something. Ron, I as a bloody infant survived the killing curse. That's not normal. I mean, I know I'm not normal, but as fair as mortals go. That's just, it's not possible. Well, I get that, but does it really mean anything? Yes. Okay then, if it does mean something, it just means you're bloody hard to kill. Maybe it was your destiny to become part of this organization. Vladimir thought about that. The boy had a point. Not about it meaning it was necessarily his destiny to be here, but that maybe it was just bloody hard to kill him. He'd actually been thinking about that, but not in a good way. Now that Ron mentioned the destiny part, it made him realize that maybe it wasn't such a bad thing to be hard to be killed. Sure, it was still too abnormal. But it was one of those good abnormals. He sighed and ran his hands through his hair. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's just big, you know. Ron nodded sympathetically, but didn't say anything. Shaking his head, Vladimir decided to change the subject. So, what do you think of my family so far? Ron didn't shitate. Creepy as bloody hell, mate. Your father and sister are vampires. And your mother is stricter than McGonagall. Did I mention your father and sister are vampires? Vladimir laughed. Yes, you did. Sighing, he continued. Sorry about that. By the way that I didn't tell you about them. It's just that if the ministry found out that the Helsing organization were keeping two vampires and one so well known and feared more than Voldemort, they'd be breathing down Mother's neck. Ron's brow scrunched, and Vladimir could see questions popping up in his eyes. But I thought there was some contract that allowed you guys to work outside of the ministry. Yes. But that doesn't mean that they won't try and make complaints. Come now, Ron, your father works with a lot of them, you should know how they are. Well, I'll give you that. Ron then lapsed into silence. A look on his face. It was one that said he was very confused, and curious, but uncertain if he should ask his next question. Go on. Ask. Whatever it is, you can ask. Vladimir said. Ron hesitated a moment. Then his curiosity won out. You said one of the vampires was feared more than he who must not be named. Which one? Thought that'd be obvious. Does Saris really seem all that menacing to you, although she can be quite the devious one at times? Ron shook his head. So, the obvious choice would be my father. So, why? I get how he's scary, but how's he so known? How is he feared more than he who must not be named? Vladimir looked at Ron oddly. You know, I don't think that's a proper term for the Dark Lord wannabe. I think people should call him he who people are afraid to mention. Or something like that. It's not like the ministry banned anyone from saying the name Voldemort. He shook his head, and got back on subject. Anyway, he's feared so much, and known so well, because when he was free, he was the Dark Lord of his time. A prince, he got what he wanted, and no one dared defy him. Well, I'm not very good on history, but I don't think I can remember someone like that. Oh, it's really quite obvious once you riddle it out. His name is Alucard, spelled Alucard. Now, that's spelled backwards as Dracula. What does that spell? Vladimir said, letting the words trail off. Ron looked off in though, found what the letters spelled out, and then took a moment to realize the full account of information that they brought. No, that can't be. He is my father. Alucard, it the king of the undead, ruler of the night, Dracula. He is Vladimir, prince of. Ron was on the verge of fainting. But he didn't kill me, he's not killing any of us. Nope. Vladimir stated, grinning with obvious delight. But why? Though he was horrible. He's more horrible than he who must not be named. He works with us. It used to be because he was still as bond to use. Abraham, my great-great-grandfather, was the one to defeat him, and he is now forever bond to serve this family. For a while, he was dormant, nothing but a Withered core in the depressed cell in the dungeon until my mother woke him for his aid. Since then, he has been awake, and taking part in missions that need his power, for the big vampires. And he quite enjoys it. You see, he may be black-hearted, but he is no dishonorable. He detests the vampires in today. They are not Ture Nosferatu, whether by means of physical or mental. They put shame to the true Nosferatu, such as my father and sister. So long as we supply the weapons and food, he's all too happy to kill the pests that threaten Her Majesty. Vladimir finished, feeling proud. This is bloody insane. You know that, right? Ron said, and then let out a slight chuckle that built up a bit. Vladimir joined in, glad that Ron was starting to settle down, although he knew his friend still had a ways to go. After they had calmed back down, Ron asked, "So, Crimson?" Vladimir smiled. "Yes, she is really from my father. It's a true honor to have her as a friend." "Come now, Master Vladimir," Crimson hissed. "I am but a part of him. He is your father. In comparison, you should think it more honorable to have Master Alucard as a father." Vladimir smirked. "Nonetheless, it is still an honor. I highly doubt anyone can say they have a familiar of the King of the Undead," he said, "but not in Parsaltown." "This is true," Crimson said, satisfaction in her hissing. Ron had looked a bit confused, and then got what must have been said, or at least a jest of it. Vladimir then stood, and screeched. "Well, I think it's about time I stop mopping around. It's not like this really changes anything, really." "Really? Question mark. How so?" Ron asked, looking skeptical. "One did not just simply brush off the fact that they really are Harry Potter. Because I'm still Vladimir Helsing, heir to the Helsing organization. Son of Alucard and Integra Fairbrook Winget's Helsing. I merely found out what my first name was. True, I also found out I'm bloody hard to kill, but that is a minor detail compared to everything. After all, even if I could have been killed with the killing curse, they'd have to get through my own magic and simple reflexes." Ron looked at his best friend in admiration. He couldn't believe his friend was just discarding the fact that he had defeated the Dark Lord as a mere infant. If Ron had found out he was Harry Potter, he couldn't even comprehend how he'd react to such a thing. "Well, come on. Let's go take a walk around London. I'll show you some of my favorite places," Vladimir said. Ron nodded mutely, still trying to figure out how Vladimir could ignore who he really was. Chap 13. I'm not Harry Potter. Chap 13. I'm not Harry Potter. The winter break was great, and Ron soon came to feel at home with the Helsings, though he still got slightly edgy. Hen Alucard first came into the same room. But, as it always happened, time went by fast and they were soon packing up to go back to school. "I'm really going to miss this. It was really fun. Dad'll be begging to know all about what I've learned here. He'll be so amazed at what Muggle-made things you have. Who would have thought? Muggles have moving pictures too. And what was it called? A phone. Vladimir chuckled at Ron's dazed look as he thought of all the amazing things. "Yeah, that. We just communicate through owls, or the fireplace, and things like that. Those phones are so much more convenient. And then there's all those guns. I knew about your gun, and I know you told me about all of them, but I never really put much though on there being so many different types." At this, Vladimir looked at Ron with a stern, but still laughing way. "Now, if you tell your dad about the guns, be sure that I'm there as well if he tries to get a gun and do tests on it. Don't want an accident to happen, now do we?" Ron nodded vigorously, recalling his tryout for a gun. Needless to say, Ron was a poor shot. But the boy was very interested in the weapon, and still seemed to want to practice it. Perhaps with time, he could be a great shot. Stuffing the last thing of clothing into his trunk, Vladimir straightened up with a relieved sigh. "And now that we're done packing, why don't we roam around the city for a bit? I'm sure there are a few places we haven't seen, and a few places you're sure to want to see once more before leaving." "Sounds good to me. Let's go." London was calm, at least, calmer than it normally was. Now that Christmas was well out of the way, there weren't so many people bustling about trying to get gifts. They went to various places, such as some parks, some historical areas. A computer lab on Ron's insistence, of course, and a library. "Ow. Why did you take so long in there? What's so great about old dusty books?" Ron complained, as they had just finally, in Ron's opinion, come out of the library. Come now, Ron, we weren't in there but for half an hour. I was looking around in their give always to see if I could save any valuable material so it doesn't end up in the garbage, or worse. Plus, I got something for Hermione and another thing for your father. Quote, my father. What could you have possibly got him? Ron said, looking at Vladimir with a very perplexed expression. Smirking, Vladimir pulled out a book on the engineering of television sets. Figured if you got a kick out of the Tilly, your father would too. Ron took the book to look through it. He said, looking at a page with blueprints of the interworkings of the television set. You don't get any of it, do you? Vladimir said, his voice blank, but a slight smirk on his face still. Nope, not a letter of it makes any sense. Ron said, grinning as he handed the book back. Laughing, they made their way down the steps and turned off down the street, heading for a restaurant. So what is it you got for Hermione? The mythical creatures of night. Tease the Muggles' view on them, of course, but I figured she'd find it entertaining. Knowing her, she might. I think it could be any book. So long as it has big words. They chuckled and continued on to the restaurant. When they got there, Ron looked around with interest. It wasn't all that fancy, but it was still a top diner in London. Table for two, please. Preferably shaded, if you don't mind. Vladimir said to the man at the front desk. Yes, sir. Right this way. The man said, and escorted the two boys to a dark corner in the room. Your waiter will be with you shortly. He said, bowing slightly and then taking his leave. A few seconds later, a waitress came to their table, smiling. Hello, Mr. Helsing. Will you be having the usual? Said the woman, smiling. Yes, ma'am. She jotted something down on her notepad and looked at Ron expectantly. And what will you be having, sir? Ron said, not at all sure what do. He'll have a root beer, and the chicken platter, potatoes for the side, with beef gravy over the chicken and potatoes. Vladimir said, relieving Ron of his question. Remembering Crimson was with him. He said, oh, and, might I get a steak? Nice and rare. Certainly, sir, she said, and clicked her pen shut, done jotting down the order. I'll be back shortly with your drinks. After she left, Ron, after he stopped looking at the women's retreating form, looked at Vladimir in some relief. Thanks. No problem. Vladimir said, chuckling slightly at the way Ron had been staring at Miss Kirsten form. So, what do you suppose will happen when everyone does find you're really Harry Potter? Ron asked. Vladimir shrugged, though he very much detested the thought of what they would do. I honestly don't think I'll bring it up. I may be the boy who lived, but I am not Harry Potter. I am, and always will be Vladimir Helsing. Just then, Kirsten came back with their drinks. Your steak is almost done, the rest might take a bit longer. And then she left. When she was gone, Ron continued their conversation. Yeah, but, surely they'll find out at some point. They'll cause an uproar about it. And it'll be worse than it was when you weren't Harry Potter, or well, you know what I mean. Well, though I detest the thought of it even happening, I'm sure it would blow over eventually. Quote, so, why don't you just say you're not him? Like, continue saying you're not him. Because that would be lying. Oh, come on, mate. It's okay to lie here and there. I'll bet your parents have lied plenty to get out of sticky situations. Yes, but those are lies that they can pull off. A lie like this, it'd be found out eventually, and when it does, then there'd be uproar. And depending on how long it took for me to lie about it, it would make the commotion bigger than it could. Ron looked at him blankly. What? Kirsten came back with the steak and then left again. Once she left, Vladimir scooted the plate into the darker, more shaded place at the table so Crimson could eat without anyone staring. Looking back at Ron, he said, never mind. I'll tell them if I see fit to it that I'm the boy who lived, but if they ask if I'm Harry Potter, then I will say no. Simple. Alright, mate, it's your life. Good luck. In this case, I might actually need it. 'Cause really, it's a lose-lose situation no matter what I do. And with that, and their food arriving, the conversation ended, and they started talking about what they'd be doing in their next semester. Oh God. There are no words to describe how bad I feel. I'm truly sorry for taking so long with an update. D. I honestly had to force myself to write this chappy, due to my insane case of writer's block. It is a terrible sickness that I've been plagued with for all my stories. I can only hope that you like this chapter. I make no promises for the next chapter, but I'll try my best. Chap 14. Goodbye. Chap 14. Goodbye. The next day proved to be fairly eventful. As he did when he'd first left for school, Vladimir made breakfast and did some of his mother's work in Wick. Ron continued to comment on how none of it made any sense, as well as helped Walter with the artillery. Ron helped out here as well, having grown a great liking and respect for the weapons. After they had done all that, it was nearing time for the two boys to take off for the station. Needless to say, Sarah's didn't want to let them go. If you go, Master will get bored again. You know what he's like when he's bored. She cried, restraining the boys, begging them not to go. Come now, Sarah's. This is most unbecoming of you. Vladimir said, smirking slightly at the childish act. I don't care. Oh, I've got it. Take me with you. Sorries. No. Integra said. But. No. Buts. Please. No. You're staying here, where Helsing needs you. And anyway, you have Pip to go to. That got Sarah's. Fine. She released the boys. Ron started heaving in air the moment he could and stood back. I'm going to miss you too, she said, smiling as she ruffled their hair and giving them an actual, not deathly, hug. Wincing, Vladimir fixed his hair to its original messiness and smiled at them all. Alucard was looking at the whole thing with a fairly uncaring smirk. He didn't really have much reason to miss Vladimir. With Crimson being a part of him, he could actually, technically, be with Vladimir. More by looking through the eyes of Crimson, and telling her what to do when he wanted. Integra was stern-faced as usual. But she did have a look in her eyes that was slightly worried. Knowing she wouldn't want the others to notice, he made no mention of it and filed it away to reassure her in his first letter. Pip was a bit like Sarah's. Teary eyes, and stuffy-nosed. He hugged them and wished that they would say, "You're the best mates a guy could hope for. Ya can't leave. Pip, I'll be back sooner than you think. I'm sure you can find something to do while we're away," Vladimir said, trying to pry the man away from him. Standing, Pip sniffled and whipped his nose, and Sarah's hugged him. Walter walked up and smiled. I'll have to remember to get you some new clothes. You didn't grow enough to not outfit your old ones, but you did grow. I'd imagine you'll be half as tall as Alucard by the time you get back. Chuckling, Vladimir hugged his uncle. I'll be sure to send you measurements if I do start to outgrow my clothes. With some last goodbyes, Vladimir opened a portal and the two boys stepped through. Once they stepped out, Vladimir took notice of Ron looking a tad awkward. What's wrong? Vladimir asked. It's just that. Well, your family, so rich, and regal, and yet so nice. I've only ever gotten a goodbye like that from my family. It's just embarrassing then. But with your family, I don't know. Not everyone rich is a Malfoy, Ron. Vladimir said, as they got on the train. The rest of the ride, Ron was all too happy to discuss guns and warfare. He'd been very listening in on those lessons with Vladimir. Hermione was a bit surprised, to say the least. She didn't much care for the talk of guns, but was still surprised in his already fairly good knowledge of the things. But it was the warfare she was more surprised in. She still had a slight disapproval of it. But the logic behind organizing troops, of the most accurate way to form one's army, she got into as well. By the time they were arriving at Hogwarts, the three had come up with various scenarios set out for just the three of them, laughing at how ridiculous it'd be if it'd ever have to come to be. Chap 15. A bad day. And, once again, I have not uploaded the next chap. But good news, it's on its way, laughing face. Though, I have finally managed to post my missing chapter 9. I don't know how, but I swear, I've put it up. Guess it didn't go though. But this time hopefully I've gotten it right. So, go back and read it if you want and we can all get on with our lives. Except for me. I've got to make a buttload of other corrections in the other chapters. I'm determined to get them fixed. And make this story near flawless. I'd love to have a bait, but I can't ever really keep up with them. But thank you so much to those that have offered. I've just got to push myself to do it myself. Because I can at least keep up with myself. Wow. That's a mouthful. Oh. It's nothing against you guys, but you do have lives and there are other readers, and if you can't get a chapter in on time, then we're both to blame. At least if I'm late, I'm the only one that has to suffer. I'm so sorry I take so long. But I really am determined to finish this story. Don't lose hope in me, guys. Your support is my weapon against the dreaded beast called writer's block. With your help, I can slay it, and bring back riches in words and plots twists. Chap. 15. A bad day. It had been 3 weeks since returning to Hogwarts. Vladimir sighed as he walked through the halls. He had another headache, and he wasn't even in the Dada class yet. Perhaps, just knowing what was to come, the headache was starting early. Yay for me, Vladimir hissed. Crimson poked her head out from his robes and chuckled. I do so wish I could join you in your misery, Master Vladimir, but I'm afraid the school has a bit of a rat problem that I've been all too generous to help fix. With that, she slipped down his leg and onto the floor, scaring a few people, and even playfully snapping at their feet. Rolling his eyes, Vladimir continued around the corner and took another right into the classroom that seemed to be the bane of his existence. Finding that the teacher wasn't currently in the room, Vladimir relaxed. As he'd observed before, his headaches were always worse when Professor Quirrell was near. At least, for now, he could lay his head down for a bit and hope that the headache would leave. He'd barely had his head down for a minute when, much to his dismay, something cracked down on his cranium, and intensified the headache by millions. So much for getting rid of that. Looking up in pained surprise, Vladimir met the cold black eyes of the potion's master. There will be no sleeping while I'm in charge, Mr. Helsing. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape usually wasn't that bad. The worst about him was that everything Vladimir did wrong around Snape, it was double what it would normally be. But seeing as Vladimir didn't do much bad, he didn't have much to worry about. But Snape looked for any reason possible to deduct points from any house next Slytherin, and that went big for Gryffindor. So Vladimir made it a point to not give him the pleasure. Honestly, it was fun to see the look of grudged approval from the man when Vladimir turned in a perfect potion or paper. But apparently, Snape would be teaching the Dada class today, giving him power to deduct points from the unfortunately unaware Vladimir. He did take some comfort in Snape teaching though. At least now Quirrell wouldn't give him headaches. Then again, that book slap really knocked his brain around. He'd be luck. Why if he'd get rid of it before the end of the day. Today you will be learning about trolls. I've found that you have been poorly versed in this subject, and with last Halloween's mishap, Snape's eyes snapped over to Vladimir. Vladimir rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he didn't know how to take care of a troll. He knew how to just fine. He'd just been given faulty info that led him to believe that the troll was in the dungeon. Of course, Vladimir refrained from voicing this, as it would undoubtedly earn him deducted points. I find it completely irresponsible that your teacher has not enlightened you on this subject. He did have a point there. As it is the teacher's duty to inform you of such things, I will do so, as that stuttering fool is obviously too gone in his mind to do so. While he was making some very fair points, something was odd. Snape was a brute and straightforward about his opinions, but he generally didn't give that much detail, especially to mere students. Something must have upset him. Well, no point dwelling on it. Snape was already having them take notes. Vladimir couldn't help but think that Snape would be far better suited to teach this class than Quirrell, simply for the immediate lessons. Though, it was clear he was the only one that thought as much, except for Hermione, who was jotting down notes eagerly and rushed. It looked as though she was jotting down every word Snape said, as well as what was in the book. Surely, she already knew half of the things that she was writing. Vladimir knew that she read textbooks for pleasure, while Vladimir didn't do the same. He did study it and found it only necessary to write down interesting facts that he either missed or hadn't thought much to ponder on the first time he read it. In doing this, all of his notes were condensed to 2 pages, while Hermione had polished off 5. Perhaps he should say something to her later. Needlessly writing everything would only cause stress, and that wouldn't bode well for her. Now what did surprise him was what Ron was doing. The boy was taking notes. Although he didn't seem to be doing it right, as there were no headings, subheadings, and sub-subheadings. It all seemed to be a big jumbled mess with a few breaks in lines for new paragraphs. It was apparently enough to take the notice of Snape. What happened next almost made Vladimir groan in agony for his friend. Snape strode right up to Ron and snatched the papers from the unaware boy. His eyes quickly scanned over the paper and he practically slammed the papers on the desk, in front of Ron. Mr. Weasley, it would do you well to actually take notes and not write stories in place of notes. Turning to go back to the board, he called back, 50 points from Gryffindor. 50. Ron burst out before he could stop himself. Snape snapped around, his cloak flaring out dramatically. I'll bet he practices that in the mirror every morning just to get it like that, Vladimir thought. 10 were for our inattentiveness. Another 10 was for your insolence to try and even think of tricking me. 30 was for your horrid spelling. Ron turned so red at the ears at that and Vladimir had a flare of anger flow through him. And 20 for questioning me. Vladimir saw it in his eyes just before he said it, though Vladimir tried desperately to tell him not to say any more. But it was all for naught. That's 70. Ah, it appears you can do math. I suppose that's something. This time Ron was too angry to even reply. The rest of the class passed by with Ron practically etching his notes into his paper, as if he were inscribing a rock. The other kids were looking at him and chuckling. Hermione was giving him a worried look, as well as Vladimir, though Vladimir was also quite angry with Snape and when the man wasn't looking. He'd shoot looks of such anger, it was a surprise there wasn't a hole through the man's head and heart. The second the bell rang, Ron had his stuff packed and was out the door before anyone else. Hermione and Vladimir traded glances as they picked their things up and rushed after Ron. Ron had apparently decided to skip dinner. He didn't want to be around all of the students, who all, no doubt, knew about what happened. While Hermione stayed with him in the Gryffindor dorm, Vladimir went to grab them all food so they wouldn't go hungry. On his way to the Great Hall, he saw Fred and George. Well, if it isn't our mate Vladdy, Fred said. You're not usually late. Then again, if Ron could go missing during dinner, then anything is possible, eh? George said. Yeah, Vladimir said, and then shot them a curious look. You do know what happened, right? I'd figured it'd get around fast. A dark look passed over their faces. It was quite an odd look, quite menacing really, especially with there being two of them. Oh, we know, they said at the same time. Not too happy, I take it. It was a statement, delivered with a dry voice. It's not right, George practically yelled, surprising both Vlad and Crimson. Yeah, it's not Snape's place to go and embarrass him like that. He could have waited till after class ended. Well, I think something's wrong with him. Vladimir had an odd need to defend the teacher. He knew of Snape's reputation, but really, if people just tried, they'd have no problem with him. They practically gave him reasons to take points. Yeah, something's wrong with him. He's a slimy git, that's what. Perhaps, but he's not normally so harsh. I think something has set him off and he's taking it out on us. We'll set him straight, Fred growled. Yeah, George said, much the same way. Now, I know you want to get back at Snape, and I understand. But I think upsetting him further will only cause him to become angrier, therefore harsher. Fred and George looked at him in bewilderment. Ya sound like you're trying to defend the man, Fred said, as if it were so terrible. Look, all I'm saying is that I think it'd be best to let him cool off. Get back at him some other time. But right now, leave him be. The look they gave him said they thought that was about the most insane thing they'd ever heard. Deciding to just hope it would sink in, he walked past them and onto the Great Hall. Keep an eye on them, Crimson, would you? Hissing in understanding, she peeked out from his robes at the two now retreating twins and crawled down from his neck to follow them. Chap 16. Troubles. Chap 16. Troubles. Vladimir decided he'd lay off on the pranks on the twins. He figured if he got them to feeling any negativity, they'd get heated up and strike. He didn't know who they would strike at, but he was pretty sure it'd be Snape. Sure, they might try him, but they'd soon learn that they'd not be able to get one by on him, and therefore strike at Snape, which they also know Vladimir doesn't want them to do, so it's almost getting back at him. Quite funny, really, because while they think it'll get back at him, it'll actually get T. He entire school and especially the Gryffindors caught in Snape's fury. So it was very important to keep them distracted and happy. Crimson kept her eyes on them, making sure they weren't planning anything. 2 days after the indecent, Vladimir was starting to think they were simmered down from the whole thing. Ron certainly was, well, sort of. If it were brought up, then he'd get huffy and complain, but other than that, he wasn't constantly mad, though he did have a bit more hatred in his eyes when he looked at Snape. Vladimir sighed. They'd apparently have Snape for Dada again. He'd been subbing ever since the first time. Quirrell was apparently sick, but there were some kids claiming to have seen him wandering around the school. They said he looked normal, but then, his normal did look sick. So they couldn't really tell. But he was always told to be wringing his hands and muttering. Mr. Helsing, would you be so kind as to tell us what the difference is between casting a spell with a wand and casting one without? 1. Professor Flitwick said with a clipped tone. Perhaps he had attributed Vladimir's expression to not paying attention to the lesson. Actually, he knew the lesson all too well. He'd finished it about 20 minutes ago. And really, it wasn't all that difficult. Petrificus totalis was simply a freezing of the Nevers system that enables the victim from moving. And they practically turn into a board, they become so stiff. The person becomes quite cold, and without the ability to shiver, they sometimes feel like they might go into hypothermia, though it is never that bad. Anyway, he might as well enlighten the class on what Flitwick asked him. One must use a wand to cast spells because it is a focus point for the magic to travel through. Wandless magi. C is much more difficult and can even be dangerous, not because it takes more energy, but because it can be random in where it hits. It takes a great deal of practice to be able to use wandless magic and hit the right target. It also takes a strong mind. Oh, so I guess that would mean that you could do it, huh? Said a Slytherin. Vladimir looked over at them and said blankly, perhaps, but the professor was just wanting me to explain the difference, not to give a demonstration. There was a little silence at this. Some were left wondering if he just said he could do it, some thought he was just acting. And others were just confused as they hadn't been paying any bit of attention. Until the Slytherin boy had spoken. So, can you do it? Asked one of the girls. Show us. Another girl asked. Yeah, come on, mate, please. I'll bet he's just bluffing. Yeah, he's only a first year like us. What makes him so special? Huh? Mr. Helsing, if you could please put the class to rest. Can you or can't you perform wandless magic? And, I suppose, if you can, you may give a demonstration, Professor Flitwick said, sounding exasperated, though the glint in his eyes said he was very much interested to know if he could do it too, and would very much like to see it. Integra had said it was okay for him to use wandless magic if so asked. Sighing, Vladimir thought of all the possible outcomes this could bring. People would undoubtedly be badgering him with questions for weeks. Of course, if he didn't, they'd go around and try and say that he's just a pretender. Though, this was hardly troubling. Bullying only went as far as the victim let it. And Vladimir certainly wasn't going to be a victim. Now let's think of what could be positive about this. And like that, it was almost impossible to not show them. If they saw that wandless magic were possible, then just maybe they'd be inspired to do better so that they too would be able to do it someday. Vladimir hardly thought the majority would stick with it for long, but who knows? At the least, there'd be a boost of good marks. Standing and resisting the urge to roll his eyes at the intake of breath from his peers he lifted his hand and without saying anything, cast Wingardium Leviosa at a heavy tome across the room. There was nothing dramatic in the motion. No swish and flick that the wands had. Simply a raising of his hand in the direction of the book. He could do anything, really. Snap his fingers at the book, clap at it, do some odd motions with his hands. Really, when it came down to it, all he had to do was look at the book and concentrate on the spell as he cast it out. The hand gesture was just to show in what direction they should look to see where his spell was targeted. There was a gasp as the tome levitated in the air and made its resting place on a bookshelf. Wordless, wandless magic. Professor Flitwick stuttered. The class was an odd explosion of whispers, though it soon turned into actually chatter as people tried to question him, and others were trying to come up with possible ways as to how he might have faked it. It was speculated that, maybe, he had someone else doing the spell unseen to everyone. But others said that that simply didn't fit, as this was an unexpected event. Others pondered on if it was his snake. They knew it was vampiric snake, and the more intelligent ones proclaimed that vampires had the ability of telekinesis. Vladimir stayed out of it all, and simply sat back down and pondered about his being this boy who lived, Harry Potter. He'd been pondering on it a lot lately. About what his biological family must have been like. What were their names? Would they have liked him how he is now? Would they have approved of how he was raised? He didn't much care if they'd have disapproved, not really. He loved his mother and father Helsing, and couldn't imagine trading them for anything. But for some reason, not knowing anything about his biological family irritated him. Walking down the corridor to his next class, he passed by a griffin statue. It seemed to be staring right at him. Stopping, he looked at it, and realized it was indeed enchanted. Uncoiling herself from his neck, Crimson slithered to the floor and up on the griffin, coiling around its beak and looking at him. This leads to the headmaster's chamber, Master Vladimir, she hissed. Vladimir raised an eyebrow. Oh, hard to believe I've not noticed this before now. Perhaps, it is because you had no reason before to find it. Looking at the griffy again, Vladimir must. You think I should see the headmaster? I think that only you can decide that, master. It is your mind that is plagued with thoughts of unease. Translation. Get your butt in there and talk to the old coot. Nodding. Vladimir stepped back. Crimson slithered around to the place between the griffin's wings, and must have pulled some trigger, because the griffin gave a shudder almost looking delighted. Like a cat when its back is scratched and rolled onto the floor, much like a cat. Behind where the griffin had been, a staircase opened up and spiraled upwards. Picking Crimson up, Vladimir ascended the stairs. Chap 17. Who were they? Chap 17. Who were they? When Vladimir reached the top of the stairs, he found himself in front of a door. Walking up to it, he knocked. Past the door, he could hear the sound of surprised silence and then a voice calling out in confusion. Come in. Vlad pushed the heavy door open and studied the room beyond for a moment, taking in the personal library, portraits, and the many trinkets lying about, some of which he knew, most of which he had no clue as to what they were, and a few of which he was wondering what they were doing here. Ah, Mr. Helsing. What brings you to my office, and so unexpectedly too? Vladimir blinked at this. He'd not really thought about the fact that this might be unexpected. Had he interrupted something? Maybe he ULD have checked to make sure the man was free. I'm sorry for coming so unexpectedly, Professor Dumbledore. But there's been something bothering me lately. Well then have a seat, please, it's no trouble. Vladimir did sit and found himself wondering why Dumbledore had a Muggles magazine, the headline reading, Next Top Hot Males. Now, what is it that is bothering you, my boy? Well, Vladimir clenched his teeth. Knowing in order to get the answers he wanted, he'd need to admit he'd been wrong. You know how you and everyone kept confusing me for that Harry Potter fellow. Dumbledore blinked, confused at the question. However intrigued. Yes. Well, it was revealed to me over Christmas break that when my parents adopted me, my name had been. His eye twitched, still hating to admit he was wrong. My name was Harry Potter. Dumbledore sat back, relaxing, feeling somewhat relieved. After all, he'd almost given up on belief that the boy was Harry Potter, and because of that, it'd been causing him stress over the fact that he'd have to find the actual Harry Potter, who seemed to have just vanished the night they left him at the Dursleys' door. The horrifying possibility that the Dursleys might have left him there to die, it had been nothing but stress over and over. But now, he'd been right all along. Vladimir Helsing was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. This changed many things, but for now, Dumbledore remembered that he was being addressed. So anyway, Vladimir said, what's troubling me is that I don't know my biological family. It never bothered me before, because I didn't know I actually had a history before being taken in by mother and father. But now that I know that I'm this apparently famous Harry Potter, the boy who lived, I want to know. Not about me, but about my biological mother and father. What had they been like? What would they have thought about me being with the Helsing family, and who were they? What were their names? Dumbledore found himself taken aback slightly. He'd come to know Vladimir as a very level-headed boy. But just now, he almost sounded panicked, or dare he say it, angst. But in a way, that wasn't entirely bad, not for Dumbledore anyway. He was accustomed to dealing with angst teens, and had always been slightly unsure as to how to handle Vladimir because of how level he was, at all times. Settling into his large chair, he started to answer the boy. Lily and James Potter were their names. He started. Lily was Muggle-born, and a very bright witch, passing all subjects with great marks. James was a pure blood, and was brilliant as well. But he liked to goof off a lot, but passed all his classes just as Lily had. Lily had wanted to be a teacher, charms I think. James was an Auror. Both were highly respected and loved. As for it they'd have approved of the Helsing family raising you, I'm quite certain they would have been very happy to find that you've become such an intelligent young man. They would only have good words for them. Vladimir was silent, taking comfort in this, even if he'd not been looking for it. After a few moments of silence, a thought came to him. What about their families? Ah, yes, James was actually. Unfortunately, the last of his bloodline now you are of course. Lily has a sister and she has a family of her own, Muggles of course. Vladimir nodded. I would like to meet them. Chap 18. Family Reunion. Chap 18. Family Reunion. When Vladimir had said that he wanted to meet the Dursleys, Dumbledore had been surprised, but was all too willing to allow him. But what he didn't know was that Vladimir knew what they were like. Probably more so than the old man. After all, if Dumbledore knew that the Dursleys had left the toddler Vladimir Harry Potter at the time out on the doorstep with words of hate, perhaps the old man would be more hesitant to allow Vladimir to go. However, Integra and Alucard did know and were hesitant. Integra more so really, Alucard only slightly so. When he'd mailed them that he wished to meet the only biological family he had, he was questioned of course, and he'd merely replied that he only wished to meet them, see what they were like for himself, and that would be all. Ron was confused as to why Vladimir wanted to meet some Muggles that, while he might be related to, didn't really have a true connection to them. Because, I want to see what they're like for myself. I've only been told what they were like. Even if I go in not liking them, and come out liking them less, I still want to meet them. Hermione was encouraging. She believed it was very mature of him to want to meet them, supporting his idea of wanting to meet them just to know them himself, and that not many people would be willing to do such a thing. And so it was planned that that weekend, Vladimir would meet the Dursleys. Vladimir decided he'd be going alone. Well, Crimson would be with him, but that was all. He knew that the Dursleys hated the magic woe. RLD and wanted to approach them with them thinking he was not of that world. He would tell them that he was Helsing, of course, but no Muggle knew of the Helsing family's real identities aside from the Queen and a few others. A few Muggles knew of the Helsings though, and that was especially in the area he was headed. He wanted them to think he was a Muggle as well to gauge their reaction to him. Would they act nice, or just as rude? Of course, this meant he would reveal to them later on that he was in fact a wizard, a fact that would become obvious once he told them that he was really the son of Lily Potter, the sister of the wife of the Dursleys. So, in all reality, Vladimir was a cat playing with its food before it went in for the kill. He stepped out of the fireplace in which he'd just flew to. Stepping out into the hustle and bustle of the Wizengamot building. Many looked at him oddly as they rushed past, most likely wondering what a child was doing here and not in school. He paid them no mind and walked on, looking for the exit. Once outside, he looked around and flagged down a cab. Where to? The cabbie said, voice garbled, but forcibly cheery. Little Whining. He said. That's a bit vague, kid. Address might be helpful. This time the cabbie sounded slightly annoyed. Just drop me off at the entrance of Little Whining. I'll be fine from there. Vladimir said. All right, suit yourself. The cabbie said, still slightly annoyed sounding, though Vladimir hardly cared. Vladimir looked down at the letter in his hand, having received it the day before. Walter had taken it upon himself to dig up some information of the Dursleys, such as their names, and what they did for a living. Vernon Dursley, husband and father. A very portly man, with a short temper. He works at a drill company called Grunnings. He prides himself in this, and often invites top shot People over for dinner. Petunia Evans Dursley. Wife and mother. The very opposite of her portly husband, as she is very thin, and long-faced. She is a housewife, and nothing more. She too likes to have top-shot people come over. The only thing she likes more than that is doting on her son. Which brings us to Dudley Dursley. Proportionally more portly than his father. He goes to Smelting's Academy, an all-boys school. He likes eating, bullying, eating, watching TV, and did I mention eating? Really, it's rather vulgar. Vladimir smiled. Walter didn't normally show so much humor. But with Vladimir, it was almost impossible not to. When he felt the cab slowing, he looked up to find that they had arrived. Paying the cabbie, he got out and walked past the large entrance into Little Whining, and found himself in a world of cookie-cutter houses. Looking at a separate piece of paper, where Dumbledore had put the address of the Dursleys' house, he looked around. He'd have to walk down a few streets to reach Privet Drive, but then he'd been planning on walking around anyway. He wanted to get a look at the neighborhood that he might have ended up growing up in had the Dursleys actually taken him in. At the end of the street, there was a small playground. Since it appeared to be the only thing that held any actual interest, cookie-cutter homes were called that for a reason. After all, he headed to it. There was a large swing, a merry-go-round, a slide, and some monkey bars. Vladimir found himself comparing this playground to his. The swings would be the rope that he would have used to get across a pit of some sort. The slide would have been a hill he had to go down or up, or even a slanted air chute. The monkey bars would have been something else he'd used to get across a pit. The merry-go-round. Well, he'd not had something like that, but he was sure it could have been used for something. His thoughts were interrupted by some goffling boys coming to the playground. Looking over, he found 3 boys. A tall, lanky one, with moppy blonde hair, a slightly short and chunky one with chocolate brown hair. And then the last was tallish but much more portly, with short brown, almost black hair. Instinctively, Vladimir knew this last boy to be Dudley, and this was confirmed a second later. "Oi, Dud, oh's that?" the short one said, nodding toward Vladimir. "I ain't ever seen him before," the tall one said. "Reckon we should introduce ourselves," Dudley said, smirking. Nodding, they walked over. They hadn't known that Vladimir had been watching the entire time, as he had been using his peripheries. When they did get within enough range for Vladimir to have noticed them if he were a normal boy, he turned his head. "Hello. May I help you?" he asked simply. "Nah, we don't need no help," Dudley said, taking the lead, as he was obviously the leader of the 3. "Just never seen you around here before. We're just making sure you ain't lost is all." "Oh, I'm just looking around," Vladimir said, and looked around at the rather boring scenery. "Oh yeah, so who are you, Vlad?" Amir raised his eyebrow at the rather rude approach in which Dudley was taking. Then again, had he expected more? No. In any case, he humored them. They would take it as him being submissive most likely, but really, it was because he needed to protect his identity as a wizard. If they chose to jump him, he'd have every right to use whatever means he wanted to evade them. Of course, for them, using magic probably wasn't even necessary. Still though, perhaps once they heard his name, if they knew anything, they'd know not to mess with him. "Vladimir Helsing," Vladimir replied, standing tall and proud. The 2 lackeys didn't seem to realize that he was serious and laughed. "Seriously?" one snorted. "Isn't he that crazy dude in the history books that was said to hunt vampires?" The other replied. Dudley, however, didn't appear as amused. Well, seemed like the boy knew a thing or two after all. "Helsing, isn't that famous family that works for the Queen?" he replied, and this got the attention of the other 2. Finding that their leader wasn't sharing in the amusement, they looked at Vladimir in a new light. "Yes, you could say that. We train soldiers to take care of certain enemies of the Queen," Vladimir said, and watched in slight joy at the boys that were obviously thinking of the amount of money he must have. An observer that knew Vladimir might look upon this scene and see a cat playing with its food. Vladimir then appeared to become bored, and looked around. "Well, I've seen about everything, I think." He looked down at his watch. My ride doesn't get here for another 2 hours," he frowned. "Well, if you want, you can come over to my house. I'm sure my mother would be all too happy to let you stay until you have to go. You're sure? It's not too much of a bother, Vladimir said, resisting the smirk trying to form on his face, which was made difficult as good of an actor as he was when Crimson was snickering within a pocket of his coat. This really was too easy. It's no problem, Dudley said, smiling broadly. It seemed the boy's parents had trained him well in whom to invite over. Shrugging, Vladimir said, I suppose I have nothing else to do. The two others were shooed off by Dudley, and they reluctantly left, leaving Vladimir to follow Dudley on his own. I'm Dudley, by the way. Dudley Dursley. Vladimir nodded. It only took around 20 minutes to reach number 4. Privet Drive. It was rather unimpressive, as expected, but Dudley approached it as if it was the castle he lived in. Opening the door, he called out, Mother, I've brought home a new friend. Vladimir had to resist gagging at the boy calling him his friend. Oh, well then bring him in, I'll get something for you to eat. Came a voice, sniffly and almost croaky, but overall quiet. Even though she was yelling. Vladimir approached the door and found himself pondering about the fact that almost 10 years ago, he'd been placed on this very doorstep, and then left there by this household. A bit of anger passed through him then, but he took sadistic comfort in the fact that they were unknowingly inviting that same boy into their home. Hadn't Alucard recalled W they had said they didn't want, that evil, in their house. Walking in, he closed the door and took in the house. Admittedly, it was rather nice, nowhere near as nice as his, but still nice. Clean and polished. It was slightly stuffy though, with the warm colors everywhere, and just generally smaller rooms and hallways. Walking down the small hall, past the cupboard that was under the stairs and to the doorway that Dudley was showing him to. It led into the sitting room. Dudley. Came his mother's Petunia Dursley's confused voice. Where are you? In the sitting room, Mother. Called out Dudley. The manner in which he said it gave away that he was hinting that his friend was no normal friend, but someone to cater to. Oh, sorry, dear, Petunia said and came into the sitting room. VLA. Demir almost cringed at the sight of the woman. She was pale and thin. Most of her thin features came from her face, where it was indeed long, with high cheekbones and hollow cheeks. But he wasn't the only one that cringed. When she looked at him, her eyes widened a bit and she looked like she almost dropped the tray of crumpets. So what's your name, dear? She said with a sickly sweet voice, trying to cover that reaction. Vladimir Helsing. Vladimir said, again with pride. No matter whom he was saying it to, he would announce his name with pride as only a Helsing should. Helsing. No. That's a name I've only read about or seen on the news. It's an honor to have someone from such a family at my home. Is there anything I can get you? Tea. Some tea would be nice. Vladimir said. ND watched as her bony frame shuffled off to ready some tea. He was once again alone with Doodle, but he heard the front door opening and closing. So, where is it you go to school? Dudley asked, popping a crumpet into his mouth. In the hall, Vladimir could hear the shuffling of someone taking their coat off, and a slight pause when Dudley had asked this last question, probably alerted to the fact that they had a guest. I was homeschooled, Vladimir said, sitting back into the chair. So you're not now. But then you must be going to some school, surely, came a gruff voice from the hallway. A large man that Vladimir could only place as Vernon Dursley, bustled into the sitting room, a curious look in his eyes. I was in homeschooling, but now I'm not, because of finished school. My parents are training me now. Training you? Training you for what? Petunia said, coming back with the tea. Hello dear, she said to Vernon. The Helsing organization is a special task force, you could say. We do missions for the Queen if her troops are not able to do them. So, because I am going to be going into the business, I am being trained as a soldier, as well as the one that will take over when I'm old enough. They all looked rather impressed, especially Vernon, as he only just learned that Vladimir was a Helsing. That's a lot for someone so young, don't you think? Petunia asked. No. I've been raised in that environment almost my entire life, and am quite accustomed to it. Vladimir said, taking a sip of the tea. It tasted a bit too bitter. But you've not lived in the environment your whole life? Vernon asked, having picked up on Vladimir's mention that it was, almost, his entire life. Yes, unfortunately, I am not of the actual Helsing bloodline. I was adopted when I was a year old. It was the second time Petunia had cringed, but she tried to recover anyway. Oh, really now? Vladimir hid a smile as he looked around, appearing bored with the conversation. Yes, I only just recently found out about my biological family. See, my biological mother and father had been killed, leaving me parentless. My father had no other family, but I'd heard that my mother did have family. Actually, that's why I'm here in Little Whining, as I'd heard they lived around here. Petunia had been growing paler and paler with each word, and Vernon had apparently taken notice of his wife's unease. And the gears could be seen turning in his head as realization started to set in. Dudley noticed this too, but he obviously didn't know why, probably having never been told about T. Baby his parents had left to die on their doorstep. Maybe you might be able to point me to them. I don't remember their names, but maybe you knew the wife's sister. Her name was Lily Potter. Her maiden name was Evans, if that helps. Quote. By now, he was simply playing, and not hiding it as he grinned devilishly at the two adults. By now, Petunia was white as a sheet and Vernon was an ugly shade of purple. What? How? Who? The man stuttered out. Wondering how I'm alive. Really? Didn't you ever wonder what happened to that baby after you just left it at your doorstep? Or did you think that some dog had snatched it up? Oh, but you wouldn't have cared either way. Probably thought it was that much less for you to worry about, as then you didn't have a dead baby at the door, leaving neighbors to wonder. Vladimir was talking in a light tone, the smile still on his face, but his eyes full of hatred. Mummy, what's wrong? Dudley asked, suddenly alarmed and confused as to what was going on. Don't worry, Duddykins. Your mummy and daddy are just guilty of attempted murder by neglect of a baby. But again, don't worry, someone was kind enough to take me that night. Vladimir said, daring the two to deny it. Dudley was taken aback when Vladimir addressed him in a name only his mother used, one that only few people knew about. He still looked confused. I'll help clear things up a bit. See, I'm your long-lost cousin. When my parents were killed, a good friend of theirs decided that I should be with the only other family I had left and put me at your doorstep with a note. When Hey, your parents that is realized who I was, they didn't take me in, but left me out on that doorstep, out in the cold. As I recall, my father said that they hadn't wanted the evil that I was in this house. And I don't want it now. Get out. Vernon finally exploded. Get out, get out, get out. Vladimir stood and walked right up to Vernon. There was a look in his eyes that resembled Integra. Listen here, you swine. He said, and looked at Petunia, just as hard, and you too, you so. Both of you don't deserve to live for what you did that night. In fact, you deserve nothing more than to be butchered like the livestock you resemble. But because I'm such a nice boy, and because I'd rather not dirty my hands, I will refrain from doing so. I came here with the sole purpose of meeting you myself, as I was obviously too young the first time to have remembered you. Now that I have, I can agree with everyone else that you are indeed the very thing that gives a bad name to the Muggles. Vladimir stepped back, and smiled. Well, I think that'll be it for now. Have a good day, Tilda, he said before disappearing into a portal in the floor, no doubt causing confusion with the three, but he didn't stick around to see what they said. Reappearing at the front entrance to the neighborhood, Vladimir smiled. You would certainly make a fine vampire, Master Vladimir. Crimson hissed. Why do you say that? Not that I'm complaining. Vladimir replied. Because just then, you looked almost like Master Alucard. Actually. Vladimir turned when he heard someone clapping and found the crimson-clad vampire that was his father standing there. I said I'd do this alone. Vladimir said in exasperation, but despite this, he was smiling and walking over to Alucard. Perhaps, but keep in mind, Crimson is a part of me. I wasn't with you, but I was watching through her. And I have to say, that was a spectacular performance. Alucard said, smiling as well. Well, I learned from the best. Both you and Mother. Vladimir replied. Yes, you certainly took after her too. Perfect use of the word swine, and so, I must say. They both laughed. When they calmed down, Vladimir said, so, Dumbledore doesn't expect me back yet. Do you want to do something? Alucard held his chin in thought. Well, There are many things I want to do, but I'm sure your mother would kill me if I took you along for them. How about we just go to Diagonally? I'd like to buy some more of those blood pops. Sears has taken a great liking to them and is more willing to have them than the transfusion blood. I don't see much of a difference really. But whatever works. Vladimir nodded in agreement and they headed off. Maybe we could also go terrorize the Malfoys. The laughter that followed before the two disappeared would give anyone in earshot nightmares for years to come. Chap 19. Chips. Chap 19. Vampires, familiars, and chips. When Vladimir got back to Hogwarts that night, he was still grinning. What's up with you, mate? Ron said as he walked out of the Great Hall, Hermione close behind. How did it go? She said, a hopeful tone in her voice. Oh, it went horribly. Yup. Completely hate them, they're all gits. Vladimir said, still grinning as they walked up the stairs. Hermione frowned, but it was Ron who asked, so, why do you look so happy? Oh, you'll probably find out tomorrow. All I can say for no. Is that my father and I had a bit of fun. Vladimir said, and gave a little snicker, along with Crimson. Ron shuddered, having met Alucard and was able to imagine only too well what kind of fun the two could have done. He just felt sorry for who their victim was. Hermione on the other hand could only guess based on what she'd seen on Vladimir. It still made her feel sorry for the poor victim. I just hope there was no lasting damage, she said, and Vladimir gave her an innocent look before they reached the dorm. When the three entered the Great Hall the next morning, there was quite a commotion going on. Mainly with the Slytherins and Gryffindor's Slytherins yelling in anger. What do you reckon that's all about? Ron said, sitting. Let's see, shall we? Hey, Lee, mind if I see that new paper you have there? Lee grinned. Sure thing, mate. You'll want to read this. Taking the new paper, Ron and Hermione surrounded him, reading over his shoulder, eyes growing wider and wider with each word. And trying very hard to resist laughing so they could finish the article. Snakes in Malfoy Manor. At around 7 p.m. last night, the Malfoy Manor had a sudden and unexplainable attack by snakes. Indeed, it almost seemed like there was a never-ending flow of them, as they covered the floor, and crawled up walls. All seemed to have been of one breed though, as they all were black with red bellies, and had 6 eyes. These snakes are very similar to the snake one Vladimir Helsing has, who is currently attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It has been found that Hat snake is actually a familiar of a vampire. Vladimir says that he acquired the snake because his family beat the vampire it was a familiar to. So this brings us to wonder if anyone had actually been hurt. Do vampires familiar still drink blood? We asked the Malfoys currently in the manor at the time and they said that they had been bitten, and felt slightly weak for quite a few hours afterwards. But when we asked to see the bite marks, they said that they had already healed. Is he lying about being bitten, or is there truth to vampire bites healing? Also, were the snakes that were so similar to the snake Vladimir Helsing has because they were from the same vampire? Does this mean that that vampire thought to have been killed by the Helsing organization was not killed after all? In any case, we can't deny the fact that the familiars didn't intend to actually harm the Malfoys, as they are still living, and now quite healthy and back to normal. Rita Skeeta finally finished reading. The two burst out in laughter. Okay, Vlad, was this your doing, mate? Ron whispered. Of course. Thought it would be funny to attack the Malfoys with their traditional house's mascot. Vladimir said, grinning. Okay, I take back what I thought last night. Ron said. What? I don't feel sorry for them. That was bloody brilliant, mate. You should be more careful though, Vladimir, Hermione said, but she too was still grinning. It's okay. For one, they were lying about having been bitten. Father didn't want to drink blood from them, saying it was probably too laden with inbreed blood. As for the healing factor about a vampire's bite, it depends on the vampire. Just then, Malfoy walked up, his face dark and stormy. Vladimir blinked innocently. Hello, Malfoy. Have you read the paper? Tragic, isn't it? At least no one was harmed. Helsing, I demand to know why you did this. Malfoy said, gaining the attention of a few people around them. Do what? Oh, what's in the paper? How could I have done that? Vladimir asked. And it really was the truth. He'd had nothing to do with the attack. Well, aside from suggesting it. You have that snake, and I know. The look in Vladimir's eyes stopped him. While his face was anything but warning, his eyes had a light in them that only Malfoy was privy to, and the boy realized that perhaps it wasn't in his best interest to spout off that. He knew that Vladimir's father was a vampire. It had been a small prank before, but still terrifying. Malfoy knew that most could be done if pushed. Just watch yourself, Helsing, he said before leaving. Vladimir couldn't help himself as he called out, "You really don't want to challenge all of Helsing, Malfoy. My mother could have your father quivering at her feet if she wanted to. If you wish to threaten me, use my name. Not Helsing. It's really in your best interest." A few people snickered at this, but they didn't seem to realize that there was a fire of anger in Vladimir's eyes. 1. Does not simply threaten the Helsing family. Later that afternoon found the three alone in the common room, everyone else out enjoying the sunny day. The cold snap had finally started to ease up and this was one of the rare moments where it was actually warm. What did you mean? Hermione asked. About the whole, depending on the type of vampire, thing. Is there more than one? Vladimir, having been engrossed in a new book, looked up in confusion for a second before he remembered. Oh, well, there are the Nosferatu, which is what my father and sister are. And then there are artificial ones lately. They're made with these little chips. They're made with a food. No, micro motherboard chips, Vladimir said, and decided to explain this later to Ron, though Hermione understood. My family is still researching it. Trying to figure out how it's working and who's making them, so, as far as I'm aware, we don't know yet. But anyway, back to the main subject. Nosferatu can heal, if they want. The artificial vampires can't, and it's why their victims always end up bleeding out and dying, unless someone saves them. Hermione sat back, astounded, and horrified. Ron was still confused about the chips thing. But he too understood everything else, and looked horrified too. Don't worry. As far as we've seen, they still have mostly human bodies, though they're just more sensitive to certain things. But they still age. We believe that they think the more victims they take, the closer they get to immortality, but we're still looking into that. Vladimir, are you sure you should be telling us this? Hermione said suddenly. Vladimir blinked. Well, I don't see why not. I trust you guys, and no, you wouldn't go gossiping about it. And really, it's not like my family is trying to keep it a big secret. We only keep it a secret because there are people out there that would want something like that. I know you two wouldn't, so it's fine. Hermione still looked troubled, but that was due to the news she'd just heard. She gained new respect for Vladimir and his family, but mostly Vladimir. And Sue, how you guys doing? Please don't hurt me. I'm really sorry guys, really. They given up on trying to constantly update. I swear that I will continue this. It might take me a whole 2 years to update, but I won't give up on it. I really do have a plot I'm trying to work my way up to, but it's trying to get there. Is the hard thing. And anyone that's a writer on this site too should know that it's hard, especially if you're one that gets a billion fic ideas and have to write them down and they find that you have yet another fic to attend to. But, hey, at least I update a lot of chaps. This time, hee hee, oh huh. Anyway, I just needed to get that out of the way. And also, well, this is kind of new for me to do this, but I don't trust myself enough with Doctor Who, so I'm asking Doctor Who fans this. Please, can you do anything with this? I came up with the idea a while back, but again, I just can't trust that I'd get the characters right. But I think the idea itself is brilliant, if someone can just come up with a plot to go with it. Okay, here it is. In the wizarding world, many things are kept secret, or blurred to the public. One such secret is kept from none other than Harry Potter. Now, many secrets are kept from him, but none greater than this. In fact, it is a secret so secret that even Dumbledore doesn't know. Only one woman knows, one woman that has long since been cast into darkness. When Lily and James had their baby at St. Mungo's, without their knowledge of it, it had died of a heart defect. But before anyone could have realized this, the woman replaced the baby with another, one that would live on and keep her race from dying completely. Haven't you ever wondered what kept Harry alive that fateful night? It's been theorized that it was his mother's love that protected him. But what if it was something else? Something that no one, wizard or human, could do. Regeneration is a powerful thing, and this is what happened. When Harry, a baby Time Lord, regenerated, he'd used memories, his mother's eyes, so green and caring, and his father's looks, strong and determined. He adapted these features and now looks like the real son of James and Lily Potter. And Voldemort. How was he hurt so badly that night? The blast of the regeneration cells caused some sort of reaction. And he was turned into nothing but a mere phantom. Harry has his magic out of being around magic people, and consuming the magic during his regeneration, he gained the ability to control it too. But no one knew of this. Not Harry, not Lily or James, not the Wizengamot, and not Dumbledore. So what would happen when the Doctor, with his two companions, Amy and Rory, suddenly popped into his life? Okay, so I know there are some things that would need working on, like, how is it no one noticed he has two hearts? I was maybe thinking that his Time Lord DNA was locked away in something. Perhaps that night. Of course, that thing would still be there, so he's not technically a Time Lord at the time the Doctor appears. Which brings us to the next hole. How is it they come together? I think that's simply explained away because of Harry's tendency to get into those kinds of situations, and the Doctor's tendency to draw in people like Harry. Harry would have Earth show a remarkable intelligence for his age, more than just what he's taught in school, but things with science and such. Anyway, like I said, I'd like it if someone could take this idea and use it if they think they can do it. No one needs to claim it as their own, anyone can use it. But, in the chance that there is a story like this that I've not found for the HPDW fanfics, please link me to it if you think it's good. Again, sorry that I'll be taking so long to update, but I've decided that I have a life I need to live. I'll be going to college in just a few days. Woot. I can't just sit and force it all or else it'll look like crap. Well, that's all. Till next time, whenever that is, bye. Chap 20. An Unexpected Challenge. Chap 20. An Unexpected Challenge. It had been 3 weeks since the little prank that Vladimir and Alucard had pulled on the Malfoy family. The gossip about the prank gone now, things were back to normal. Or, so they seemed. There was one problem that seemed to be getting worse. And Vladimir really didn't know what to do about it. Walking down the hall, he spotted Ron and Hermione. He'd just been at the library, having left after breakfast, but was going to meet up with them so they could go study up in the common room, having a test coming up soon. As he came level to them, he was just about to greet them when Hermione said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot something in the Great Hall." And rushed off before they could question her. Vladimir frowned. This was the problem. Every time he was near, Hermione would rush off, claiming she needed to do something, or be somewhere. Or in this case, forgot something. At first, he'd let it slide, having no suspicions, but after almost 12 days of having not been able to say a word at all to your friend, you start to notice. She'd not even been at breakfast that day, and normally, she would have gone to the library with him to find some books herself. She studied with them, but she was normally so absorbed in her studies that she might as well have been across the room, and she always went to bed before them, even though she didn't exactly look tired. It was really starting to worry Vladimir. Because it was only with him. She was fine around Ron, Lee, the twins, Neville, and anyone else. He was starting to think he'd said something wrong, and the more he thought about it, the more he started to think about when this all started happening. It had been the day after he'd told the two about the artificial vampires. Had he spooked her? Or, more horrifying and unbelieving, yet still harshly plausible, had he enlightened her? Did she want to become an arterial vampire? It just didn't seem like her. But if she did, and she felt guilty, it would explain why she was avoiding him. No. Plausible or not. That really just didn't seem like her. Not even a little. Ron would have been more likely to do that sort of thing. Shaking his head, he decided that he'd have to corner her somehow at some point and get some answers. That time would come that Wednesday in herbology class. They'd been put into pairs, and Professor Sprout had put Hermione and Vladimir together. They were working out on the grounds today. Spread out and looking for 2 certain kinds of mushroom, both identical, with one small detail different. This was the perfect time to attack. As they exited the greenhouse that was the classroom, Hermione walked ahead of Vladimir and didn't even seem to acknowledge that he was even there, entirely focused on the ground, even though the mushrooms were supposed to found more out by the Quidditch pitch, still a ways away. Frowning and squinting his eyes at her, he let her be until the other students were farther away, when they had reached the pitch. Looking around to make sure no one saw, he opened a portal right in front of where she was stepping and pushed her though before she could scream, following shortly behind. They emerged to find that they were now in one of the bleachers for the Quidditch games. Letting out a yelp that was never heard by others below, Hermione stumbled forward and caught herself on one of the seats. Turning, face red, she looked at Vladimir. Vladimir, what the? So you can talk to me? Vladimir said, arms crossed. She opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it, and then opened it again. Rolling his eyes, Vladimir said, well, Ost then. Nodding to the seat she was next to, he said, sit. She sat, looking confused, angry and just plain flustered. Finally, she managed to speak again. What's this all about, Vladimir? We sue. LD get in trouble if we're found up here. No worries, I made sure no one saw us disappear, and anyway, they're too focused goofing off and looking for the mushrooms. But what is this all about? She repeated. I could, and really, I was going to ask you the same thing. What? She asked, though it was obvious she already knew. What? You've been avoiding me ever since I told you about the arterial vampires. You haven't said a word to me, and always run off with some excuse. I didn't really notice it before, but I did after a few days. Hermione. Vladimir looked at her hard, but in a concerned way. Hermione got a bit redder. You don't want to, be an artificial vamp. Oh God no. Hermione burst out before he could even finish. The look she gave him was similar to the look of a freaked cat. Oh, Vladimir, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that you'd think that. Vladimir frowned. Well, I didn't like thinking that. I mean, I didn't think you'd be one to do that sort of thing, but I had to make sure. You understand, right? I meant no offense. Yes, Vladimir, I understand. It's part of what you do. Hermione said, bowing her head in apology. Vladimir sighed in relief. Huh. Good. I was really starting to worry. And then the problem came back. The whole reason why he'd done this. So, why have you been doing it? Hermione blinked and turned red again. Well, you see. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? I know sometimes I can say some things without thinking, and I know the manner in which I say it can sometimes be blunt, because it's so thoughtless, so if I said anything. No, it's not that, it's just that, well been kind of thinking about you. She couldn't seem to get much more out and turned away. Vladimir blinked, and thought about what she'd just said, trying to process what it meant. Then something having clicked in his head. Oh, he said, feeling a bit guilty and slightly awkward. After all, he wasn't exactly the most emotionally apt person out there. But he was sure that this was probably not the way Hermione would have wanted to tell him such a personal thing, if she even wanted to, that is. He felt ashamed, as he felt that he had, in a way, forced it out of her, obviously before she was ready to admit it, perhaps just to herself for that matter. Not really sure how to deal with this new situation, he decided to wing it. He had to do something. Do you want to talk about it? He asked. She ducked her head a bit and after a few seconds of silence, looked back up and nodded. Sitting down, Vladimir asked, so, when did it all start? Well, if I'm being honest, then I think it started around when we first became friends, maybe a bit before that even. But, it had just always been a subconscious thing. I attributed it to my admiration of you. You're just so mature and smart. Unlike a lot of people our age. But then you told us about those artificial vampires, and I don't know. It just sort of clicked in my head how dangerous your life can actually get. It made me worry for you a lot at first. But then I realized you take it in stride, but not in a completely arrogant way. When I realized that, it made me think, wow. He really is amazing. She blushed slightly, but then shook her head and continued, from then on, I kept thinking about all the other things, your maturity and all that. And I guess I was starting to compare them to others. I'd see some student dozing off in charms, or someone getting a spell completely wrong, and I'd think, Vladimir would never do that. Or, Vladimir would perform that perfectly. And every time I saw you, well, I just sort of starting to panic. I mean, we're friends, and I wasn't sure what admitting all of this would do to that friendship. I mean, I know that's an old cheesy thing to say, she chuckled, but it's a real thing sometimes. She looked around, not wanting to see his face. So, what do you think? Vladimir didn't want to answer immediately. Of course they were still friends. He was sure they both knew that. Hermione would know, no matter what, that Vladimir wouldn't just abandon a friend. So the real question was, do you like me back? Not exactly a question he'd ever been prepared for. It was a completely new challenge, and completely unexpected. But he thought about it, thinking of how mature she, herself, was. And she was by far the most brilliant witch in their year, perhaps even smarter than some of the second years. Both were qualities he highly respected of her, and praised her for. He couldn't be sure if he actually did like her in that sort of way, but out of all the other girls, he certainly did like her more. Could it really hurt to say that? Yes, he did like her. Hermione, he said, and she looked at him, this is new for me. I really have no idea about this sort of thing, but I've thought about it, and I'm sure that I'm not mistaking myself in saying that I do like you. Oof. He'd not been able to get much more out as Hermione collided into him with a hug. Thank you for understanding, she said. He found his surprised face forming a warm smile. You're welcome. Then she popped back up, panic in her eyes. Oh, no. The class. How long have we been up here? About 20 minutes, Vladimir said, walking over to the edge and peering down the tower to see what it looked like down below. They're starting to go back in. We should join them. Oh, but the mushrooms. What about them? Vladimir smiled and looked down at the bleachers floor to see Crimson slithering up, her tea ale carefully curled around 2 mushrooms. I got it handled. But, isn't that sort of cheating? Well, Crimson only picked them. She can't really tell if they're both different or not. So long as we make sure they are. Then I'm sure it can't be counted on our conscience as cheating. Hermione was hesitant but then nodded, and plucked one up and looked at it. This one has the blue speck. Right. And this one has the green. Vladimir said, and smirked. No cheating. We just had help retrieving them. Hermione smiled and then looked back to see how many more had gone inside. We'd better hurry, the last ones are getting in. Quote. Right this way, Vladimir said, showing her to a portal. They went through and came out right behind Ron, who was with Neville, the last 2 to be arriving. Bloody hell, where have you 2 been? Ron hissed. We were looking around on the inside of the Quidditch towers. You know, mushrooms grow in more secluded and dark places, also dank, and it was plenty dank. Vladimir said easily. So did you find yours? Neville asked. Yes, Hermione said and held them out. Lucky. We could only find the blue-specked ones. Ron grumbled. You 2 then, eh? Professor Sprout said as she approached. She was checking to see if they'd found the right ones and the 2 boys were next in line. Don't worry about it, seems the green-specked ones are still a bit dormant. How about you 2? She said, looking at Vladimir and Hermione. Hermione again held out the mushrooms and Professor Sprout took them, and looked around the bulbs until she found the 2 different specks. Right. Good job you 2. Now head on in, time for the lesson. And, ick, a bit sappy, but how else do you write that sort of confession scene? Anyway, just in case you're wondering, I'll be going through all the years. Or well, sorta. We'll see how it goes exactly. But this is going to be a long fic. It's part of why I have writer's block so often, because, well, just look. We're still in first year. And there's already 20 chapters in it, and we're not even done with first year yet. I'm pretty sure it's almost over though anyway. Still, it's really rather daunting. Oh. But it will be done. No matter how long it takes me, this story will keep going until it's finished. Unless I die, then it'll be a bit hard, but since I'm sure it won't be that bad, I'm sure I can finish it. Smiley face. Oh, and by the way, is anyone else having problems receiving traffic status notifications? For some reason, when I updated on this story, I'm not getting my reviews. I was at 260, ND. Then the next day it said I'd gotten 2 reviews, and I could only see 1. And now it's at 265, and I can still only see that 1, not anymore. I looked at my Gmail, and found that they were there, but still, it's irksome. I'm also not getting an update on how many views a chapter has anymore. Please, despite this, I'll still be able to see it in my Gmail. Well, I'm off. Let's hope I can get the next chap up soon. Bye. Chap 21. Suspicions. Chap 21. Suspicions. Vladimir grumbled, his head pounding. It was another day in Dada, and Quirrell was just as bad as usual. And lately, he couldn't help but notice that the stuttering teacher would give him weird looks when it looked like no one was looking. Not just weird as how they looked, but weird for who held them. They were steady, dark looks. The kind that Vladimir would get from someone like the Malfoys, not some skittish, stuttering teacher. And it wasn't just Vladimir that had seen it. Sometimes Ron or Hermione would tell Vladimir that Quirrell was giving him that look again. Of course, Crimson was never able to tell him, because she always took off during this part of the day, not wanting to be around the smells that followed the man. And during meals and in the halls, he was surrounded by too many people to pull the look off unnoticed even if he was still noticed in the classes. And just to add to the whole issue involving the professor, there were moments when Vladimir felt waves of some sort emitting from the man, normally during the time he was looking at Vladimir. They too were dark, and almost seemed to be full of hate. And it always delivered a nasty amount of pressure to his head, and he swears it made his scar burn with white pain. And it was no different this day. In fact, it seemed to be worse than most. For the 30th time since Quirrell had entered the classroom, Vladimir felt that wave of darkness, soon followed by the added pressure and burning scar. It was the last straw. He couldn't handle it anymore. Standing up abruptly, his chair knocking backward, he cut the silence in the room and had everyone looking at him and whispering. But he wasn't paying them any attention. He was looking at Quirrell. As he stood there quivering, a frightened look in his eyes. Ms. Mr. H. Hell Elsing. SSS summing the matter. Quirrell stuttered out. Who are you? Vladimir practically hissed. Enticing more whispers as some wondered what he said, and other that had heard relayed what they think he said. WWW, what do you mean, Mr. H. Hell Sing? Vladimir looked at him, long and hard, and focused. He wasn't entirely sure if he was seeing it right, given all the shadows cast by the candles, but he swore he could see a dark aura around the teacher. Without saying anything else, Vladimir left. His head pounding too much to focus by now. He just needed to get out of there. He had no idea where he was going once he was out of the classroom, but before he knew it, he found himself in an empty corridor. Leaning on the wall, his head still pounding, but unable to focus on walking anymore. Sliding down to the floor, he decided he'd rest there until he had the strength to get back up. But, just as he settled on the floor, a voice called out angrily. Mr. Helsing, what are you doing out of class? Came the voice of Severus Snape. Looking up, Vladimir saw the man striding down the hall toward him. So much for resting. Using the wall for support, he tried to get up, and almost managed it before his legs decided to give out. Completely. Luckily, Snape broke his fall. Mr. Helsing, what is wrong with you? Get up. But it was no use. Vladimir had blacked out. Vladimir was walking around, not entirely sure where he was headed, aside from the fact that it looked like the library. He just didn't know why. But at the same time, he had a destination to get to. He was in the restricted section, a section that he'd wanted to get into, but the first years weren't allowed. Well, not really because they just weren't allowed, but all years had to have special permission to be able to access the books there, and that permission came from the teachers. And since the lessons from first year students shouldn't require the books there, they essentially weren't allowed. So why was he here now? He certainly didn't remember getting permission. Actually, come to think of it, he didn't even remember opening the gated door to get in. He'd just sort of found himself there, and started moving with a purpose. Turning a corner, he paused when he saw Miss Norris, the caretaker's cat. He knew he wasn't supposed to be back there, and knew that the cat would, dare he say it, rat him out. Knowing it was pretty much a hopeless effort, He was about to turn back and hide somewhere. But then he realized that she couldn't see him. In fact, it was only then that Vladimir realized that he wasn't solid, as she walked right through his shins. Blinking, he looked down at himself to Finn. That he could see through his limbs and everything. It was like he was a ghost. Had he seriously died? He didn't remember dying, or having had something happen to cause him to die. What had he been doing before he found himself in the restricted section? Well, it didn't matter, as a new thought popped up. If he were a ghost, then Miss Norris would have seen him, as shown by all the other ghosts in the school. Even if she was used to them, she'd still have shown a sign of having registered he was there. So not a ghost. Then what did that make him? It could all be just a dream, but there was something that told him otherwise. It was the detail, there was simply too much of it to make it a dream. Everything from looks to sound was crystal clear. And speaking of sounds, PPP please, SS. Nap, came the unmistakable stutter of Quirrell. Walking towards it, he found that Snap had Quirrell pinned to the side of a bookshelf, his turban askew. What's this? Vladimir muttered, as he drifted closer. His scar prickled the closer he got, but there was something that kept drawing him in. And then he heard it. A voice, hissing but apparently unheard to Snape, but Vladimir was sure it came from Quirrell. Get out of here, you fool. We need to hurry and find the stone. The voice hissed out. Quirrell hadn't said it, but he'd reacted to it. Snap would have seen it as Quirrell jumping in surprise, or just quivering. But Vladimir had seen the change in his fearful eyes. They went from scared to real fear. The stone. The voice demanded again, so low that it made Vladimir jump. And suddenly he wasn't in the restricted section anymore, but looking up at the worried faces of Hermione, Ron, and Madame Pomfrey. Wah, he mumbled, sitting up. Vlad, Ron said, surprised. Oh, Vladimir, you're finally awake. Hermione said, hugging him. How long was I out? He said, patting Hermione on the back before gently pushing her off of him so he could sit back on the pillows. About a day and a half. Madame Pomfrey said, checking his temperature. How are you feeling? Fine, I guess. A bit dizzy I suppose, but not that much. Vladimir said. And can you tell us if you remember anything? I think the last thing I remember was Snap asking me what I was doing out of class. Madame Pomfrey nodded, her face stern by relieved. That's good. It means you didn't lose any memories. But Vladimir wasn't listening now. He was recalling his dream, with Snape and Quirrell. I need to see Professor Snape. Vladimir said, shoving the blankets off and getting up. Of course, Madame Pomfrey would have none of it. Now listen here, young man, you need to stay in bed until you're completely okay. You only just woke up. I'm fine. See, he said, standing. It was only thanks to Hermione and Ron holding onto his back that kept him from wobbling, but fortunately Madame Pomfrey didn't notice them doing this. Staring at him, she realized that you never try and stare down a Helsing and expect to win. Huh, fine. But I want you to come back here after you see Snape so I can make sure you really are fine. Vladimir nodded and turned to leave, thankfully over his momentary dizziness from getting up. Hermione and Ron were soon to follow. Vladimir, what's this all about? Why do you want to see Snape? Hermione asked, keeping a steady eye on him in case he got dizzy again. Yeah, I know he took you to the hospital wing and all, but it's not that I'm wanting to thank him, though I'm not against doing that either, and don't give me that look, it's only right. Vladimir said as he saw Ron's incredulous look. There's something that I need to ask him about. Ask him what? Ron said, almost hysterical. Stopping, Vladimir turned to face them. Look, I had a dream, although I am willing to bet it wasn't a dream at all, but, he looked at him, not sure if they'd believe what he was going to say. What is it, Vladimir? Hermione asked, worry in her eyes. I'm thinking it was astral projection. He said. Astra what? Ron said, completely confused. Basically, I think I was having an out-of-body experience. My soul left my body, and went off somewhere. Vlad, that's crazy. You'd have to be a ghost to have your soul wandering. Ron said. That doesn't matter right now. Hermione said sternly, and then turned to Vladimir, but what does it have to do with Snape? Well, I saw him, and Quirrell. He had Quirrell pinned to a bookshelf in the restricted section. Wait, Quirrell. I know the man's stuttering can get annoying, but seriously, to actually attack him for it. Ron said. And by the way, what was with you running off during class? Not the problem right now. Ron, sorry, but I'll tell you later. Vladimir said, and then continued. Snape hadn't attacked him because of that. He seemed to be suspicious of Quirrell about something. And if I'm right in saying that, then I think he has right to be suspicious, and he might even know something. Why would he be suspicious? Hermione asked. Because there's something odd about Quirrell. And I think I might have found out a bit about what might be off about him. See, when I was there was something calling out, hissing. Demanding that Quirrell find some stone. Snape didn't hear it, but I know it came from Quirrell, but when it spoke, Quirrell seemed more afraid of it than of Snape. So I need to talk to Snape and see if what I saw actually happened, and if so, see if Snape knows anything. With that, Vladimir turned and made his way down the corridor. After striding down a few corridors, he felt slightly irked when he remembered he had portals that he could use to get the dungeons faster. And with that, he summoned a portal, unfortunately causing him to be slightly dizzy, but he refused to back down just yet and walked through, re-emerging in front of the potions master's office door, Ron and Hermione right behind him. Knocking, he heard the grumbled reply of Snap. Come in. Opening the door, he nodded for the other two to stay out in the hall and wait for him. They had no objections. Walking in, he met the eyes of Snap, who looked as surprised as he could get to seeing Vladimir in his office. And what can I do for you, Mr. Helsing? He asked, rather sarcastically. Vladimir didn't want to delay, as he was admittedly a bit weaker due to the portal, so he asked straight out, did you attack Professor Quirrell last night? Snape's widened in surprise, but covered it with a suspicious look. And why would you want to know a thing like that? Vladimir took that as a yes, he did. Because if you're suspicious of Quirrell, then you have reason to be. The potions master raised an eyebrow. Oh, and why, assuming I do have suspicions about the man, should I have reason? Because, last night, I saw the two of you, but, Mr. Helsing, you were in the infirmary last night, and quite out of it if I remember correctly. Astral projection. That's not exactly the point right now. Look, I saw you too. You had Quirrell pinned to a bookshelf in the restricted section. You didn't hear it, but I did, and I know Quirrell did too. Some voice came from him, his mind or something. Like he has a separate personality. It was telling him to find some stone. Snape's eyes narrowed, his face serious now. Standing, he leaned on his desk, and glared levelly at Vladimir. Thank you, Mr. Helsing, for your insightfulness, but I believe it is time you left now. You should learn to speak better about your professors. 20 points from Gryffindor. Vladimir sighed, having expected to lose some points for his house. But he wanted answers from Snape, so he wasn't leaving. Why are you suspicious of him? I never said I was. Snape said, still standing. But you are. What about him made you suspicious? Most wouldn't suspect a stuttering, scared fool of a teacher, but you do. Why, Mr. Helsing, I suspect that you are getting into something too deep, and perhaps a bit over your head. And I suggest that you leave it. Now. Vladimir glared at him for a second, before turning and leaving. Opening the office door, he saw Ron and Hermione sitting on the floor, looking up when he walked out. How did it go? Hermione asked, hopping up. He's suspicious, that's for sure. Vladimir said with a grumble. So he didn't say anything? Ron asked. Nope. I only got that much, Beck. Oz of facial expressions and the last thing he said, saying I was getting into something too deep and a bit too over my head. Hermione's eyes shone with worry. Vladimir, maybe he's right. Maybe it is too much for you. Vladimir shook his head. Whether or not it is, I can't just leave it be. But why? She asked. Because whatever it is, it's affecting me. I know that stuttering fool act is just that, an act. And he's got some problem with me. Those looks he gives me, it's like I did something to him. Hermione and Ron traded looks, but decided there was no point in trying to stop him. Instead, they changed the subject. Vlad, mate, you're pale. Maybe we should get you to Madame Pomfrey. Vladimir nodded, allowing his friends to lead him. He hadn't the strength to pull off another portal while he thought in silence. Woot. And another chapter down. I have one more day till I move into my dorm, and then I have till the 25th for my classes to begin, so let's hope I can keep this ball rolling. Oh, I might even finish Vladimir's first year before my first year starts, lol. Anyway, so what do you think? I absolutely didn't want to cut out the scene of Snape attacking Quirrell, so I had to have that. And I know it's a bit late in getting there, but, hey, cheeky smiley face, not too sure what I'm going to do about the whole Quirrell's attempt on Harry's life during a game, but I'll figure it out, to be honest. I kinda forgot if I had Vladimir join the Quidditch team this year or not. I keep meaning to go back and check, but I've been so focused on writing the next chaps that I never get around to it. Gotta get the story down before the spark runs out, you know. So, because I don't know what to do about that yet, I'ma let you guys give me some ideas. The best idea I see, I'll take, but it needs to happen soon, like within this next 2 chaps. So hurry and get some ideas in. And I'll be sure to make a special mention to you and give you a cyber cupcake carrot. Alright, well, I'ma go watch some anime. And get to writing the next chap. In a bit. Bye. Chap 22. New questions. Chap 22. New questions. It didn't matter that Snape wouldn't tell him that he was suspicious of Quirrell. Vladimir had really only wanted to know to make sure that it wasn't just him. And he was quite sure of that now. But it'd have been nice if Snape had told him why he was suspicious, even though it could have been the same for one of the reasons Vladimir was suspicious. Here were Vladimir's reasons. 1. His dark looks, so contrast to the timid teacher's personality. 2. The waves of pain that Vladimir had when receiving the dark looks. 3. The dark aura that surrounded him. 4. That voice Vladimir had heard come from the man when he'd been astral projecting. And his stuttering act just seemed too fake, the more Vladimir saw it. Especially with those contrasting dark looks. Vladimir sighed, looking up at the ceiling. He'd gone back to the infirmary, and Madame Pomfrey insisted that he stay the night because when he'd returned, he'd been pale and looked about to faint, which Vladimir had to admit, he did feel rather clammy. Perhaps going to see Snape, while his reasons were important, wasn't he best thing to do right after he'd woken up from whatever it was that had caused him to pass out in the first place. In any case, he didn't regret having gone. He'd at least confirmed what he'd seen was real. And that was the most important thing. But it had also raised one other question, one that he'd not been of the mind to think about after leaving Snape's office. After having rested a good few hours, and waking up at around 3 o'clock in the morning, Vladimir had the sudden, begging question. Why was Quirrell in the restricted section? True, Snape was there too, but Vladimir had reason to believe that Snape had followed Quirrell. And not the other way around. And also true, given the fact that he was a teacher, he did have the permission to go there without being questioned. But something was just bugging Vladimir about him being there. Looking around, making sure Madame Pomfrey wasn't around, he scooted out of bed. He'd have to be careful about this. He was too weak to use a portal to go long distance. So he'd have to actually sneak around anyone that might be out right now. He was glad he'd at least gotten enough rest to not feel dizzy when he stood. Carefully, he made his way to the door of the infirmary. And after checking to make sure no one was around, padded down the hallway to the next corridor. Each time he came to a new corridor, he'd check to make sure he was clear. And would even send Crimson off to check the next one in the off chance that someone might turn into the one he was. And you never knew when Peeve would show up, though he seemed rather fearful of Crimson. So Vladimir didn't worry too much about that. Without any problems, short of feeling jumpy any time one of the paintings let off a rather loud snore, they were at the library. The door was close, but unlocked. Vladimir still didn't want to tempt it, as opening the door would undoubtedly creak. So, he used a portal. He may not be able to manage it for long distance, but just putting a portal on each side of the door was fine. Walking though, he looked around to make sure the librarian wasn't around. Nice as the woman was toward him, she'd be cross if she knew what he was doing. Just buying. Out after bedtime hours would earn him a crack on the head from a book's spine. If she found out he was sneaking into the restricted section, it was no telling what she would do. The coast clear, he made his way to the gate that led to the restricted section. Repeating what he'd done to get into the library, he used his portals. Once past the gate, he found that he was immediately surrounded by a very dark presence. It wasn't something that was all that alarming. It was the restricted section, containing books that were cursed and held dark curses, and just plain dark magic. It was why first years weren't given permission. Because they just would learn this kind of thing their first year. And really, it actually felt a bit more like home to him. In the Helsing library, the majority of the magic books were of dark magic. He'd read many of them, some even having to have the permission of his mother, and so wasn't as put off by the darkness here. It did make him want to pull one from the shelf, though. Shaking his head, he decided he was risking enough Gryffindor points as it was. Walking forward, he found the place where he saw Snape and Quirrell last night. He looked around in the books in this section but didn't find anything to do with a stone. Giving up on that section, he found a whole section devoted to powerful stones for the dark arts. Still, he found nothing that was at all useful, as all of them either looked too weak for the intensity in that voice, or there were some that were rather powerful, but there were many of them, and none the same, so if it was one of these stones, he hadn't a clue which it could be. Leaving that section, he was about to go to another section when he spotted a door. It was in the area that Snape and Quirrell had been. He'd not noticed it due to the dark. But now some sunlight was showing on a corner of it. Curious, and not knowing what else to do, he decided to check it out. It looked like it was hardly ever used, dust having settled all over it. Except for on the handle. It looked like someone had disturbed that recently. His curiosity raising further, he portaled through the door and found himself in a nearly empty room, with one object standing in the center. Walking over, he found it was a mirror. What's a mirror doing in a room in the restricted section? Vladimir asked. Not really Crimson, but since she was the only one there, he reverted to Parsaltong anyway. Well, what other reason than that it's extremely magical? Crimson replied, peering at. She gave the air a taste. Vladimir looked at it, at the frame. So beautifully crafted and shining. He saw something written in another language, one that he wasn't familiar with. Then something in the mirror caught his eye. Looking, he saw himself, but it was what was behind him that confused him. Looking behind himself, he found the room still empty, only him, Crimson, and the mirror. Looking back, he took in the people behind him. There was his mother and father, Integra and Alucard. And on his other side, there were two strangers, but they looked familiar. After looking at the strangers for a bit, he realized that they weren't strangers, just Pay Opal he'd not seen since he was but an infant. He resembled the man much more than the woman, except for the eyes, but he was sure that the two were Lily and James Potter. They were smiling at Integra and Alucard, their faces showing relief and maybe even thankfulness. Vladimir didn't know how he knew, but he just did. They were thankful for what the Helsing family had done for their son. They were glad that Vladimir had been taken in by them. Vladimir turned away, feeling the threat of tears. Anyway, he was in here for a reason, not to look at a mirror. Looking around, he saw that the dust in the room had indeed been messed with. Aside from where he stepped, he saw another trail that led to the mirror. But unlike Vladimir's, whose were clear footprints, this trail was one single thick line. As if fabric had dragged on the floor there. And he wouldn't doubt it if that fabric had been the hem of Quirrell's robes. So there might be something about this mirror that was important to Quirrell. But what could it be? He was looking for a stone, not a mirror. And there was no stone in the frame of the mirror. Perhaps the mirror was made out of part of some special stone. Possible, but Vladimir doubted that was it. Before he could think further though, something flew past the window, bringing Vladimir's attention to the fact that the sun was already rising. He'd have to get back to the infirmary. If he was gone when Madame Pomfrey woke, he'd be in for it. Deciding there wasn't much helping it, he portaled all the way back to his cot in the infirmary. It of course weakened him, but at least he'd have a logical excuse for his illness. And anyway, it was one more day where he didn't have to be in Dada, and he was rather enjoying that part of being ill. But he would have to ask Hermione to bring him his class work. He didn't want to fall behind. And bit of a short chap. But I figured that was a good stopping point. So I managed to get the mirror in there. I'd actually kind I've forgotten about that until I actually had a dream about it after having written that last chap. Lol. Anyway, I'm hoping to get Vladimir out of the infirmary, if he'll only allow himself to actually rest. Really, he's so stubborn. I don't know why he insists on doing all that stuff. But it's not like I can control him. 3. Anyway, R&R, and I'll try working on the next chap. Soon. Bye. ___.